Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox. Leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox. We're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox.
Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, Tudor Alexander. I hope you enjoyed that catchy little intro. It was a lot of fun to put together. You know, believe it or not, my podcast, in the description of the show, ever since I launched it and started it on YouTube, which was in 2022, has a bit about health and helping you get healthier and being healthier in your day-to-day life, helping you and your family get healthier and so on. So that's part of the mission statement of this podcast, but I haven't really done as much as I would want to do with it. Before I came to Jesus in 2021, I started my podcast in 2018, at the January of 2018, I believe. Yeah, January of 2018. And for several years, I was very active in health. I was interviewing lots of professionals. I was making various content pieces on health and how to be healthy and so on. So it was a very big part of my life. But I didn't do that with YouTube so much in the last several years, whatever it's been now. Today's 2025. So 3-4 years, something like that. And the reason was because there's a lot of censorship on YouTube. There's a lot of censorship with the whole COVID thing going on and jib jabs and everything else. And I didn't want to deal with that, especially having a new channel that I was trying to get an important message out of discernment. I didn't want that stuff to kind of backfire on me. So that was one of the reasons. And another reason was obviously that I just had a lot of very pressing issues to complete, like the End Time series, like the various major series that were produced in the last several years. So I didn't really address this topic, and it's a very important topic to me, but nevertheless, now there's more time because health is very important. And it's also been, like I said, for me personally, a very big part of my life in the last 20 years. I'm 40 years old today, and the last half of my life has been very involved in health on a very deep level. So today I want to act on that promise that's in the podcast description and share with you some very important information that will hopefully edify you and edify your family in the months and years to come. I also want to introduce a lot of things, or maybe reintroduce them if you are already familiar with them, but just basically share some things with you that are very new and edifying, hopefully. So 5 years ago, approximately around 2020, 2019, I was writing my big book, my big health and personal growth and everything else book. That book was called Dance Your Way Through Life. And it was about 800 pages. It was 8.5 by 11, huge book, never doing that ever again. And lo and behold, God had me write a devotional that was 650 pages or something like that this year. So you gotta admit that God has a sense of humor. After that book, I said, I'm never ever doing a book like this again, never. And then earlier this year, I did a devotional that's 650 pages. So isn't that funny? But anyway, I definitely don't want to do that again because it was a lot of work. But nevertheless, it was my landmark book on health and all things personal growth. The experience that put that together was probably about $100,000 or more spent on, wellness topics, research, supplements, coaching, seminars, all the things that I've done over the last however many years, personal investigation, everything else, and a lot of time, countless hours of researching, obviously being a professional athlete and training others, training myself to be, top performing, intensity performing sport, that kind of thing. And all of that went into that book. The title for me was about being adaptable. It was about being able to deal with whatever life hands you, right? Dance your way through life. Dance your way through the music. Because as an experienced professional dancer that I was competing, professional competitions and going around the country and doing all sorts of these types of things, you never could predict what was going to happen. It was always a very chaotic situation because ballroom dancing is very subjective. It's a subjective. There's no finish line in ballroom dancing. Of course, it's very political, and it's very rigged in that sense. That was one of the reasons why I realized it was just a scam. But nevertheless, the sport itself, itself is very subjective. There's no finish line. So you can't predict where you're going to land on the floor. You can't predict who's close to you, what moves they're going to do. You can't predict what music is going to play, whether you're going to feel it or not. And so it's constant uncertainty that you have to dance with. And that physical experience that I did for many, many years with both students and with myself professionally gave me an outlook on life about learning to be adaptable. And of course, God used that for the good and used all of the things I learned to eventually help me read the Bible better and, to all the things that I'm doing now. So anyway, the point is that book was a big part of my life, but it was also a big part of my old life too. There was a lot of personal growth, new agey stuff in there because it was a comprehensive book. I wanted to be like the book, right? I wanted to have health. I wanted to have personal growth, spirituality, mindset, everything in there. And there were a lot of things that needed to be undone. Obviously, the personal growth and new agey stuff needs to get taken out. It also has a lot of profanity in it, which I'm trying to remove from all my content. I've done that successfully. I re-edited my Don't Let the Devil Boil Your Frog. So if you got the one with the profanity in it, keep it. It's a souvenir item. It's not going to have profanity anymore. But this book had a lot of profanity in it. So that's something I thought was like, ooh, I'm really authentic if I have, a lot of swearing. But the reality is that that's not necessarily the case. So I had to redo it. But I never had time to redo it because it's such a monster amount of content that I just never had time to sit down and redo it. When I began my podcast on YouTube, the Christian stuff that I do today, I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't. So what I did was the best that I could. I adapted some of the health information into health articles on my website. I tweaked a little bit of the content. I created a health section on the website on Substack that would link to all the health articles so that you could have kind of like an index. I uploaded some of the audio recordings that I did on these articles a while ago to the article so you could listen to some of them. I made one video on why it's important to supplement, and that's, as the time of this recording, it's also available in the YouTube playlist, the health and wellness playlist that I just created. So that'll be a collection of all the things there as well, at least some of them, because the audio recordings I didn't post to YouTube, but they're on the health page. I also uploaded my Body Hacker Masterclass, which I recorded in, I think, 2019 or 2020, which was part of this whole Dance Your Way Through Life program. And I made that for members that you can have a lecture on all kinds of different health topics there. And I also tried to share my health articles regularly on social media, on various posts that I make, just as a way to give you an option to edify yourself with health information. But that was it. That was all that I could do. And I always felt that I could do more with what I had. I used to do health coaching. I used to do coaching one-on-one with people, but health coaching takes a lot of time, and I just haven't had time to devote to coaching. And believe it or not, I love working with people one-on-one. I really do. But with all the things that I've done, it's gotten to the point where I don't have the time anymore. I answer questions as much as I can. I call people. I talk to them on the phone. I still enjoy doing one-on-one stuff with people and helping people through things. But coaching has been a real challenge for me to implement because of all the things that I'm doing. And I don't see myself really getting into that anytime soon. Maybe some group things, maybe once this library is finished, which will be at the time of the publishing of this video pretty soon. So if you're watching from the future, the library is probably done. So make sure you check it out. But nevertheless, we'll see what happens. We'll see where God guides. As of the time of this recording, I still have a few things that I need to wrap up. So my mind is not on coaching, but I used to do that. And I do believe in what I do and the things that I'm going to share with you today, the things that I've shared in my book and my articles. And everyone obviously is different, and health is an adventure for everybody in a different way. But nevertheless, I think that there are principles, and if you can be educated on those principles and have as many resources as possible to edify you, especially nowadays with like AI and different tools that you have to organize information, I think it's easier than ever to get healthy and to stay healthy. Of course, we also live in a very toxic world, which we'll talk about as well. But nevertheless, I wanted to announce some of these new and significant changes, including this particular series that we're doing right now on health, which will be free for everybody. Now, I think this is a very important topic, and hopefully it's going to educate you and edify you on how to walk the narrow road on this topic. Because like with everything, there is a narrow road to walk. On one side, we live in a very toxic world, in a very satanic world that is just built on death. And left and right, there's always a problem that is attacking your health, poisoning your body and killing you. We're also at the end of the Genesis curse, meaning that our genetic systems are the most frail that they've ever been, which is true. You look at, people in Abraham's time or even before that, they were living to 200 years old. Now, if you make it to 80, you're considered pretty lucky and fortunate. So we're also at the end. We're also at the end of history and Jesus' return, as I've said in many other videos. If you haven't been tuned into those, then make sure you check them out. But I believe that we are in the generation of the Lord's return. When exactly it's going to happen, I don't know. I give it 7 to 10 years. I don't see the world going past late 2030s. I really don't. I could be wrong. Certainly people have been wrong in the past, but I think that the evidence of the witnesses that we have that all point to the same truth is too great to ignore. So what that means is that health takes on a different character. To get it? If the world is ending in 10 years, then what does that mean for our pursuit of health? Should we abandon it altogether? Should we obsess about certain things like aging or, whatever, longevity? Or is there a narrow road somewhere in between where we can walk in the narrow road between these two extremes and ideologies? So that's what we're going to explore today. This very important topic. And I'm going to give you my thoughts. I'm going to give you my experience. I'm going to give you some strategies, some helpful tips, as well as point you to in-depth resources like articles that I've written and other things that are now available. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and share with your friends that want to be healthy. It's good to be healthy like a Fennec fox, just like that little jingle. Some of the resources on the health page, the new health page that has been created, are paid resources. Not all of them. A lot of them are actually free resources. But just in case, if you want to be a member of the website, it's only $5 a month or $50 a year, which is even less per month. It's like $4 something per month. You do not have to be a paid member to enjoy the health resources offered. This is a free series. A lot of stuff on the new health page, which I'll show you in just a second, is mostly free. Some of the stuff is for paid members, but if you want the full shebang, it's only $5 a month or less. So what's new? What is new? What is being added? Well, my book, Dance Your Way Through Life, is revamped and released. Just like the gratitude map, when I wrote that, but that was the first book I wrote in 2019. And I tweaked it. I got the profanities out. I updated it with some new information. Actually, I added about, I think like 20,000 words to that book. So it's a brand new book, basically. Very much more God-centered, which it wasn't God-centered before. So I'm very happy with that. And it's a whole new program, and it's got a poster and everything. Everything that I wanted to do with that program initially is now what has been done with it. So I'm very grateful to God for that. But just like with that, this book is going to have QR codes on the pages so that when you flip through the book, it'll be a big book again. It's going to be 8.5 by 11. Nice and thick book with all kinds of info on it. But it'll have QR codes for the articles so that you can scan it. You can go to the article on the website so that you can click on the links that you need, whether they're Amazon links or links to the health store for the products that may interest you, if that's the case. So either way, or some of them will have, like articles that you can listen to. And I believe if you are on Substack, whether I recorded a voiceover or not, you can have it narrate the article to you. I believe Substack has that feature. I haven't actually used it myself, to be honest, but I know that it has that feature. So anyway, that'll be a way for you to interact with the content so you can get it in your brain without having to read it if you want. Or again, like I said, if you have products you want to pick and add to your health routine, that you can do it that way. The health option, so look for the book in the bookstore. The health option on the website now leads to a real page, not just an archive of health articles. So this page is going to host a ton of stuff. It's going to host this series. It's going to host, various podcasts that I've done, audio or video on health. It's going to host everything that I've done, like linking the articles to browse, linking to the Body Hacker series, a direct link to key articles like the 7 pillars of optimal health, how to heal your gut, how to heal your thyroid, all the things I'll show you in just a second. And it's going to have other useful information too, like how to get blood tests, where to get them, and so on. It's a free resource. And again, some of these things are paid things. So this is what it looks like if you go on the website, Health and Wellness. And again, if you're listening to this, you can just go to the website, danceoflife.com, just click on the menu. There's a menu there and it says health. Just click on health. So it's got the series, Healthy Like a Fox. It's got Dance Your Way Through Life. At the time of this recording, this thing is not uploaded. Some of these things are not uploaded. So, but when you will see this video, when it's published, probably it's going to be uploaded. Either way, it's got the book. It's got website health articles where you can click in. It's like, for example, if we click this, you can see it, search the health archive. So you can search anything you want, any topic. And eventually what I want to do is create some sort of AI clone that will be trained on all of my material. So it's more accurate of a glossary type of situation. We'll see. I mean, these things are changing super fast. Maybe Substack will even have such a situation. But either way, it'd be nice to have a glossary on everything that I've ever made so you can look it up easier. So there's a directory to the health articles. There's also linked articles that are kind of like, check these out first, sort of like the basics, like the pillars of optimal health, which is how to create a complete nutrition program with vitamins and minerals and where to get them, high quality, that kind of thing. How to plan your meals, how to heal your gut, oral care basics, how to recover from adrenal fatigue, how to heal your thyroid, how to hack fasting, sleep, how to build your functional medicine team with basically resources on functional medicine directories and things like that. So a lot of stuff on here. There's also this ultimate recovery stack, which we'll come back to later in this presentation so you understand what it is. This is the Body Hacker Basics Masterclass. This is that course. It's for members, but kind of like this. It's the same thing. It goes over, like a lot of health topics and in-depth and things like that based on my book. These are recorded health articles or basically recorded health articles and podcasts. So this is the video that I made, the only one on YouTube, which is 9 reasons why you should supplement, which we'll talk about a little bit as well here. This is a very important video, so you understand why you need to supplement in this day and age. But you have to do it correctly, which is also important. These are the recorded health articles. So normally if you try to access a health article, it's a paid resource, okay? And these are the voiceovers for these various articles that I recorded. It's not all of them, but it's some of them. I think it's like 20-something voiceovers. I posted these voiceovers on this free page so you can listen to them for free without having to be a paid member to access the articles. So there's quite a lot on here. As you can see, that there's just a lot of articles. Now, there's also health podcasts that I did from 2019 to 2021. Obviously, these are before my Christian YouTube channel. I don't think there's any profanity in here, but anyway, just kind of a heads up. But these are really good evergreen interviews that I did on a lot of topics, like health and healing with my friend Noel. He's an osteopath doctor. A lot of doctors here. Oral Wellness, Will Revac of Oral Wellness, have a lot of his products in the health store. A lot of great blogs on oral health, like holistic oral health. I interviewed a lot of experts, people Charles Hockala, who was on the Iodine Project with Guy Abraham and Dr. Brownstein, if you know who those people are. Guy Abraham is dead, but Charles Hockala has his own lab, and he's the one that I get the boron from and sell it in the store. But there's a lot of great podcasts here. Kurush Madahi, he has a lot of stuff on dentistry and basically how to maintain a good mouth without having to, deal with all these things that we deal with fluoride and everything else. So a lot of great articles here, or podcasts. And again, these are older things, but I think they're still valuable, so I posted on them for free. This is also a health testing guide. So a health testing guide is what? This is basically a list of tests that you need to consider on a regular basis, like vitamin D, CRP, homocysteine, ferritin, your blood pressure, your CBC, your complete blood count, ESR, or erythrocyte sedimentation rate. All these things are inflammatory markers and things that help you understand the inflammation state in your body. Your thyroid panels, what to look for, what are ideal results, what do they look like from a holistic perspective. Some other tests that are important to get. And these are not every test under the sun. There's a lot of tests to get, but these are regular tests that I get in order to maintain just a general picture of my overall health. Most of these tests, like I think, like blood pressure, complete blood count, these are like the ones that your doctors go for. They don't care for ferritin or homocysteine or CRP. And these are absolutely vital to understand the picture that's going on in your body. So I talk about these quite a bit. I'd also talk about them in the book. There's, I think, an article on health testing. So all of this is free. This is just on there. It's free. If you go to the articles, it's a paid thing. There's also, of course, the health store, which is not yet linked on this page, but again, by the time you see this video, it probably will. The health store is going to be an addition to the Dance of Life podcast merch store. It's just a separate section in there, just like women, men, unisex. So you can see health. Health and wellness is going to be a place where I'm going to offer products that I've used for many years, that I've known about, that I'm familiar with the research, that I've vetted. They're very high quality, very low risk, very high reward. And they focus on recovery, maximizing your gut health, and reducing inflammation. So these are the three things: gut health, inflammation, and recovery. These are the three main kind of pillars to attack, I think, in terms of your supplement routine. And of course, there's a lot to talk about that, and we will talk about that today. But nevertheless, the health store is going to be basically a way for me to offer those products to you. I'm going to have a little more work for myself because I'm manually fulfilling these things, but it won't be too bad. Hopefully these high quality products will help you get better, get healthier, help you and your family. And of course, along with the information that comes with those products, like the health articles, the book, and things to help you edify and to understand what you're doing and how you're using it, I think it'll be a very valuable resource. Also, there's also going to be bundles available. So just like with everything else, if you buy X amount of products, that you're going to get up to 10% off, just as kind of my gift to you and to help you with that. So I hope all of these resources are going to be valuable to you. I hope they're going to be edifying and, of course, to help you have a sound mind and body. My goal with all of this is to help you, number one, not be dependent on prescription drugs or the broken medical system that we have, because the institutional model is going to be the first to go along with the beast. So if you're dependent on big pharma, if you're dependent on these medical systems, that's just another liability. Of course, we can't control those things, but nevertheless, from our perspective, we do the best we can. Number two, to help you have mental and physical health so that you are in full power as much as possible and helping your own circle and being a leader and participating in God's plan for your life by being creative, by being energetic, by, being out there and doing something with the information you're learning. That requires physical energy, mental energy. And of course, something to be said about that is if you're not taking care of your body, you don't have enough energy to do those things. So it's very important in terms of our purpose in sharing God's plan, I believe. Hope also, number three, is to help you manage your inflammation, help you have better recovery, help you manage your gut, because these three, again, are the main drivers of disease. If your gut health is poor, if you have high inflammation, if you're not recovering well, then that's just a recipe for disease in general. And last but not least, to help you get educated on the foundations and the basics of health. Health is very complex, obviously, and it's a different story for everybody, but my goal is to give you the principles and the basics so that you can exercise good judgment and create a plan and a strategy for yourself and for the people around you. So this is my perspective today. This is my perspective on health today in light of the eschatological landscape that we're facing with the return of Jesus, with everything going on, and of course at the same time with the toxicity of the world around us. And I want to share with you now my journey of the last 20 years with health and what I've experienced and what I've learned. So, most people have listened to my podcast for Christian-related material, hopefully, like end-time stuff, news-related things, whatever else. But I want to take a few moments to reintroduce myself and tell you a little bit about my story. As a kid, I suffered from lots of ear infections. Later, I would find out that there's a relationship between the casein protein in milk and ear infections in children. It's actually, believe it or not, a documented relationship, which is very interesting. Now, I've taken inflammatory tests, and I'm not full-on allergic to casein. There's a small reaction for sure, and maybe that reaction was even more sensitive when I was a toddler, which is why the ear infections happened. But nevertheless, we had milk from the cow in Romania. We had this lady that we had the milkmaid. We had old school stuff. So we had really high quality stuff. But nevertheless, for whatever reason, I had ear infections and a lot of ear infections. And that resulted in a lot of really bad health experiences because I had to take a lot of antibiotics. And of course, that screwed my gut. I was also born C-section, which of course, if you know that, there's an association between being born C-section and not receiving certain beneficial bacteria from your mother and so on and so forth. So put those two together and you have a lot of problems as a kid. I had major constipation, and I even got a colonoscopy as a child. I think I was 2 years old when I don't remember it supposedly, but it happened. But nevertheless, my gut health from the very beginning was off to a rocky start, to say the least. Around 1996, after moving to America, I went to Romania and visited a holy, quote unquote, holy monastery. Very special place. I don't remember what the name of the place was, but it's a very isolated type of monastery. And it's like, my dad's friend had basically gone through this radical life change. He used to be, totally ways of the world. And then he's had supposedly some sort of conversion moment, and we wanted to go see him at this monastery because he was friends with the monks. And supposedly this monastery is like super holy, so you can't really, it's hard to get to it. And when we went there, we had a lot of trouble getting to it. A lot of delays, almost an accident, all kinds of stuff. So of course, being superstitious, I didn't have any discernment at the time. You think like, oh man, this is the real deal. This is the real deal. Like, this place is really holy. And we had some interesting experiences. The monks there basically convinced me that when Jesus returns, everybody who's eating meat is going to burn alive. And so obviously I don't believe that today, but at the time, being 12 years old or something like that, it was very traumatic, to say the least. So being a type A perfectionist, very anxious individual, I basically became a vegan, quote unquote, a vegan. And I avoided everything, even sugar. I didn't eat sugar for a while because I thought they told me it was crystallized with animal bones, however they do that. But I don't know if that's true or not anymore. But either way, for a while, I didn't even eat sugar. I was super legalist. But the problem was I wasn't even eating like healthy foods, right? I was eating like chips and, microwave soy pizza and all kinds of like horrible things that you should not be eating, especially as a growing teenager. So this is the problem. I was very much into that level of disordered eating, which we'll talk about later. Around that time also, not in the same trip, but either a year before or a year after, somewhere around there, I also had an emergency appendectomy in Romania, which was, I almost died. I almost died because I had this pain in my lower belly. And, they thought it was like a stomach flu or something. So they laid me on the bed. They put like I was out in the boonies, right? I was out in the boonies, like the farmlands with my uncles and cousins and stuff. And they put like this blanket over my stomach, and they put like a hot iron to warm my stomach up, which is absolutely stupid to do. Of course, it's not their fault, but you don't do that with an infection because the heat will accelerate things and it could pop, and then you're really, SOL. So thank God preserved me. That was one of the many times in my life that I look back and say, yeah, that was God's hand on my life, that he preserved my life. I could have died. And we rushed to the hospital, the nearest hospital, which was like, 50 miles away or something. And I had an operation, and they gave me a spinal tap, which was very traumatic as a 11, 12-year-old, whatever it was. And I had an operation done. Of course, it took my appendix out. So that was also another digestive, punch to my digestive system, and taking antibiotics and, all kinds of things. They were injecting my butt so many times with different antibiotics that I literally couldn't sit for like a week afterwards as a 12-year-old kid. So it was pretty fun. Later, a couple years later, in 2003, I had a sporting accident. I was playing racquetball with a girlfriend and trying to, be cool and show off. And I was running backwards, and I misjudged the distance between my body and the wall of the racquetball court. And I slammed against the back really, really hard. At the time, I didn't know what happened, but I later found out that my ribs had gotten displaced slightly from the sternum, which, relatively easy fix with the chiropractor. But if you don't know what it is and you have this sharp pain in your chest, you start to freak out. And that's what happened to me. In perfect timing, when I was having an argument with her later that night, and we're arguing about something, probably relational issues, and then suddenly my chest starts hurting, like literally a knife is going through my chest. So painful. And, the last thing you want to do with that is Google the symptoms. And that's what I did. And of course, that led to a panic attack because I thought I was dying. I thought, I'm having a heart attack. And my heart started racing. I'm like, oh my gosh, the heart is having a heart attack. It's probably pumping. And I went through my first panic disorder, like panic episode. And that, not being aware of what that was, it took me for a ride. I dealt with panic disorder where we're talking, I'm driving and something just kicks in and I feel my heart, I'm aware of my heartbeat. And then that triggers the feeling again and I have to pull off to the side of the road and stop. I dealt with that for years. And that experience, that anxious experience and situation, eventually led me to take care of my health. My mom was seeing a nutritionist at the time. He's dead now, but he was a disabled guy, but he had done a lot for himself with nutrition. He had muscular dystrophy. So he was disabled, but he had done quite a lot for himself with nutrition. And he was seeing people and, he was doing all kinds of testing and things like that. So my mom recommended him to me and I developed a relationship with him for about 10 years. We were doing all kinds of things like testing the blood under the microscope, testing hair tests for toxins and all kinds of different things, various antioxidant tests, all kinds of, I was like a little lab rat to him. And of course, he got some information out of that and I got a lot of information and we were just learning. We were learning as we went because at the time there was no AI. The internet was not even really much of a thing at the time in 2003, 2004. So that was the first step towards all of the things that I'm doing today with nutrition. Eventually, I realized there were things that I was doing that weren't very good. And I let go of those things. Like hair testing, for example. Hair testing is not an accurate measurement of nutritional status. It's just not. I know maybe some functional medicine doctors will disagree with that, but the reality is there are some very talented people that can look at a hair test score and based on the patterns that are there, they can tell you kind of what's going on in your body. There are, and I document those in my book. But the reality is, for the most part, hair tests are only valuable for toxic metals like cadmium, aluminum, mercury, I think, is also tested on there as well. All these kinds of things, because the hair is a tissue. However, it's not the most accurate. It's not for chronic exposure. And it's not for acute exposure, I'm sorry. Acute exposure, like in the urine, is much better. Anyway, we can talk more about that in the future section on detoxing. But the point is that a lot of these things I realized, okay, I'm not going to believe in this anymore. So it was a journey, but nevertheless, that helped me to get organized with nutrition. I was starting to measure things and starting to pay attention to my health. And of course, I swung in the obsessive compulsive, direction. And today I'm much more narrow about it, I think. But nevertheless, that was my first experience and it was useful. God used it for the good to give me discipline with my health because I wasn't very disciplined. On one side, I was very legalistic as a teenager, being a quote unquote vegan. And then after that, I went to college and I was like eating fast food and, being totally laissez-faire with my diet, didn't care about anything, just doing whatever, drinking soda, drinking beer, all kinds of stuff. And then that's when this whole anxiety stuff happened, which pushed me back towards my health. And of course, again, I swung back the other way. I was a little more legalistic about it. So, you swing to and fro, and the goal is to eventually find as narrow a road as you can. Nevertheless, a couple of years more later in 2010, I experienced my first bout of adrenal fatigue because of a lot of things. I was working for the Social Security Administration, believe it or not. Very stressful job because especially I didn't want to be there. It's not my shtick. And my partnership of 7 years was crumbling. I was trying to be a professional dancer and run my business and go to work. And it was way too much stress, chronic stress. And I just collapsed. I just had fatigue every single day. I was exhausted. No matter how much I would sleep, I was totally exhausted. And that led me to some other things. I read a book by Dr. Wilson called Dr. Wilson's Adrenal Fatigue, I think it's called. A lot of good principles in there that discuss how to recover from adrenal fatigue, which is very important because I think it's something that everybody deals with to some extent. Of course, modern medicine doesn't recognize that, but it does exist because there is a disease and then there is a spectrum before you get to that disease. Modern allopathic medicine does not recognize the spectrum. It doesn't recognize the spectrum. It recognizes when things are broken, like all the way broken, like what's it called? Was it Addison's disease? I think Addison's disease is the cortisol problem with the adrenals, but it's a genetic problem. But nevertheless, you have, or Cushing's, was it Cushing's or Addison's? I forget. Anyway, one of those two. Maybe there's two different kinds, but you have a spectrum of adrenal insufficiency. And that happens because of stress, that happens because of toxins, because of all kinds of things. In my case, the main contributor was stress. And so I learned through that experience about other things like traditional Chinese medicine, through Chinese teas, acupuncture. Those things helped quite a lot at that time to recover. The teas especially were very useful. So there's a lot of interesting things with Chinese medicine because they see things very differently. They see the body very differently. They see medicine very differently. They use herbs, not, chemicals, which herbs, if you think about it, herbs are still chemicals, right? But they're natural chemicals. They're chemicals that God put into the earth. So anyway, they're not man-made. And so that was really helpful. And it helped to expand my view of health because I was very much from, doing the supplemental thing and hair testing and thing. I was very locked into a particular worldview. And that helped me to expand my worldview into other modalities. In 2018, 8 years later, I started my podcast and I began interviewing experts on all kinds of things, biohacking, digestion, aging, nutrition, all kinds of stuff. At that time, when I started my podcast, I'd been already teaching and competing professionally for about 8 years. So nutrition was very important to me. Performance was very important to me. Maximizing my energy was the most important to me at that time. It still is important to me today. I have to have energy for what I do because otherwise, if you're just exhausted all the time, you can't be at your best. And I think that's important. So I was also seeking something important to pursue because I was getting sick and tired of my job at the dance studio that I was working at. It was getting toxic. I was realizing that this is not for me. I want to have my own thing. I want to do my own thing. So I thought interviews could be fun. And I interviewed a lot of people. I interviewed a lot of experts. And like I said, I've posted some of those expert interviews on the health page. That year, I also quit my job as a dance teacher, which was very important. Pretty much all hell broke loose because my old boss was kind of a snake. He threatened me with a lawsuit. Of course, he wasn't successful because he broke his contract by firing me. But nevertheless, I lost a lot of clients. I lost at least half of my business overnight. Because of the drama and the uncertainty and everything else, I had no savings. I had no plan. I had nothing. So I sold all of my stuff. I moved in with my parents to bunker down in case I was getting sued and everything else and, tried to rebuild. By 2019, a year later, I had rebuilt some of my business. Some of my students came and pursued me and I got a few new ones, but it wasn't anything crazy. I was burning the candle at both ends, trying to be as entrepreneur and teaching and competing professionally and having online business and doing all these things again, just like I was in 2010, only just different packaging. It was too much. And I eventually my body broke because it was too much. I couldn't use my body to make income forever. And I knew that. So I thought to myself, I need to find a way to make money online. I need to find a way to monetize my information, my knowledge, rather than just keeping it between me and my students. Do you get it? Like when I taught a lesson, I really enjoyed working with people. I really do. One-on-one, I love doing that stuff. But then it's gone forever, right? That person is the one who's your vessel that carries your information forward. And then if they quit taking lessons, then that's it. You got to start from beginning. And I was like, this is a racket. I don't like this. I want to have permanent impact. I want things to work for me. That doesn't make any sense. So I wanted to, and again, I couldn't use my body forever. It was becoming very obvious to me at that point. In 2018, 2019, my body was starting to slow down. I was 35. I was like, this is getting a little harder than it used to be in my 20s, pushing my body to the max like this. So I realized I had to do something different. But in 2019, with all the things that were going on, my body just broke. It broke. And stress because of cortisol and HPA imbalances, which we'll talk about today, basically started to disrupt my sleep. I would wake up, either I would have a hard time sleeping, or I would wake up in the middle of the night multiple times. I would have to pee, the usual song and dance that happens with these things. Or I'd wake up earlier than I'd have to, but I'm, wired out. These kinds of imbalances that are very common. Around that time in 2019, I also took a flu shot. Don't ask me why. I didn't know all the things I did about the vaccines at that time. And who knows, that probably worsened the situation by adding all sorts of toxic metals and things to it. And another thing that happened in 2019 was that I began taking iodine on a therapeutic level. and I didn't have anybody to guide me, and I certainly didn't have the knowledge to deal with all the things that were about to happen to me by taking iodine. So it only made these things worse. And we'll talk about these things when we get to the thyroid portion, because therapeutic iodine can be useful, but after everything I've experienced, I don't recommend it. I don't. I think you should take iodine, but I think you should stay within physiological doses and focus on the cofactors like selenium, zinc, magnesium, and so on. And we'll talk about that. But nevertheless, I was taking therapeutic iodine. I was taking about 25 milligrams a day. And that shut down my thyroid. So you're dealing with stress, you're dealing with probably toxins from the flu shot, and you're dealing with chemical suppression by iodine. All of it just went boom, just suppressed my body, and it just shut me down into a locked in, subpar state for many years that I'm only now recently recovering from. In 2020, a year later, I attended a 3-day training seminar through a company called Optimal Health, which I interviewed the owner of. They were the ones that I was first dealing with through this nutritionist that I was working with. So I've known them for quite a while, and they do a lot of work with doctors, and so they do these certification programs. So I attended these and got certified. I also started doing health coaching one-on-one around that time, and coaching people and offering that through my platform. I was also writing my book at that time, then Dance Your Way Through Life. And so it was really starting to move in that direction of, okay, maybe this is my thing, is doing health coaching and personal growth coaching, whatever else I was trying to do. However, from 2020 onward to about 2024, everything kind of took a dive, obviously with COVID, with, everything else, like with my stress, with my finances, everything just kind of, God said, nope, you're not doing that. I'm going to use that later. You're just going to take a break for now. And, I talk about this in my gratitude book, but the long story short is that there are many factors in health, right? Especially with the whole iodine thing and the things that I experienced. Some things we just don't know. Sometimes we can have a lot of information. I certainly have a lot of information. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I've learned quite a lot. I've studied quite a lot. And sometimes we still may not know what to do. That's the profound aspect of health. I remember talking to one doctor, I think it was in 2021, who was like an expert in insulin resistance. He's like one of the top people in his field. And yet he's insulin resistant. And he couldn't figure out why. So, go figure. Sometimes health is there to give you a short-term challenge. And other times you'll have to wrestle with these challenges regardless of what you do or what you know, because it's about leaning on God. So there are spiritual components to your health struggles. And we don't know which is which. And that's a process of discovery and prayer and patience and persistence. As far as nutrition, I probably know more than most mainstream doctors. I'm pretty confident in that. As far as nutrition and supplementation, I know more than most doctors, because doctors aren't trained on these things. They get maybe like one nutrition class and that's it. They're trained on how to diagnose diseases and prescribe medications, unfortunately. However, I'm not a clinician, and I'm going to say that right off the top. I'm not a clinician. A clinician is somebody who, first off, is usually a doctor, but they have experience treating diseases. They have experience managing diseases and bringing them back to health. That's very valuable experience. I have a case of one, right? In my case, of course, I've coached other people and I've given them some good advice and seen some results, but I'm not a clinician. I'm not. And having a good clinician is very important, because somebody with experience can look at you and say, the thing that you think is right is actually, you may want to do something differently. And of course, there are many opinions on the same thing, right? So that's why it's a constant practice. I've seen so many doctors that are all very highly qualified, especially with the iodine stuff, and some of them couldn't even give me answers that I was looking for. Or they gave me things that were just like, okay, like that doesn't work. So it's always a journey. I have a lot of knowledge that God has given me, and I don't want to let it go to waste. So that's why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. So this is my motivation for getting all these things out, and I hope that it's edifying to you. Last year, in 2024, I got insurance again for the first time in however many years, a long time. So I began investigating my health and getting health tests again. My financial situation improved because of Substack and YouTube and everything else, so thank God for that. And this allowed me to pay for doctors, get some supplements again, and basically redo my health strategies. My thyroid was very suppressed until 2024. And then basically I quit. I quit taking iodine. I did some tests. I let it come back a little bit. And in the fall, I started taking iodine at a very low dose, about 6 milligrams, which is still a therapeutic dose. Anything greater than a milligram is a therapeutic dose. And again, we'll talk about that in the thyroid section. My thyroid improved, actually better than it had been in the last 5 years. But in the spring, the thyroid crashed again because of the mechanics of high dose iodine, which basically ends up saturating your thyroid, and your thyroid can panic and say, nope, okay, shut everything down because it's too much iodine, no matter how well you're doing. So that basically happened as of the time of this recording, like 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, something like that. So I stopped taking iodine for a month, and I went on a regular 225 microgram dose, which is a physiological dose. And I've been feeling better. It's pretty wild, man. It's really wild. Everybody's different. If with me, the thyroid symptoms, I know that my thyroid is suppressed when I start feeling like palpitations and skipping beats in my heart, especially because my vagal tone is very high from speaking a lot and from, being a professional athlete. It makes it much more sensitive to these skipped beats that happen. And when my thyroid crashed, I could totally feel a lot more of these. I'm like, dude, there's something wrong with my thyroid. I have to check. And lo and behold, I was right. And so once I stopped doing that, I'm back on regular dose. I felt much better. So we'll see. These things take time to heal. I've only been taking regular iodine for about 2 or 3 weeks now. So it's going to be a few months, but nevertheless, I'm done with that journey. I'm never taking high dose iodine again. I don't have to live in uncertainty. I'm on the road to recovery now. So there's that. In the last year, I also did 2 rounds of chelation using EDTA and DMSA suppositories, which we'll talk about there as well. They're probably the cheapest way to do metal chelation, which I suggest for everybody. I really do, after everything I've learned. And the thing that I've learned through this process was that no matter how healthy you think you are, there's always poison somewhere. There really is. I'll show you my toxin scores, and you'll see for yourself that even with the things that I do, which is probably less than 1% of the population, as far as my discipline and the nutrients that I put in my body, even with all that, there's still plenty of really nasty toxins in my body that need to be dealt with. So these things are sometimes chronically there from your environment. Who knows? Some of them are very difficult to understand. Like I have thallium and cesium. I'm not sucking on any, nuclear reactors, and I don't know, maybe Jesuits are trying to poison me or something, but nevertheless, they're there. And despite taking lots of nutrition, so the body can't necessarily get rid of these, they have to be chelated. Meaning, I'm going to do a chelation round every year, and I suggest everybody to do the same. This year, 2025, I had a really bad stomach flu in January, and I launched the store around that time. I was writing my devotional. A lot of stress combined with everything going on and creating, constantly, hours and hours of content, everything else. My stomach kind of got really disbalanced. I was also doing, after the stomach flu, about a couple weeks later, for whatever stupid reason, I thought, maybe I should do a biofilm cleanse and cleanse the biofilm in my gut to help, basically reset the gut. Because biofilm can develop if you have, a dysbiosis, meaning a growth of bad bacteria, because they form little films to protect themselves. And so you can take enzymes on an empty stomach. You can take antimicrobials, things like this, to kind of get rid of that. I didn't have any test. I didn't have a stool test to make that decision, which you should do. I just did it intuitively, which was a stupid idea. And it caused even more of a problem. So between the stress, between the stomach flu, between the antimicrobials and everything else I threw my gut out of whack. And I started getting gut pains, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? I had like test after test, H. pylori, stool tests at my doctor's office, all kinds of stuff. And finally, I took a really fancy stool test through Vibrant Healthcare, which I use for all kinds of tests. You'll see some examples of it in today's presentation, but I realized, my gut is really out of balance. It's inflamed. All the bad bugs that shouldn't be growing are growing. All the good bugs that should be growing are not growing. So anyway, I've been working on that for like the last 3 months, getting my gut back in alignment. And finally, I started to, figure out what it is and put the right products and do the right research and say, okay, what can I add to this? And this is all going to come into everything that you can use as well too. Because again, everything that I'm doing, I'm sharing it with you. On the Ultimate Recovery Stack, there's a lot of great products there that are research proven And we'll go through them because they're very unique products, very powerful, unique products that I'm using myself as well. So anyway, this is my story. It's been up and down. Today I'm still recovering. I'm still learning. I'm still practicing health and the things that I know. It's been a slow grind, especially in the last 5 to 6 years with the iodine stuff and not knowing, because nobody could give me answers. And in fact, I ended up just talking to ChatGPT. I said, hey, evaluate for me Guy Abraham's research and answer for me this question. Tell me the critiques, tell me this, tell me that. And I was going through this conversation with the robot. I'm like, I got more out of my time with this free robot than I did after paying hundreds of dollars to all these iodine-trained doctors who could not tell me, why am I getting such inconsistent results with iodine? And why am I playing so many ping pong games? So anyway, long story short, it's been a real grind. I've struggled with disrupted sleep, with adrenal imbalances, either being too hyper, too tired, a sluggish thyroid, which hopefully will be fixed. I used to have spasms all over my body. My face would spasm, my muscles would spasm for whatever reason. Who knows? Maybe it was toxins. Maybe it was just the thyroid imbalances, the HPA imbalances. Who knows? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Today, it's gone for the most part. But nevertheless, that used to happen. Even the slightest thing would throw me off and make me either too hyper or exhausted. If I took any kind of like B5 or adrenal stimulator or adrenal gland, you could take glandulars to help your adrenals, I would be wired the next day. If, I took too much phosphatidylserine, which you'll learn about in the adrenal section to help reduce your cortisol. If you took too much of that, you'd be exhausted the next day. So it's been a constant, up and down. There's no rhyme or reason to any of these issues because they're HPA imbalances. HPA imbalances are very irregular and they're a constant dance. Talk about finding the narrow road. And I think that's why God has given me these problems, to basically really practice the narrow road, practice what you preach, right? So overall, though, I'm healthy. I thank God. But some things are a mystery to me. Some things are a mystery. Again, I'm not a clinician. I know a lot of the basics. I'm doing everything I can. But recovery can sometimes take a long time. Sometimes you'll be in a season of life because that season is there to get you closer to God. And certainly I can attest to that. So maybe God will reveal some answers to you, maybe not. The point is that we do the best we can until that point in time. I've learned a lot. I've written a lot. But one thing that I've realized is that health is not black and white. It's a spectrum of many shades of gray. And it's different for everybody. However, that's why it's so important to have a foundation. Because everybody is human. And human nutrition is human nutrition. It's not dog nutrition or cat nutrition. And understanding the basic principles will help you customize your own plan and make educated decisions. You can, today more than ever, with AI, with genetic testing, with all kinds of tools, God has given us tools to deal with the satanic toxicity and evil of this world. And more than ever today, you are empowered to be able to make informed decisions. Do not be passive. Use the tools at your disposal and create a health plan to get yourself a good foundation. It's just like with the scriptures, right? Same thing. It's always about your ability to interpret the Bible and have good hermeneutics and know basic history. Those are the foundations of reading the Bible. If you don't have that foundation, you're not going to interpret correctly or you'll make mistakes. Most people don't have those foundations. Therefore, their spiritual health, quotation marks, is poor. Today, my health routine is very elaborate, and I'm still very disciplined. I don't believe you need to be as crazy as I am and to do all the things that I do, but I do believe everybody should have a comprehensive nutrition program of vitamins and minerals and maybe some other things that will help reduce inflammation depending on their particular situation. And I discuss this in all of my book and articles. I've shared my personal hacks, the things that I use, my routines, my sequence of how I do things in these various articles. So you're free to reproduce it all or part of it or whatever you find useful. And again, we'll go through some of them like the Ultimate Recovery Stack in this presentation as well. When I wrote my book, Dance Your Way Through Life, I wanted to live forever. I wanted to live forever and do whatever I could to wait until technology would come around to afford us the possibility of life, eternal life, so that I could travel the stars and go to different planets and all this kind of stuff. So I was completely deluded, okay? I put my trust in supplements and experts and my own knowledge. I was very deceived by synergism, by heliocentrism, transhumanism, New Age, all kinds of stuff, all the flavors. Today, I think very differently, folks. I want to just be as healthy as I possibly can so that I'm capable to help others and influence others in a positive way and spread the truth, because there is great energy required to do the things that I do. And my goal is to be as healthy as I can. When I don't have the energy, I rely on God, and God sustains me either way, whether I have energy or not. But nevertheless, my goal from my perspective, in the first-person shooter perspective, right, of the video game, is to work on keeping my body as healthy as possible so that I can be of use and not be a burden to anybody. My hope is in the resurrection and the return of Christ, because it's the only way out of this matrix. And your hope should be in that too. That should be your primary hope. However, like with all things, it's a dance. Though our hope is in that final outcome, God's grace works in real time through our lives, through knowledge, through action, through new desires, through a sense of motivation, through discipline. All of these things that you experience come from God. My discipline with my nutrition, my knowledge of my nutrition, is God's grace working in my life. In the past, I was blind to God's grace and I was deceived by synergism. Today, I'm still very disciplined with my nutrition. In fact, I'm very disciplined. I don't recommend that you do everything I do, but nevertheless, if you want to, you can. But if you experience that level of discipline, it's because God is working that discipline through your life and giving you that discipline. So God's grace is active and real and working in our life through the things that we experience, like motivation, discipline, knowledge, wisdom, and so on. So I hope that these things inspire you. I hope that they motivate you to revisit your health and take new actions so that you can be healthy for the rest of the journey, however long that journey is. That's our narrow road perspective today. We hope in the resurrection, but at the same time, we do not neglect our present life either. Both of these things are not mutually exclusive. They're actually complementary. They're complementary because our hope in the resurrection should motivate us to share the truth with others. And what helps you share the truth is having a healthy body and a healthy mind so that you can have energy and you can have as much impact as possible with the things that God has given you. We want to be healthy enough to be capable and to lead and not be a burden to anybody and not be an easy target for the Templar cyborgs. We know that this body is dying, but of course life is also a gift from God and we should treat it with care. We should. The body is an amazing instrument. And the more you study it, the more you realize the genius of God in everything. It's so profound. So profound. So many mechanisms that we're still discovering in cell nutrition and cell mechanics and just everything, organ systems and how they communicate with each other and the gut and the nervous system and all. It is so mind-bogglingly complex. It's so profound. It's an amazing instrument. And I think that part of this journey of health is also to help you marvel at God, right? Is to help you marvel at God so that you can reconnect to the creator of the universe through, everything is supposed to lead you to God. Whether you're studying chemistry or physics or theology, it's supposed to lead you back to God because God created it all. So health in this sense, my goal is to help inspire you to study health, to learn what it means that, you're eating macronutrients and protein and, what is a lipid layer on your cells and all these things. And what is that? Be curious about it. And as you learn, you're like, wow, God designed all of these things. It's so fascinating how all these nutrients work together and how this has its own place there. And if you do too much of this, then you do too little of that or whatever else. And that helps you marvel at God. So that's really the goal of all of these things. My perspective today on health is not the following. Running to the woods and living off-grid. It's impossible anyway to do that. The more you are off-grid, the more difficult it is. It's almost impossible to live completely off-grid. It's not taking a bunch of crazy anti-aging supplements to extend my lifespan to 120 or 150, because the world's not going to be around in that point in time. It'll be eternity at that point, but at that point, time is going to be meaningless. It's also not to do some crazy diet to get to 8% body fat or something like that. It's also not exercising to have a perfect body. So my view on health is not any of those things. My view on health is learning how to support my body with affordable, basic tools that are very low risk, but they have high reward so that they can fight inflammation and help me recover. Number 2, keeping your brain healthy. That's also very important so that you're not susceptible to deception, anxiety, depression, having mental endurance. Your brain as a physical thing has to be healthy as possible in order for you to reap the rewards. The brain is very, very important. Brain health is very important. If you're having brain fog all the time, that means you have gut issues or toxins or whatever else, and you need to look into that so that you can open the door for creativity, for gratitude. It's so much hard. I talk about this in my gratitude book, but it's so much harder to be grateful if your brain is just like, good, and you have brain fog and you're low energy. And of course, some of those times are very important spiritually because they're tests. When you wake up tired, it's like, okay, I got to practice the gratitude no matter what. But it's so much easier when your neurotransmitters are working and your brain doesn't have inflammation and brain fog and everything else, right? So we want to do our best to keep our brain healthy. It's also learning timeless principles of eating. So how you can eat clean, eat simple, and eat healthy. How do you do that? How do you plan your meals without too much stress? How do you minimize toxins and toxic influences in your environment? How do you detox and create good health habits so you prevent these things as much as possible? You're not going to prevent them all the way, I can tell you that. But how do you do it as much as possible? And how do you build strength and flexibility in your body so that you have physical capability? Of course, everybody's different. The point is, for you, what does that look like? Where are you at now? And where could you be to be your best, most limber, physical, strong self? Where is that? And what does that look like for you? Maybe it looks like total revamping of your workout plan. Maybe it just means tweaking a few things. I don't know. I often talk about things being a dance between two ideas that are complementary with each other. In this particular conversation of health, you have personal responsibility and surrender on the other side. In order to take action on anything, you have to have a perspective. You have to choose a perspective so that you can take action on it, right? If you don't have a perspective, you're not going to take any action. So action and beliefs are intertwined. In order to take action in the world, you must have a perspective. That's why before you are born again, you have a certain limited amount of actions available to you because you have a certain perspective. You're in the world. God erases that perspective, installs a new perspective, and you have new actions and new desires, right? Memory is from the old one, so that's your flesh kicking in, but nevertheless, you have a new operating system. So you have to take a perspective in order to take action. However, in the world that we live in, because of the way it works, when you take a perspective, that's a path, right? I have to be healthy. I'm going to track all my nutrients, okay? That's a perspective. It's a path that leads somewhere. And eventually, every single path that you take, eventually, if you follow it with enough intensity, it becomes an imbalance. Do you get it? If you say, let's say you're like I was very lax. I was eating fast food and everything else. Then I suddenly went into like hardcore OCD mode, tracking all my nutrients, tracking all my, tests and everything else. I was one to the other. There is truth on both sides. There is truth on the side of, you need to relax and enjoy life. Okay, don't be so anal about everything. There's also truth of like, hey, you need to keep track and understand what's happening. Otherwise, you might be doing more harm to yourself than good. So there's truth on both sides. The narrow road is understanding that, okay, I walk on this path, then I have another path that I engage. So it's like this. It moves a little bit. It's a dance because, again, you have two complementary opposites. Everything that you do, if you do it enough that way or the other way, it becomes an imbalance. If you walk toward personal responsibility too much, you're going to get attached to the world and to your body, which is what I was doing before 2021. If you surrender too much, say, it's okay, God's got it, I'm not going to do anything with my health. Well, then you're just being complacent. You're being complacent, and ultimately you're neglecting a gift that God has given you. So don't be complacent and don't be OCD. That's the narrow road. It's about using both. You have to use both to have discernment, right? If you look at the book of Proverbs, the book of Proverbs is written in a dualistic way. There's always two things being highlighted to you so that you understand the narrow road in between and how to use right judgment. And Solomon is famous for asking God for wisdom. And wisdom is just that. Wisdom is understanding when is it right to do what, at what time. When is it right or wrong? If I give water to a plant, That's good. But really, is it? If I give like a gallon of water to a little sprout, you're going to drown it and uproot it and destroy it. If I give a drop of water to a tree, well, it's not going to do anything. That tree's going to starve. So how much and when is very important. Otherwise, something that seems that is good, giving water to a plant, could be evil. So this is wisdom, folks, and wisdom involves understanding when to do what. And in order to understand when to do what, you have to understand both sides. And not walk in extremes, but rather utilize both and walk the narrow road. That's the focus of everything I do. From my experience in dancing and, of course, throughout the last 20 years, even in health and everything else. What is coming with all of these end times events is going to increase your stress. Guaranteed. That's guaranteed. We don't know what God has planned for any of us, but what is coming is going to be very stressful. It's important to have as many physical and mental reserves as you possibly can, and also to be free of the influence and dependence, I should say, on medications, big pharma, institutionalized medicine, and so on. And of course, we leave the rest to God. It's important to have mental clarity so you can be focused and sharp, and be able to react quickly and think and plan and do what you need to do. Be creative, be resourceful. The world is very toxic. There's been a lot of placenta studies that have been done. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they've studied the placentas of many women. And even from the womb, you already start out with, I think they found like the average one was like 200 something foreign chemicals in a placenta, microplastics, toxins, all kinds. It's just so sad and so disgusting. Imagine. And on top of that, then you get vaccinated 1 million times. And then you're eating pesticides. I mean, it's like, it is a miracle that the body is able to withstand such assault. It's truly profound. It's truly, really profound. But you can't be dependent on health systems. You can't be dependent on your doctor. You can't be dependent on anybody. These systems are evil. Even if the people in them are well-meaning, they are part of an evil system. The doctors are not trained how to make you better. They're trained on how to give you meds. Most of them, unless you're going to like a naturopath and so on and so forth. But then, those things can be expensive too because they don't cover insurance. I've paid like $400 for an hour with a fancy schmancy doctor, which is a lot of money. That's a lot of money to pay. I mean, ask anybody. I just can't imagine, like, okay, I could see $100, $150, maybe $200, but $400 for an hour and a half or whatever it is, it's an insane amount of money. Anyway, if you do live long enough to get kicked out of society, then being in a chronic condition or having weaknesses, diseases, various incapacitations, it's going to make things worse. Again, we don't know what God has planned for us. Maybe that is his plan for you. Maybe his plan is for you to live, but to be incapacitated so that you rely on him. Maybe it is. We don't know that, but we try our best, and this is what's important. I realized today that all the work that I did before was so that I could help God's elect with these goals in the end times, because this is why we're all here, folks. This is the final generation, I believe. And God has given us information to be able to help each other and to help other people that need to come into this truth. And part of that, not the major part, but a small part and a significant part, is being healthy. I think it's an important thing. We don't put our hope in the physical, we prepare for it nonetheless. The book of Proverbs has a great quote on that. It says, "The horse is made ready for battle, but the victory belongs to Yahweh." And this is a constant theme in the Bible, which is the theme of this dance between the human and the divine. The horse is made ready for battle. Yes, we do not know what the battle holds. Why? Because the victory belongs to Yahweh. God is the one who has appointed the victory or the defeat. But from our perspective, because we're not on the circle of the earth observing all things, we're in real time. We prepare nonetheless. So this is the quote for today. The victory's already been had in our case because Jesus is returning and destroying this evil system. Nevertheless, we prepare for that victory also. This is the dance of life. We don't know what the future holds, but we also can't be complacent. God acts in our lives by giving us solutions, resources, motivation, action, knowledge. All of these things are good if they're used with wisdom. So take action, have motivation, revamp your health life, get healthier, get stronger, so that you can really participate in this thing that is happening, this momentous thing, the revealing of the self-existent God and the going out of his Spirit into the world and reclaiming lost souls for himself. So you can participate in that thing to the most of your ability. That's my invitation to you. Now, another thing is this. All that you study should bring you closer to God. We mentioned this before. God created reality to reveal his glory. It's good. Physical reality is a good thing. So we can find God through studying anything in the physical world, whether it's, again, physics, chemistry, nutrition, math, dancing, or the Bible. I believe the complexities of health are designed for us to marvel at life, at the mystery of life. It's such a profound mystery. I used to think that studying health was kind of like a puzzle that needed to be fixed. And then if you could eventually figure everything out, then you'd have eternal life and fix the puzzle, which of course is a lie. And a lot of people are deceived by that lie. There's the transhumanism crowd, the biohacking crowd, the longevity crowd. They're deceived by that lie. It's the forbidden fruit. Today, I don't believe that, but I think studying health is fascinating, and it's a source of awe like anything else. I love studying anything. I love studying physics or chemistry or history or scripture, anything, because it always leads to God in a unique way in that sense. So it's just like, I'm thinking now, this is all roads lead to Rome, right? That's the counterfeit. Do you get it? Because all roads lead to God in reality, in truth. If you study something deep enough, it always comes back to God. But the counterfeit of that is all roads lead to Rome, except one. The narrow road doesn't lead to Rome, but all roads lead to Rome. So it's an interesting little idea there. But nevertheless, you study things like the engineering and mechanisms of cells, the mitochondria, the chemicals that we have, the neurotransmitters, the various enzymes, the organs. It's such a marvel. It really is. And it reminds us, again, that the world is broken because of the Genesis curse, because of sin, and we need a Savior. There's a section in this presentation we'll talk about with aging. I've studied aging quite a bit. Again, I'm not a doctor, but I've studied it a lot. I've read a lot of books. I've listened to a lot of experts. I've interviewed experts. And at the end of the day, they're never going to figure out the cure for eternal life, or for the cure for aging, let's put it that way. They're never going to figure that out. It's too complicated. It's not possible. There's too many factors with cell mechanics, mitochondria, methylation, genetic SNPs, epigenetic pathways, diet. There's so many things going on. And of course, there are things that are figuring out. And of course, God allows these discoveries to happen. And, Satan will use it for evil. God will use it for good. But nevertheless, we're dying every day, and you can't change that. Just like studying anything reveals God's glory, it also reveals the gospel. Studying health reveals God's glory as a creator and a genius and an infinite mind. But studying these things also reveals the gospel, because you realize, wow, like aging is just a set thing. There's no way to undo it. You can have a healthy life. You can increase your health span, meaning how many of the years out of your total years are healthy years. That's true. Certainly. But you can't live forever. You can't. There's no eternal life outside of God. There really isn't. And I think that studying health is a unique way to really get present to that. I think that's something that, if you're watching my channel, you already know that for the most part. But on a deeper level, you can really feel that when you study health, when you see the actual mechanics of these cells, the limitations of mitochondria, the limitations of senescent cells, of telomeres shortening, of all these things that are happening all the time. That's like literally coded into reality. And it's like, wow, the Genesis curse is real, man. And it's a fascinating moment to realize that we are dying. We're dying. And because of that, what does that mean? Well, we need to repent. We need to come back to God. We need to have a Savior, because this world is dying. In physics, you study entropy, which is the tendency of things to go from order to disorder. And entropy is balanced with something else called negentropy, which is the opposite, where things are spontaneously organizing into systems of order. Think schools of fish, schools of birds, that kind of thing. However, in our reality, entropy outweighs negentropy because of the Genesis curse. Things tend overall to go to disorder and change and lose energy and everything else. So our body is fighting entropy as much as it can every single day, but it loses the battle. eventually. And this is why we need a savior. Today we live in a very, very evil and toxic and satanic world. And the end is right on the horizon. So I hope these things will help you incorporate timeless basics and foundations into your own routine so that you can see what I see and walk the narrow road on this topic and not be too obsessed with health, but also not be complacent. So this is our journey today, folks. I'm going to go over all the major topics of health and just do like an overview. I'll give you some strategies. I'll comment on things that just come to me and that I've written down. If you want the full details, then obviously check out my book, grab a book, and there's the new health page that's full of resources there, all sorts of articles. You can get a sneak peek into my own routines and things that I do there as well on a daily basis. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. I'm happy to try to answer them as best as I can, or you can go to the Fennec Fox chat. Again, I'm not a clinician, but I can give you my take on something. I'm happy to do that. These presentation notes will be available in the health section of the library, along with the videos and everything else in separate videos, because I'm going to post this entire thing on YouTube, but then in the actual library, it's going to be separate videos. And they're not in any particular order. So just realize that this is not in any particular order. It's just I've written them down in the various sequences. All of these are important to work on every single day. And depending on where you're at, you may need to prioritize one or two of these more than the others, right? So that's the idea. Now, just a quick disclaimer so that we can have that on the books. This presentation is intended for educational purposes. I'm not a doctor, nor am I diagnosing anything. If you find any of this useful, please consult your health team or your second opinion person, whoever you happen to have, and do your own research. Everything I'm presenting to you here is very relatively harmless. It's based on research. It's based on my own experience. But everybody's different, depending on your genetics, on your medications that you're taking, the diseases that you're currently dealing with. Everybody's health is different. Certain things may not be wise for you to do. So you have to always double check everything. And especially now with AI and everything else, we have quite an easier time to learn and get edified. So also, I want to say this. I wish that I was a picture of optimal health today. I really do. I wish I was. I wish I was back at 10% body fat. I wish I was sleeping like a bear and totally ripped with muscle everywhere, which is not the case. The truth is that it's not possible all the time to be at your highest game. It's just not. I'm coming out of a season of a lot of HPA imbalances. I'm starting to recover, but it's a slow road, especially for the fact that I'm 40 now. Not that that's super old, but it's not 20, okay? It's not 20. Today I'm 20 pounds heavier than I was when I was competing professionally. I used to be 25 pounds, but I lost some weight in the last few months of really trying and revamping a couple of things and walking more and things like that. I'm just sedentary. I'm doing these things, and it's, when you're stressed out, when you're not looking at your diet, it just goes on like this. The weight just piles on super quick. So I'm about 20 pounds heavier than I used to be when I was competing professionally. Not all of that is fat, because I did gain a few pounds of muscle. But nevertheless, I used to be 10%, 11% body fat. I was 10%, 11% body fat for like 15 years, man. 155 pounds. Lean, mean, dancing machine, right? But now I'm about 17, 18%, and it's coming off little by little, but nevertheless, I'm losing some of it, but it's a real practice, especially being, dealing with the thyroid stuff that slows everything down in general. And it's a complex game. Obviously, also being self-employed, I have a lot of stress to deal with in general. My sleep has been very disrupted over the last 5 years or so, since 2020, 2019. Today I have several days when I'm tired or my circadian rhythm is dysregulated. Case in point, before I woke up and did this video today, I woke up like 2 times the other night. It's just like no rhyme or reason. Sometimes I wake up once, sometimes I wake up twice, and it's just, I was like, all right, well, still got to perform today. So, get your energy from somewhere. But nevertheless, I haven't been as active as I used to be. I am pretty active in the sense of like I'm as active as I possibly can. I go to the gym 3 times a week to weight lift. I walk at least 8,000 to 10,000 steps a day on average. I try to get my steps in. I have a good diet, so even with all that, it's very, very, a lot of discipline to maintain my results. Whereas before I would just be in the studio all day, I would eat just garbage. God, I would eat such garbage and I wouldn't gain a cent of a weight. So there you go. But I've also had financial ups and downs. I've had many health challenges, as I've described. I've had accidents. I've had my fair share of partying and taking things that weren't necessarily good for my health. I'm now 40 and I don't recover as much. I have a lot of discipline, but I'm still dealing with a lot of issues. I really am. And I recently realized that I had to get a tooth pulled. My tooth on the bottom left side, the nerve is dying. Even though my teeth are fine, the crown on there, because it's pushing on the nerve, it starts to irritate it, and that nerve starts to die, and then the necrotic tissue starts to build up, and then your body's like, oh my gosh, I'm freaking out. And it's just this cascade of events that has nothing to do with infection or anything else. No, nothing. It just happens. And now I have to get that out, probably get an implant, everything else. So that's going to be surgeries, antibiotics, the whole shebang as usual. It's a never ending situation. It never ends. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't use drugs. I don't drink caffeine. I eat right. I take supplements and I exercise. Yet stress and nervous system dysregulation are really, really important. Despite all of these things, it doesn't matter. Now, of course, again, if I wasn't doing all of these things, I would probably be way worse off than I am today. Way worse off. But I thought I wasn't recording for a second. I'm looking at my screen. I'm like, am I recording? Oh, yeah, I am recording. Goodness gracious. Almost gave me a little mini panic attack. But nevertheless, despite all these things, nervous system regulation, HPA regulation can really be difficult, folks. It really can, especially gut imbalances. I don't feel old. I have always had high energy. My mind has always been being, zinged out because I'm always thinking about stuff. But I do feel older than I did 10 years ago. I do feel older. It happened around 35. It happened around 35 when I started to feel like, man, something's different. I'm pushing this a little more. Of course, probably some of that had to do with the stress, and the iodine and everything else. But either way, around 35, I started to feel a difference. In 2021, they had a study published in the Journal of Nature Medicine, I believe it's called. And they found that aging actually comes in waves, predictable waves. Now, those waves may be different slightly for you than they are for me or whatever else by a few years. But generally, you have 3 waves, 34, 60, and 77. And these waves are basically thresholds that you pass. So basically, after your mid-30s, you pass a threshold. Then after around 60, you pass a threshold. And then after around your mid-70s, you pass a final threshold, So there are thresholds. And that's true in my life. Again, after 35, I definitely started to feel a difference. And even with all my discipline and the things that I do, it's still astounding to me that I'm dealing with the things that I'm dealing with. And my body just has such a hard time staying on balance. One thing will push it, like, oh, this and that. The other day I ate less food. Thank you, motorcycle. I ate less food the other day. And probably, I don't know, I skipped a meal, whatever. And maybe my glycogen in my liver was low. I don't know what it was. I went to sleep. I slept great for 4.5 hours. Then I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. I'm starving. I'm my stomach's I'm like, okay, let me just try to sleep. Nope, not happening. So I get up, I have this big turkey and cheese sandwich, and then I try to sleep for another hour, and my body's not relaxing, and then I finally fall asleep, and then I sleep for another couple hours, and then I'm exhausted the next day. So I was wired, and then I'm exhausted. And then the next day, I am able to not wake up and be hungry, but then I'm waking up multiple times to go to the bathroom. So it's just, it's an ongoing thing, and it's probably going to be like that for a couple more months, maybe even a couple more years. Who knows? Ultimately, I'm doing everything I can to bring my body back in balance. But part of this is not just nutritional, folks. It's also spiritual. Part of it is just for you to struggle, regardless of what you do, because it's conforming you to the image of Christ, who struggled greatly. In the last years, about 3 years or so, I've created over 600 hours of content. Now, imagine for each of those hours, the recording, the editing, the writing, everything else, over 600 hours in 3 years. In the last 3 years, I've released 3 books, totaling probably around 1,500 pages total. I opened a store with countless products. I've dealt with all that. I've never mind the thousands of pages of presentation notes, the comments that I've answered, the hundreds of hours of editing and so on and scheduling. I don't know too many people that have done or are willing to go that far off balance to do something. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. The point is that that's not sustainable. And especially with the issues that I was dealing with, it's not sustainable. It's really not. I've really enjoyed what I've done, but it's not sustainable to do that kind of work ongoing for years and years and years and years and years. You just can't. I don't know anybody that has done that on a sustainable level. So for the first time in my life, in the last few years, I have felt that I do not have my health under control. And that's been a dance of trust with God for me. Because I'm very synergistic. I talk about monergism and predestination, the election, and, all this kind of stuff that's very important. But I'll be honest with you that when it comes to my health, I'm still a synergist, man. It's still a struggle for me because of my background being perfectionist, a professional athlete that's all about optimal performance and pushing my body to the extreme and having energy as a component of my identity. Do you get it? If I'm low energy, it's like a personal thing for me. So that's been a real dance of trust with God in the last 6 years of not having this under control. Of course, we don't ever have anything under control. It's an illusion. The things that you do think that you have under control, God has given you those things so that you can feel that you have that under control, but really He's the one controlling it. So when He takes that away from you and you realize, oh, I'm not in control, that's a really frustrating situation. And for me, that's been the case with my health, too, especially the sleeping stuff. It's like a Russian roulette. Like, what am I going to get? Let's spin the wheel and see, do you wake up twice? Do you wake up once? Do you wake up, 3 times? Do you wake up hungry? Do you have a hard time sleeping? Do you have insomnia? And you roll the wheel and see what you get. That's been the case for the last 6 years of my life. And of course, with all the things going on, my body's never had a chance to really settle down. I hope that now, with all the things that I'm doing and being done with the iodine debacle, I hope that going forward, my health will stabilize, at least to some degree. So keep me in your prayers for that. Nevertheless, I want to say this, that I do not have any major diseases. I don't have diabetes. I don't have high blood pressure. My cardiovascular health is fine. I don't have high cholesterol. I'm not obese. I'm relatively flexible. I have decent strength and muscle mass. My inflammation markers are all good, like CRP, homocysteine, ferritin, all this stuff is in very low optimal ranges. My blood pressure is 110/70. My HDL is around 60. My triglycerides is around 50. My body fat is around 17%. Hopefully we can get that down to 15 over the coming months. My testosterone is about 700 to 800 for total and about 90s for the free testosterone. I have friends that are low testosterone and going on TRT therapy that are my age or around my age. My brain is sharp. My oral health is relatively good. I've had no cavities in the last 5+ years since doing all these different health hacks that I'm writing about and I'll share with you today. I have had no need for cleanings. My teeth are pretty fine and clean. I have energy to do what I need most of the time, and I live a relatively active life despite all of these problems. Every time I go to the doctor and check in and I have to fill out the new patient paperwork, it says, do you have this? Do you have obesity? Do you have this? Whatever else. I'm like, nope. I'm like, thank you, God. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. And as crummy as I feel that day because I didn't get good sleep, as exhausted as I feel, as pissed off as I feel, it's always a chance like, oh, okay, God is actually giving me really good health. Even though I've had my struggles and my annoyances, at the end of the day, I don't really have any major problems, which is amazing considering all the crap that I've been through, to be honest with you. But again, God's grace works through us in our life through action, motivation, knowledge, resources, all the supplements that I took, all the knowledge that I took, all of that, God gave that to me so that I would be able to balance out the things that I had to experience, like the loss of sleep, the stress, and everything else that would have been really bad, probably would have resulted in diabetes or, other problems, low testosterone, which leads to other problems. If I didn't take care of myself, if I didn't have the knowledge, if I wasn't as obsessed with my health, do you get it? So even though I was, from my perspective, being a little synergist, God used my synergism monergistically for His good, which is truly profound. But nevertheless, I've dealt with many things, and I'm very grateful to God for giving me all of these tools so that I could be healthy. And otherwise, it would have been much worse, and that's guaranteed. So hopefully I can share that with you. I can impart some of that with you and help you tweak or start from scratch and really totally revamp your health life. Whatever it happens to be with you, that's my goal with this series. And so now that we're done with me, it's time to talk about the different topics. It's time to get healthy like a fox. Our first stop is supplementation.
Healthy, healthy, Fennec fox. Leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, healthy, Fennec fox. We're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, healthy, Fennec fox. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, healthy, Fennec fox.
All right, welcome to part 1. This is about supplementation. So in the health page, you're going to see a video titled 9 Reasons Why You Should Supplement. A lot of important points there. Make sure you check them out. That's more of a deep dive. Today we'll be talking a little bit about that. But nevertheless, I have lots of articles on supplementation, vitamins, minerals. I've been taking supplements in therapeutic amounts for 20 years of my life. So my journey is one big case study. A lot of people believe supplementation isn't needed or that it's a scam. And there's some truth to both of these in some sense because health is a spectrum and there's a lot of things to consider. The first thing is that there's a lot of misinformation in the world of supplements. And that's for many reasons. Well, the first one is that they're not like drugs where you have patents and all these elaborate legal schemes. So there's not a lot of profit in like selling vitamin A or, vitamin C. So there's not going to be a lot of studies looking at vitamin C because it's free. Nobody's incentivized to do studies, which is sad, but that's the human flesh and greed at play. So there's not a lot of studies most of the time. There's still a lot of research, but the point is that compared to like drugs, like well-established drugs, the budget for studies is much lower in general. So that's number one. Supplement companies have gotten around this by patenting their formulations or manufacturing processes to make them look special. And of course, these seem like they're necessary. Like they when you see like, oh, like BioPure trademark, version of this, it's like, oh, that's a special thing. Like, well, it might just be some process. It's not necessarily doesn't mean that it's better than anything, but that's why it requires investigation. So there's that to deal with. There's lots of bias studies because many supplement companies fund their own studies. So there's a lot of poor research, just like in drug research. And there's also poor quality studies where they're not double blind, they're not peer reviewed, not relevant because they're using cells or animals. These things could be useful. They can. But you have to remember that, and I have a whole article in the book about this, about how to make sense of the research. Okay, cell studies are somewhat useful, but they're not something to extrapolate to the organism. When they're doing cell studies, they're testing the concentration of a given thing on a cell. Well, imagine that cell doesn't live in a petri dish in your body. It lives in connection to other cells. And so you're not going to reach that concentration of the thing. So the things that you find from cell studies are largely to be taken with a grain of salt. Animal studies are a little more relevant, but even those, is not entirely relevant. The rat studies are very common because rats are very, they have a lot of genetic, I think the difference is like 97 or 98% or something. They're very close genetically to human beings. But again, that 2% difference or whatever it is what you get between a rat and a human being, right? So there's that too. So that's also something to take with a grain of salt. So there's a lot of poor quality studies. That's why there's a lot of misinformation. Even the decent studies that are done, they're often irrelevant or blown out of proportion. An example, they found that B vitamins or vitamin E or vitamin A cause cancer. There's like studies that have made these claims, which of course are bogus B vitamins and vitamin E and vitamin A do not cause cancer. The problem is that these things are often misinterpreted, or they're taken out of context, or they're looking in certain ways that are not natural and likely. For example, with vitamin A, they looked at beta carotene. There's one study I'm remembering now with like lung smokers, people who were smoking and were taking like high dose vitamin B12, or they were taking beta carotene, not vitamin A retinol, which is the animal form of the vitamin. Beta carotene is what you get from like carrots, which, it's a chemical, but it's not as bioavailable and useful as retinol, vitamin A that you get from animal products. And in high dosage of these supplements, it was correlated to a lot of nasty issues. But is that because vitamin A gives you cancer? No, you can't make that conclusion. You shouldn't be taking vitamin A beta carotene in high amounts. It's not designed to be doing that. You should be supplementing vitamin A retinol, and not even that much, like 5,000 units is what I take. Nevertheless, same thing with B vitamins. The B vitamins like B12, B6, B9, they are methyl donors, and the study was finding that basically if you're a smoker and you're flooding your body with all these chemicals, right, especially if you're doing vaping, and at the same time you're taking high dose of these B vitamins that are, think of it like food, energy for cells. Well, they're also food for cancerous cells too. That doesn't mean if you take B12, you're going to get cancer. It means that if you're taking a high amount of B12, like these high doses, like 5 milligrams or something, and you're smoking, you're putting yourself at a risk for cancer. Does that mean that B12 causes cancer? No. It means that the combination of smoking and really, really high dose B12, which I don't think most people need. I don't think you need 5 milligrams. Some people may have really bad genetic issues. I have a lot of genetic issues with B12, but I don't take 5 milligrams. I take like 1 milligram in divided doses to saturate the blood, because I don't even think 5 milligrams you can absorb all that at once. So anyway, that's the problem. And the body doesn't absorb it, so it just floats around and it causes more problems if you're smoking. So these types of research are very prevalent, and you always have to read between the lines, because the conclusions that are drawn, especially from people who are biased against supplements, are often not correct. So they have to look at the whole thing. You have to read in context, just like you do with the Bible. Or they don't factor in like nutrient pairs, because everything has to be in pairs, calcium, magnesium, zinc and copper are in pair. And there's all kinds of pairs between, like B6, B9, B12, they all work together. Everything is designed synergistically in the sense that they work with each other. And you have to understand nutrient pairs. So you have to learn to read scientific literature and interpret conclusions. I talk about that in the book. You also have to build your health team with people that you trust for different things. And there's an article on that in the book as well. At the end of the day, there's a lot of good research out there. There really is. There's also some misinformation, or there's studies that are just poor quality that lend themselves to stupid conclusions, like, oh, vitamin B12 gives you cancer. It doesn't. I have a whole article explaining that in the book. In the end, if you stick to the basics, the only question is the sourcing and the reputability of the company, because that's another issue, because these companies, we'll talk about this in a second, but with companies like on Amazon, you have to be careful that you're getting it from the right company. And some of these things, I think recently I saw a video on creatine gummies. They tested a bunch of these creatine gummies on Amazon, and most of them didn't even have creatine in them. The powders seemed to be fine, but the creatine gummies were all basically fake. So there's that to deal with. And of course, if you have a reputable company and you're buying it from them directly, then obviously the risk for that is little to none. But this is the problem. The day and age we live in, it's an age of deception and toxins and all kinds of nonsense. Another thing is this. I have a lot of knowledge and experience with myself, but again, I'm not a clinician. I've said that before. I know what works. I know in general what the body needs, but health isn't something that you can put into a static formula for everybody. Depending on your genes and everything else, you may need more or less of a given nutrient. Especially if you have years of damage to undo from toxins, from lifestyle choices, you need to have a good clinician and somebody to guide you with the process. There are many great experts out there that focus on specific issues like weight loss, diabetes, thyroid problems, autoimmune issues, digestive issues, and so on. And you can access that through my functional medicine team article. I'll give you some places to start. Of course, my goal here is to help you with the basics so that you have a foundation regardless of the thing that you need to pursue, whether that's autoimmune issues or digestive or thyroid or whatever else. You still have to have a foundation of vitamins and minerals and nutrition and diet principles, how to eat properly, how to exercise, all of the things I'm covering today. This is your foundation that you build on top of with specialized work. And also, the goal is to help educate you so that you participate in these meetings with these professionals on a mature level. Even the best doctors are always going to be busy. They have a clinic to run. They try to systematize things, and even a good doctor is still trying to get things done. Okay, so unless you can understand your problem and converse with them on a mature level and direct their focus, then you risk coming in there, twiddling your thumbs and saying, oh, I feel this, and then they're directing your focus, and they may give you something that isn't relevant. Or they may be too conservative with something. Well, let's try this. It's like, no, I've already tried that. I know that's not going to work because X, Y, Z. Let's do something more aggressive, and so on, right? So you don't want to waste your time. You want to be a mature player. Health is not about the model where you go to the doctor, you're this ignorant little stooge, and the doctor's like, okay, this is what we got to do. You have something ISIS. We're going to diagnose you with this. Here's the medication. There you go. You're off and you'll do well. No, health is a dance. Of course, the doctor's the clinician. He's the one with the knowledge and the wisdom, but that doesn't mean you are completely ignorant. So you have to be educated so that you can have mature conversations with these people and, basically not waste hundreds and hundreds of dollars and hours of your time, going from one doctor to another without understanding the actual issue and understanding how it's like AI, really. And AI has become a very interesting tool because it can summarize all these perspectives and you can converse with it. With AI, you have to understand how to prompt AI. Well, it's the same thing with a doctor. You got to understand, how do I prompt my doctor? How do I explain exactly what I want, what I've done, what the issue is, what I think will work and what I think won't? And there's a dance between that, right? Because the doctor is the one that's the expert. You're not the expert, but at the same time, you're also not somebody that's a pushover and just sitting there and, just receiving, right? So this is very important. Nevertheless, supplementing, I believe, is absolutely necessary in today's world. And having a comprehensive plan of vitamins and minerals should be part of your foundation, regardless of whatever you do, because that's something that everybody needs to do on a basic level. Now, when I say supplementing, in quotation marks, I do not mean fancy supplements, anti-aging supplements, herbs, hyped up things of this nature. I'm talking about the basic components: vitamins, minerals, enzymes like digestive enzymes, antioxidants, probiotics, amino acids, and fatty acids. All of these are your basic pillars. Everybody needs these for basic life. You cannot live without vitamins, minerals, enzymes, antioxidants, probiotics, amino acids, fatty acids. You can't live without any of those. All of those are basic building blocks. I am not talking about the fluff. Okay, there's the basics and then there's the fluff. I'm not saying the fluff is bad, but it's not your foundation. What is the fluff? Well, things like herbs, things like new compounds that are discovered like urolithin A or flavonoids or expensive specialized supplements, experimental anti-aging things like rapamycin, metformin, stem cells, expensive supplements like carbon-60, telomerase modifiers like TA65, fad detoxers like extracts, shilajit, charcoal. These are fads, folks. These are fluff. And they have their place every now and then. Some of them maybe not, but they have their place eventually, but they're not your foundation. So build your foundation first with vitamins, minerals, enzymes, antioxidants, probiotics, amino acids, fatty acids. Understand how to construct a basic nutrition program. See my article, 7 Pillars of Optimal Health, because it guides you through the entire process of doing all of that and gives you specific suggestions that I use as well. In general, you want to focus on things that have maximum benefit and minimal risk. The basics that I just mentioned in the first category are things that have maximum benefit and minimal risk and low cost. But they're also slow and they need to be done consistently. You're not going to get shredded and jacked by taking amino acids. I wish that was the case. Just take a little sip and boom, your pecs just pop out. Yeah, it's not going to happen, okay? Or omega-3 or magnesium or whatever else. You're not going to get shredded, okay? However, if you take these things every day for months, you are going to see major improvements in your health overall. Your overall recovery is going to get better. Your health and vitality is going to improve, and it's going to maintain your health. That's very important. Fluff are things that are potentially good and useful and powerful, but they have a higher risk and they have a higher cost. But it's also faster. You can see results quicker. Things like herbs, fancy compounds, these things are like medication, basically, right? So they can have faster results, but they also have higher risk because they're working on a higher level processes. The vitamins, minerals, all these things, these are basic building blocks. Your body knows what to do with these, and it organizes these into more complex things like hormones and things down the line. But if you're taking things that directly modify hormones, like herbs, or neurotransmitters like dopamine or serotonin, now you're in the realm of medication. Whether it's natural or not, you're in the realm of medication, and so you have to be very careful with these types of things. Or pathways in the body like AMPK and all these, like people are taking metformin for its anti-aging benefits because they've realized that it turns on the AMPK pathway, which is basically your fasting pathway, right? Where you have to think like your body has certain switches, okay? Think of it like a switch. One switch is mTOR, like growing and getting stronger and building muscle. The other is AMPK, which is like, oh, I'm going to conserve. I'm going to, basically not grow because I need to, save my resources right now. Both of them are useful. You got yin and yang, male and female, up and down, left and right. Okay, God has given both of those things. But when you're taking metformin, it's artificially telling your body not to grow. So it's engaging some of these longevity genes and things like that. But metformin is a diabetes drug, okay? It's not something you should be taking. People taking it for anti-aging benefits, but there's also a lot of risks to it, like vitamin B12 deficiency. I think Dave Asprey was dealing with that for a while. But anyway, nevertheless, you have the basics, which are slow growth, and then you have fluff, which can be good, but they also have high risk. So you have to evaluate these things very carefully. You need essential fatty acids, you need essential amino acids, you need vitamins, you need minerals, you need all these things. These are building blocks. You don't need herbs, okay? Can herbs be useful? Absolutely. But you don't need herbs. You need the building blocks first. And then once you have that plan set, then you can explore specific interventions using more targeted supplements. On my health store, I have some very fancy supplements. They're not like high risk or anything, like Fatty 15. Fatty 15 is an amazing supplement with a ton of research. You can read my article on it in the Powerhouse Fats, Omega-3 and Fatty 15. It's been a recently discovered fatty acid. It's actually from dairy fat. And they've been able to put it in a pill, which is phenomenal because it has some very, very fascinating recovery aspects to it. There's no risk to it. But that's a specialized supplement. It's not something I would recommend that you take right away until you have these other things included. Now, Fatty 15 there's more and more research on it saying that maybe it is an essential fatty acid like omega-3. So in that sense, it could be part of a standard nutrition program regardless of what you do. But nevertheless, it's an added cost, right? It's another $40-$50 a month. So the question is, what can I cover with that? If my budget is $100 a month, right? What can I cover? Well, if you get a fancy anti-aging supplement, there's your budget gone right away. But if you want to spend $100 at Swanson Vitamins and get some chelated magnesium, some chelated zinc, some selenium, some chromium, some manganese, all these basic minerals, and maybe a B vitamin supplement, you can get all that stuff for $100, probably around there, versus, spending maybe $50 on Fatty 15 and, another $50 on another supplement. Now you have two supplements. You get it? So everything has to be weighed according to your budget and your goals. But nevertheless, in general, you want to focus on the things that are low risk, high reward, high applicability to all parts of your body. And that way your body has all of these building blocks and it's constantly being able to repair and undo the damage that is being done because you're always being basically assaulted. And it all boils down to this, folks. It all boils down to cellular nutrition. Cellular nutrition. How is the quality of your cells? The cells that you have, individual cells have membranes in them. And those membranes every like blood cells every 90 to 120 days, right? You get a new set of blood cells or a new wave of them. So that means that if you're eating crappy food, inflammatory fats, oxidated omega-6 fats, things like this of this nature, your body is working with what you give it. Okay, if you give it crappy bricks, it's going to build crappy buildings, right? Because that's what it has. And that's why you're going to have more inflammation. That's why your nutrient absorption is not going to be the best, more autoimmune issues, everything else. So it all comes down to the quality of your cells. That's why these building blocks, essential fatty acids, essential amino acids, vitamins, minerals, enzymes, all these things are so basic so that you can have quality cells, and your cell turnover creates quality nutrition in the cellular matrix. So the membranes of your cells are the key for minimizing inflammation and disease and everything else, because that's where it begins, inflammation. And it's called inflammaging, actually, is what the word is. But nevertheless, my goal with anybody, regardless of what their condition is to get you on some kind of nutrition plan with vitamins, minerals, essential fatty acids, essential amino acids, as much as your budget will allow. And of course, that's different for everybody. So that way, you can make informed decisions and basically minimize your inflammation. Now, a couple of basic principles with health in general that apply to everything, but especially supplements. Optimal health is a narrow road. Too much or too little is always the question. This is the dance of life. With my own HPA issues that I'm dealing with, plus my hypersensitivity of my nervous system from being, a high intensity athlete for many years, I constantly swing between exhaustion and too much energy. Hopefully that'll balance out. But in my case, things like adrenal boosters, vitamin B5, things I mentioned before, will really make me wired immediately. So I have to take a very tiny amount if I do, because my body's very responsive. Also, certain herbs like rhodiola that are very good and adaptogenic for stress also boost dopamine. This is why I have a whole article on herbs and how to be careful with them. Because some of these things, if you take them, they may have a good effect on one thing, but herbs are always like a double-edged blade. So you have to investigate every herb. And depending on your genetic issues, you may not want to take that herb. In my case, I have plenty of dopamine, and I'm a slow metabolizer. So what that means is if I have coffee, if I have things that are dopamine generating, it can eventually lead to insomnia at night because I have too much dopamine in my brain. So I don't take those things. In fact, one time I was taking oregano oil, which is an extract, carvacrol or something like that, is the extract from oregano oil. And that's actually used for gut imbalance. It's an antimicrobial to kill off bad bugs. However, to my lovely surprise, it is also a dopamine booster. In fact, people have treated depression with oregano oil. You can look into it. It's very fascinating because of its dopamine boosting effects. So lo and behold, I was taking this thing for a couple days and then I started getting insomnia. I'm like, what the hell is giving me insomnia? I'm literally auditing all my supplements. And now I find out that it's the dopamine. Of course, nowadays you have AI, which is great because then you can plug all that information in and tell me which one of these is likely to give me insomnia. So you have that as well. But nevertheless, everybody's different. So you have to watch everything that you take and you have to understand what you're doing. So finding the right balance is very important, especially if you have issues where you're dealing with HPA issues like I do, or your nervous system is overregulated or oversensitive, or you're just an oversensitive person, like people are chemically sensitive. This can be a real narrow road dance. But optimal health is a narrow road and it's a constant dance. Another thing to keep in mind is there's biphasic response on practically everything. What is a biphasic response? Well, bi means two, phasic means phase, two phases, meaning something is useful at a particular dosage, then it becomes negative at a different dosage. Great example is iodine. Iodine is vital for life, but if you get too much, it can shut down your thyroid. This is why it's important to understand therapeutic levels of nutrients. And I have an article on that as well. The RDA, the recommended daily amount, is not based on optimal health. It's based on basically avoiding disease. So for you may need more than the RDA of a particular nutrient. And some of them are a little more accurate than others. For example, magnesium If you're taking 400 milligrams of magnesium, which is the RDA, you're doing all right. My personal preference is around 600 for the average person. Of course, if you're a bigger person, if you're heavier, whatever else, you may need more. But in general, magnesium 400 milligrams is closer to optimal health than, for example, the B vitamin RDAs. The B vitamin RDAs are very, very low for optimal health. Vitamin C is very, very low for optimal health, especially with all the inflammation that we have. Or if you have surgery, vitamin C goes through the roof, the demand for vitamin C. So it's constantly, there's always something that is shifting. The body can handle much more than what we've been told it needs. And it needs a lot more for repair if there are chronic issues. If you have an injury, if you have, damage, inflammation, toxins, things like that. That's why it's important to find the smallest effective dose. What is the smallest effective dose that you can get the result? Everyone's is different with these things. Everyone's got different genetics, different sensitivities, and finding the right dose often can be a practice and adjusting over time. I'll give you another example. Vitamin D. I have VDR issues. VDR is the gene that handles vitamin D metabolism. You can find these out through genetic tests very easily. But vitamin D, I lived also in Arizona my whole life, okay? So plenty of sunshine, which, by the way, the sun does not give you significant amounts of vitamin D, not that I'm aware of, even in healthy people. So you should be taking a vitamin D supplement. The first time that I ever measured vitamin D, and I was already taking 600% of the RDI for vitamin D, and I had been doing that for several years, I believe, and I've been living in Arizona for like 20-something years, because I was 20-something when I first got my vitamin D checked. My vitamin D was a whopping 19, which is deficient, horribly deficient. Ideal vitamin D levels should be around 70, 75, something like that. I would say anywhere between 65 to 80, I think, is a good number to shoot for. So I took 5,000 units. That didn't really do much. It kind of raised it a little bit, but it just maintained. I took 10,000 units and it increased. I did that for many years, on and off, just trying to see what the dosage was about. And I noticed consistently that with 10,000 units, it would increase and eventually would keep increasing. So you don't want it to be too high. You don't want it to be like 100. So then I dropped to 5,000 and it would actually drop slowly at 5,000 units, which is a lot. I don't know what the RDI for that is, but it's in the 1,000%. So I realized, okay, I'm going to take 7,000. Now I'm going to test and see if 7,000 was the right dose. It probably is. But nevertheless, that is a constant balancing act, and that is different for everybody. Maybe you may need a lot less vitamin D, or you may need a lot more, like me. Also, health is a spectrum, and there are many meaningful thresholds for hormones, nutrients, and so on. We'll talk about this more when we get to the thyroid section, but when I was suppressed with my thyroid because of iodine, I noticed significant levels affecting my heart rhythm based on the hormone levels. At one point, the thyroid had gotten so suppressed that my T4 was like less than 1, which is really, really bad. And that gave me something called SVT, supraventricular tachycardia, which is basically your heart just goes boom, 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 boom. It starts like beating super fast, and then it has like a seizure, basically, which is very scary. And I went to the emergency room, and I had no idea what the heck it was. I researched it, I made the correlations with the thyroid hormone, and so on. Lo and behold, somebody was documented in a case study that their T4 levels were affecting their SVT syndromes. And the moment that corrected, I've never had that problem ever since. So, same thing when my thyroid crashed in the spring of this year. It didn't crash nearly as much, but I started to have those skipping beats. And the vagus stimulation was much more prevalent. So, there is a threshold. And like with hormones especially, you will know what that threshold is. Like for me, I'm trying to get back to 3.5 free T3 levels, because I noticed that before everything crashed for me, that was the level I was at when I was feeling pretty decent. So that's my goal, is to get back to that level. And obviously that's been a process. Same thing is with everything else, with blood sugar, with, chemicals that you're taking, magnesium, iodine, everything else. Everything has an optimal range, and anything more or less than that may not be useful. And it takes time to diagnose that over time. In general, the advice that I give you in the 7 Pillars of Optimal Health article is a general safe limit for everybody. It's safe levels. But you may need more or less of a given nutrient depending on your situation. Another thing to keep in mind is diminishing returns. As you optimize your health, it's harder and harder to get progress closer to the optimal. Okay. For example, if you want to lose 100 pounds and you are 400 pounds overweight, right? If you are obese, morbidly obese, you want to lose 100 pounds, 150 pounds, that's very easy to do. You can melt the weight off. There's plenty of cases like that. It's much harder to lose 15 or 20 pounds if you're, 25%, 30% body fat. So you're not morbidly obese, you're overweight at that point, but it's much harder to lose those 15 to 20 pounds than it is to lose 100 if you are 400 pounds. You get it? This also applies to supplements and desensitization. Everything has the logarithmic curve where the diminishing returns after a while happen in everything. And the reason is because the body has receptors on its cells. So again, with vitamin D, when you take a high dose of vitamin D, the body senses that in the blood and it downregulates the expression of these receptors on your cells, right? Because if it didn't, then the cells would take in all that vitamin D and they would overreact and it would be a problem. So it downregulates the receptors so that less is absorbed. And that's the goal. The idea is that you raise your vitamin D levels and then you find the maintenance dose that's required to keep it at that level. That's the case for practically every nutrient. And that takes some research. It's good to start with a baseline that's safe and then investigate to tweak over time through blood tests, through various, maybe a genetic test to get an idea of maybe what your genetic landscape is. And that's a tweaking process. But in general, you can start with some safe amounts for all these things, which I outline in the article, 7 Pillars to Optimal Health, and go from there. But nevertheless, just realize that there are diminishing returns for everything. So when people say, oh, you got to do, 5 milligrams of B12, you don't need that much. You really don't. Again, the body can't really absorb more than 500 to maybe a milligram at most at one time. I take 1 milligram per day. I do 2 little chewable tablets under the tongue, 500 micrograms in divided doses, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, to have a more consistent dose of B12. And in my case, I have a lot of genetic SNPs when it comes to B12 metabolization. And there's a lot to talk about with that. But nevertheless, I don't think taking these mega doses is necessary. I really don't. So there's that, diminishing returns. Another one is exponential decay or entropy. And that is pretty simple. We live in the Genesis curse. Things are tending towards disorder all the time. But they get more disorderly faster, right? Exponential decay. Because the damage compounds. This is a very important point. This is why the narrow road in optimal health is such a practice and it requires so much discipline. Because, for example, the fatter you get, the fat cells start to make you leptin resistant. They start to increase your estrogen. All of these things impact your metabolism and other hormone balances, whether you're male or female, doesn't matter. The fatter you get, the more it impacts your metabolism because the fat cells secrete, all sorts of signaling and it really messes up your metabolism. It's not just like, oh, I have weight that I need to get rid of. No, you're dealing now with signals and hormone issues that are slowing down your metabolism and changing everything. So the fatter you get, the harder it is to get out of the pit. Do you get it? That's why, you have diminishing returns. The closer you get to optimal, the harder it is. And the farther away you get to optimal, the harder even it is to get out of that rut. It's like a quicksand trap. So you have to really have discipline. You have to walk the narrow road because the farther you get away from the optimal, the more difficult it's going to be. The more effort you have to put in. So it's just like with Christianity, with walking the narrow road, right? Every deception that pulls you off the narrow road makes it easier for other deceptions to come in. For example, people believe in the little season theory. So what do? Well, they start to question all of history. Then they start to believe in things like Tartaria, hyperpreterism, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe eventually they'll even get deceived by Gnosticism and totally apostatize. The point is that all these things are connected, and the more you entertain in a particular belief, the more likely you are to be deceived. If you believe in the lunar Sabbath, then you start to believe in the sacred name, then Torah keeping, then pretty much you become a legalist. So all these things are connected, and once you put your foot in one, it starts pulling at you like this and pulling and make it easier to go this way, and pretty soon you get off the narrow road. The same thing is with your health because of exponential decay. The worse things get, the faster they get worse. right? So you have to try to maintain, for better or worse, a good body composition, have a comprehensive nutrition program so your body has nutrients and vitamins and minerals and things of this nature, essential fatty acids, essential amino acids, a regular exercise program, all of these just basic things so that you aren't pulled off the deep end. Because once you get to the deep end, it's a lot more work to get out. That's the point. Another point is quality matters. Just like with the fats and proteins that you eat, which should be ideally grass-fed, pasture raised, all that stuff. With supplements, it's about bioavailability. Will it be active in your body after it is digested? Will it survive digestion? This is also another reason why there's so much misinformation with research studies, because they don't consider bioavailability. The form of the nutrient makes such a difference. The form of the nutrient can be either pro-inflammatory or it can be anti-inflammatory. If you take iron oxide as a supplement, which you should never do, it is inflammatory. If you take chelated iron because you're anemic, that's a good thing, especially if you're doing Albion chelated nutrition, which we'll talk about. But minerals, for example, need to be chelated. Okay? That's a chelate is basically it's what your body does normally with food. Your body takes the minerals in food and wraps them in a protein so that when the villi of your small intestine interact with that substance, they recognize it as organic and they absorb it into the body and they process that mineral. And that mineral can then go and do what it needs to do, whether it's magnesium or copper or whatever else. That's the way minerals get absorbed. So chelation is a process where the mineral is bound with either lysine or glycine, an amino acid that's very easy to absorb. And it's sold as a supplement. And that's very common these days. Albion is the best in that category. They've had their patented process for chelating minerals for 70 years or something. And they sell through Swanson vitamins particularly, but they also other retailers too. I get a lot of my minerals from there because they're super cheap and they're super high quality. I think it's the best. But nevertheless, vitamins also have specific forms that they need to be in. B6, B9, B12, they need to be methylated because people have MTHFR mutations. MTHFR is a gene, has to do with methylation. And if you don't take methylated versions of these vitamins, you can find out if you have MTHFR SNPs. Take a test for it. Most genetic profiles will give you that information. But if you take B6, B9, B12 that are not methylated, you're doing more harm than good. They're pro-inflammatory and they're not going to be absorbed. So you're wasting your money. So that's where the misinformation on supplements comes from. Oh, you're just peeing out all the expensive supplements. Well, yeah, if you're not taking the right form, it's not being utilized. You are peeing. You are making expensive urine. D3, vitamin D needs to be cholecalciferol, which is animal calciferol, not ergocalciferol, which is plant. Sometimes you look on the back of a drink. I remember when I used to drink a lot of soy products, they would have, it's got vitamin D. And you look on the back, it's like vitamin D as ergocalciferol. Like, what is that? Is that vitamin D? Well, it's plant vitamin D, which is not very bioavailable. Vitamin K2 needs to be MK7, not MK4. MK7 is more expensive, but it's the one that actually does the job. MK4 is the less inferior, or the more inferior one. There's other examples for every situation. So the form of the nutrient counts. That's why, again, there's misinformation in the studies. And people saying you're wasting your money on supplements. Well, no, not really. If you're taking good quality supplements, then you're not wasting your money. You're investing in yourself. There's also certain delivery mechanisms that work better than others. For example, certain situations like curcumin. If you have curcumin powder versus liposomal curcumin, those things can be much better. Glutathione, if you take it as a powder or a pill, it's not very absorbable. But if you take it as a liposome, which I sell in the store, it's much more bioavailable, and that's why it's valuable. Some things are water soluble, meaning they can dissolve in water. Other things are fat soluble. Minerals like chelated magnesium are water soluble. Fat soluble vitamins are DAKE, and those need to be either taken with food or you need to make sure that the pill itself has like oil or something, some sort of fat that they provide for it to be absorbed. And vitamin C is water soluble. The B vitamins are water soluble, meaning you can take them and you can take high doses of them and they'll basically flush out of your system whatever's not used. Fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin D, A, K, and E can accumulate because they're fat-soluble. Although I believe with vitamin E, that's not the case. Vitamin K has been studied to have very, very high tolerance. People can take up to 1 milligram without any, because vitamin E and K help to balance the thickness of your blood. Vitamin K is a constrictor. Vitamin E is a blood thinner, natural blood thinner. So they both work together. However, the point is, well, if you take too much vitamin K, is it going to give you a stroke? No, not really. You'd have to take quite a lot to do damage. And from my memory, vitamin K has been studied to have up to 1 milligram, because the normal dose is something like 200 micrograms to 400 micrograms. I take 400 micrograms a day. You could take up to 1 milligram a day. And not that you should. I'm not saying you should do that, but the studies have shown that it's got a wide therapeutic window. Vitamin E, I don't believe accumulates. Vitamin A can accumulate. It can become toxic. And vitamin D, that can create some issues if you're not taking other things like magnesium, boron, vitamin K. All these things work together. We'll talk more about these in a little bit. But the point is, always research the quality and the bioavailability based on the form. The form is what matters. The things that I recommend in my articles are always accounting for all of this. They're always accounting for the form and the quality and from a reputable source as much as possible. Obviously, these things are constantly being a matter of research because, like, for example, with Amazon, there's a lot of companies that source their stuff from China, or they don't have certificates of analysis, or, now there's been an issue where some of these are fakes, so on and so forth. So this is an ongoing problem, and you have to make sure you're buying it from the actual store. In certain things, it doesn't matter. I mean, again, do you want to spend, $20 on a bag of creatine that is creatine that was probably coming from China and, it's highly rated? Okay, maybe it might have some stuff in it. Or do you want to spend $60 on a bag of creatine? Well, that's up to you, right? So the question is, how much budget do you have and what are you willing to tolerate, right? The reality is you're going to get toxins in your body no matter what, whether it's from the food that you eat and even from some of the supplements, because even with all the certificates of analysis and all the organic ingredients and everything else, there's always going to be something. There really is. This is a toxic world. Nobody can isolate toxins all the way. Now, again, I'm not saying every supplement you take is toxic, but the likelihood, especially as you're taking a lot of things, the likelihood of some over time is high for anything. And that's just a fact of life. But the positive thing is that as you're taking nutrition into your body can detoxify and get rid of things much easier. So I'm not saying that to be paranoid. I'm saying that it's just being realistic, okay? Some of the things that I use, I get them from Amazon. I get them from the store. I have good reason to believe that they're genuine. They're not fake. But some of those stuff may be sourced from China. It may be. The alternative is double the price. And it's not something I'm personally willing to pay for that particular product. For some things, I'm willing to pay more because I know the quality. I know that I can trust this particular manufacturer and I need it from them. But for other things like creatine, again, creatine. I use bulk supplements, creatine, or I think the last one I bought is from Naked Nutrition, Naked creatine. They're still about the same price. They're relatively affordable. Do they get it from China? I don't know. I think bulk supplements sources it from China, but Naked creatine might not get it from China. I don't know. Even if they do, it doesn't bother me that much. It really doesn't. Other things would bother me, like herbs or things that are grown. Yeah, I don't really trust manufacturing and agricultural practices in China. I don't. But creatine is creatine for the most part. Does that mean that it's totally pure? Well, you can always request the certificate of analysis. And this is a constant journey, folks. It really is. So I'm just telling you to be proactive. Like with the minerals, for example, that I recommend from Swanson Vitamin. Swanson Vitamin is pretty reputable. They use Albion minerals, and Albion is a great name. They're the best as far as patenting the chelation process. They're the cheapest. The Swanson vitamins, especially when they're on sale, which is all the time, you can get a ton of minerals for $50, just a ton of them. The problem with Swanson, though, is that Swanson's formulation uses Albion, but they have a little bit of maltodextrin in there. Of course, maltodextrin is probably GMO, pesticide rich, who knows? It's only about probably 10 milligrams or so, maybe something like that. But it's still maltodextrin. It's not a completely pure formula. You're not just getting pure magnesium glycinate in a pill and that's it. You get it? And so do you want this cheaper magnesium with the Albion in it, with a little bit of maltodextrin? Or do you want bulk supplements on Amazon, which uses pure magnesium glycinate, no other fillers? It's very affordable, relatively speaking. Probably a little more expensive, actually, than the Swanson one when they're on sale. But nevertheless, they're clean, totally clean formulation. But they get it from China. Which one do you get? Well, I don't know. I'm getting the Albion one because I know Albion I can trust. And I'm okay with the minor amount of maltodextrin in it. Maybe for you that may be an issue. So this is the journey that you're on with these things. Eventually, I would love to have the resources to make my own supplements at that point, right? But until that point in time, you have to do your research. You have to be able to make trade-offs because there's never a perfect situation. There's always something. And even if you find the perfect product that's super clean, it's expensive. And if you have a limited budget, then you have to figure out, well, how does this fit into my nutrition plan? Right? This is the dance of life. There's other brands that are all made in the USA. They're super clean profiles, but again, they are very expensive. And if your budget is $100, $150, maybe even $200, and you have a product that is $60 or $20, well, that makes a big difference because the difference of $40 you could spend on other things that you need, like minerals or vitamins and so on. So it's a constant balancing act. You can use the AI like ChatGPT to research and summarize reviews, sourcing, certificate of analysis status, formulations, what people have said. You can use that for your research. So that's something I recommend doing. Again, it's a dance between cheap and clean based on what you can tolerate, based on your budget. The recommendations that I put in my articles are thoroughly researched. They're striking a balance between affordable. I've tried to put them as affordable as possible and reputable. So it is what it is. Feel free to fact check everything I do. But nevertheless, another thing I wanted to mention is I want you to think of your body like a business. This is very important for health. What you can measure, you can act on. And I learned this very early on with that nutritionist that I worked with after my panic disorder. Of course, you can get lost in analytical measuring and become OCD, which is the imbalance, right, of taking only one perspective. But it's a dance. You have to take ownership of your health, and you have to see the changes that you want to make. You have to measure, you have to create a foundation and understand where you're going. That doesn't mean being OCD, but it also doesn't mean being complacent. There's a lot of apps that you can use these days. I just use a spreadsheet and make my own spreadsheets, but there's a lot of apps that track your calories, you can even breathe into these things and it can tell you what your metabolism needs that day. There's so many tracking apps and devices. My advice to you is not to pick one over the other, but just to do something, to track whatever you want to change. So think of your body like a business. When you have a business, what do? Hopefully, you track the input, you track the output, your costs, your marketing, everything that you do so that you understand, how is my business going? Is it going up? Is it going down? Right? Are things efficient or are they not efficient? So this is the same way for your health. You have to work preventively. You need to have some basic tracking skills and basic tracking devices that you use. I use spreadsheets for various things. Like, for example, I tracked my sleep quality, what I ate, what supplements I took, etc. for several months to see if there was a pattern with all the HPA nonsense that I was dealing with. I also tracked my body weight and my body fat percentage and my muscle mass to see if my interventions in the last few months were making a difference in losing weight. Did my walking 8 to 10,000 steps a day make a difference? Did adjusting my meal plan make a difference? Right? Did going to the gym consistently make a difference? Did it make a difference? And it did make a slight difference, but it's slow, again, because you have diminishing returns. I have a health folder in my computer with all my health tests that I've ever taken. They're organized by date, so I can always reference them if I need to. I have a table of my thyroid results over the last 20 years. where I know exactly where the fluctuations have been, what have been the ranges of my hormones, when I've been healthy, when I've been not. So I know what my baseline is, so I know what the patterns are. Now, you don't have to do all of that, but you do have to have some basic organizational skills. You have to have some basic spreadsheet skills and keep track of what's important to you so that you understand whether something is working, right? How do you know if an intervention is working or not, right? If I'm taking an anti-inflammatory supplement, or if I'm taking a regime or a program or whatever, like the ultimate health stack that I've outlined for you, if you're going to do that, how do you know if it's going to work? Well, you need a baseline evaluation of all your inflammatory markers. And then you need another evaluation afterward to see what worked and how much. So the point of tracking is not just to track. It's to see patterns so that you can make good decisions. Once you start seeing the patterns and you understand, you don't have to track as hard anymore. I used to track all my calories and everything else. Now I just know when I look at a piece of food, I know in general what the glycemic impact is. In general, I know what kind of calories it has. I know what kind of carbs and fat and fiber it has. So I know. They may not be exact, but I have a general understanding of like, okay, this is a little more fat than I need right now. This is a little too much carbs. This is a little, whatever. So I know. And now I don't have to track those things anymore. So that's the point of tracking. Is it's not for the sake of tracking. It's, tracking for the sake of tracking is neuroticism. Okay. It's a neural problem. Tracking for the sake of understanding a pattern and then letting go of it is a tool. It's a useful thing. Another thing is this: consistency is the key in anything in life. There's a video that I've shown before of a tortoise and a hare, literally like in a physical situation. These people are racing a bunny and a turtle. And it's some, like I think in Korea somewhere, or some China, I don't know, Japan, bunch of Asian people there. And it's so funny because literally the tortoise is like going slowly, just chugging away. It's just totally focused on the outcome. And the rabbit's like, whoosh, 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 really quick. It goes almost to the end and then just stops. And it looks around, super cute little chunky rabbit, just looking around. And then the tortoise is going past it and everybody's like, come on. And so of course the turtle ends up winning and the rabbit ends up losing, literally just like the cartoon, which is so funny. But this is the point. Consistency is the key. So it's better to make successive, slow improvements than to have dramatic shifts or crazy results very quickly. It really is. So you have to get out of the mindset of, I need to have a crazy result really quickly, and more into, okay, how do I change my habits? How do I have new actions? How do I have a new identity, a new way of being with my health? How do you think about food? How do you think about your body? How do you think about your weight? How do you think about these things and your daily discipline? So it's all about consistency, whether it's supplementation, dieting, exercise. You have to fall in love with the process and you have to commit to something. You have to commit to something. Create a goal that's measurable. SMART goals, right? SMART goals. If you don't know what that is, look it up. SMART goals. It has to be measurable. It has to be relevant. It has to be actionable, time-bound. I forget what the S is right now, but anyway, SMART goals. You have to have SMART goals. And those are reachable, identifiable goals. Then measure your progress and make it real for yourself. Make it real for yourself so that it's real. If it's just in your head, oh, I need to lose weight or I don't feel good or whatever else. Okay, great. Now let's get a goal. What would you like? I would like to lose X amount of weight. Okay, great. What's the plan for that? Well, I need to revamp my diet. I need to do this. Well, let me measure first get a Tanita scale that measures your bioimpedance and tells you what your body fat percentage is. So then keep a track record of what you're doing and your body fat and how it changes week to week and see. And if after 4 weeks, if you're making a bunch of changes and you don't see any change, that means that you need to change differently. You need to do something different. These are the ways that we have to think, folks. It's, again, changing about how you think and see your interdependence between your outer and your inner, right? The outer of a person is the reflection of their inner, right? Your inner discipline, it reflects outward through your body and shapes your body. And of course, everybody has different situations. You may have a genetic issue with your thyroid or you maybe had your thyroid removed or some kind of crazy thing that's really made it hard to have an external result. I get that. But the point is that we should always be pursuing excellence in life. I believe that. And that's a fine dance because obviously we're not in control, but nevertheless, from our perspective, we should always pursue excellence. Supplements also are very important. And again, you can look at my 7 pillars of optimal health for a lot of detail in that regard. But things that everybody should be taking are the following. These are just a simple overview. Again, if you want a comprehensive nutrition plan, please look at the 7 Pillars article. But you need magnesium. That's needed for over 300 enzymatic reactions in the body. You need B vitamins because they're needed for energy, for focus, metabolism, nerve functions. You need vitamins DAKE, D-A-K-E. They're the fat-soluble vitamins. They're supportive for a variety of different issues. You need other minerals like selenium, zinc, chromium, manganese, boron, and iodine. These are all critical for health in various ways. And you need other nutrients that can help to have a broad anti-inflammatory effect, and they're natural nutrients. Things like taurine, glycine, phosphatidylcholine. These are all very cheap, and they have very broad anti-inflammatory, anti-aging, adaptive effects with very little to no side effects. I go over how to do this in the article, so make sure you check it out. But nevertheless, all of these are very cheap. What I just listed, you could probably, with a budget of $100, you can get most of these things, maybe all of them, if you get them on sale and so on. So you don't need a lot of money. You just need some discipline to do it. And I go over how to do that in the article over there. So make sure you check it out. I use a weekly pill box. Oh gosh, here we go. One second. This is what it looks like. It's cited in the article. If you're listening to this, then it's just like one of these big jumbo, pill boxes. It's a plastic pill box. It looks like this, and it's made for a week. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, rooms or little holes or whatever you can put your pills in. But I don't use it for the week. I have 7 of these, and I use 1 for each day because I need to split these up in different times. Now, why is that the case? The case is because I don't take a multivitamin. I don't believe in multivitamins. Multivitamins are a waste of time because they are not accounting. You can't control the dosages in multivitamins, and a lot of nutrients can sometimes conflict for absorption. So you can't just take a bunch of stuff and hope that your body's going to figure it out. You have to. Certain things need to be set apart from each other. Like for example, if you take a lot of calcium and zinc at the same time, it can mess up the absorption of the zinc. So this is what it is. And certain things are synergistic with each other. But the main issue with multivitamins is you can't control the dosage. I don't like that because I'm a control freak. So I like to separate everything in sections. So what these sections represent are different times. For example, in the morning, I have powder amino acids, but right now these are amino acid pills that I've been taking. Right on waking, actually, I take my liposomal I talk about this in the Ultimate Health Stack. I take the liposomal glutathione and NAD in the morning. 30 minutes later, I take the amino acids and some, empty stomach pills like NAC, TMG, B vitamins, things that can get absorbed really quickly. Then I eat breakfast, and then I take my first set of pills after breakfast. Then I eat lunch, and I take pills after that. There's a little snack, or just take them on an empty stomach. That's dinner. And then there's the probiotics that I take at the very end of the day. So there's 7 sets of pills that I take throughout the day. Again, this is crazy for most people. I don't think you need to do this. I think it is very good because it's optimized for efficiency, bioavailability, and getting nutrition throughout the day as much as possible. Because again, your body can only handle so much at a certain time. So I'm very picky about timing. This is the result of 20 years of taking supplements, okay? But I do 7 of these. I set them on Sunday. I set all my pills on Sunday, and then I have them for the rest of the day. When the day comes, I just take one of these out, open it up, pop it in, and drink it, and you're good to go. So that's what I use to organize all of this stuff. You may find a different way of doing it. I think you should have a pill box of some kind, and I think you should set your pill boxes for the rest of the week on one day of the week because it saves you time. And it ensures that you're going to do it. If you do it every single day, then, I forgot to do my pills. It's too much to worry about. I just won't take them today. Then you're not going to have consistent results. And if you're not consistent, then how can you understand your progress? Do you get it? If you're taking pills every other day or, whatever, you missed your 2 days or 3 days or whatever, you're not going to understand whether what you just did has impacted your inflammation or your goal or whatever else in a meaningful way. So you have to be consistent. And part of that, a great book actually is called Atomic Habits by James Clear. how to make your habits like when you have a new habit and you're trying to make it likely for you to do that habit, you have to follow certain triggers to make it available. You have to make it easy. Sometimes you can stack it with other things that you do already that are already ingrained in your mind. All these are easy strategies to make a new habit stick, because that's the key, is making a new habit stick. And the book is actually a very good book on how to do that. Very timeless information. But two of those things are making it easy and making it available. So by making the pills on Sunday, putting them in front of me, they're there, they're good to go. I just take them and I do it. I prepare that every week. So hopefully these things will help you, but supplements are something that everybody should be doing, and you should be on a nutrition plan like I just described. How much you take of each, I describe in the article. And again, that could be slightly different for you based on some genetic things that you may find out later, but nevertheless, supplementation is very important. Now, onward to part 2, diet.
Healthy, Fennec Fox, leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, Fennec Fox, we're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, Fennec Fox, it's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, Fennec Fox.
All right, welcome to part 2, diet. In this part, I want to talk about eating and everything related to it. Now, there's a lot of articles on diet and eating on the website and in the book. 6 tips on how to plan your meals without stress is a good one. How to make healthy choices for carbs, fat, protein, and fiber. Those are 4 articles. And also how to heal your relationship with food. Those are all pretty good articles to look at. Many people know about eating disorders like anorexia or bulimia, but most people don't realize that there is disordered eating. Just like modern medicine recognizes outright disease, but doesn't recognize the spectrum, there is eating disorder, but then there is a lot of disordered eating. And everybody has some level of disordered eating, which is very important to realize. So this is a spectrum that you need to identify yourself on, so that you can make the proper changes to your eating habits. When I became a vegan at 12, because of my fear of getting judged by God for eating meat, this was disordered eating. When I fasted for 40 days as an Orthodox teenager and ate only vegan products and vegetables, that was disordered eating. When I abstained from dairy and gluten, even though I have no real issues with them, because I was biohacking and trying to do this or do that, that was disordered eating. When I used to log my meals and count my calories and macros and whatever else, this was disordered eating. When I was fasting in the morning and having bulletproof coffee to, quote, extend my fast so I could get autophagy benefits, even though my adrenals couldn't handle the caffeine, that was disordered eating. When I used to eat junk food without caring, that was disordered eating. So there are many versions of disordered eating left and right of the narrow road. I've been all of them to some degree in the last 20 years. And our goal is to look at the biological aspects of this and also the physiological and psychological aspects of eating. The articles that I cited are very helpful, but here's a few thoughts on both of these, the biological and the psychological. As far as biological factors, your gut health determines what you crave. If you get cravings for junk food often, that means that your health isn't the best in terms of your gut. So that needs to be looked at, because the bad bugs and the good bugs all send signals through your nerves, especially your vagus nerve. It's pretty profound, actually. And they basically tell you what to eat so that you can feed them, which is phenomenal. Your deficiencies also trigger your body's cravings, because what you're deficient in, let's say you have a deficiency in magnesium or copper, your body might crave dark chocolate because it knows that these things have various nutrients in them. If you have exhausted adrenals, you're going to have salty cravings or sweet cravings for energy. to create substrates, because adrenals need substrate to create cortisol and everything else. And they also, when you have adrenal imbalance, there's a balance between aldosterone and cortisol. Aldosterone is a hormone that controls your sodium. You basically lose sodium in the urine a lot more. That's why you crave salt when you have adrenal fatigue. So salt cravings mean that you may have adrenal fatigue. Now, just a quick FYI for the people watching this video, I'm feeling some pricklies on my face because I took a B3 thing. As I'm recording this throughout my day, I have certain things that I take at certain times, and there's just no way around it. So I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to be red-faced on the video. So if my face turns super red, then you know that's why it happens. It'll probably go away. But nevertheless, that's nicotinic acid for you. I don't take niacinamide because it's not as bioavailable. I take nicotinic acid, even though there's the prickly feeling. It's much better to take. Anyway, if you can handle it, nicotinic acid is much better. So anyway, the macros you eat also is going to determine your blood sugar spikes. If you eat lots of carbs and you're having no fiber, no fat, no protein, you're just snacking on stuff, your blood sugar is going to crash, and then you're going to crave even more carbs. So it's a downward cycle. Nutrient deficiencies will also send triggers for various foods so that you can replenish basically various nutrients like we mentioned before. So the conclusion is that healing the gut, healing the adrenals, and eating balanced meals, those three things, healing the gut, healing the adrenals, eating balanced meals where you have protein, fat, and carbs and fiber, less a little bit carbs, more of the protein, fat, and fiber, and also having a comprehensive nutrition plan like we discussed previously with all the basics, like minerals, vitamins, essential fatty acids, and so on. All of these work together to reduce inflammation in your body, to regulate your nervous system, to regulate your appetite, and to regulate your cravings and reduce the bad ones and increase the good ones. I'm at the point now where I don't really crave junk food. I really don't. I really don't have any craving. Very, very rarely, if I worked out really hard, if I'm really like drained, I'll have some junk food. And it's okay. You know, every now and then it's not the end of the world. You know, like we have a Raising Cane's, if you know what that is, by my house, and it's like, it's so good. It's just like fried chicken with like just crispy, like, oh, it's so good. Horrible, but it's super tasty. So every now and then, you know, it's not a bad thing. But most of the time, if you're craving that most of the time, then that's not good. So you have to give your body the good building blocks so that it doesn't crave the bad building blocks in a panic kind of way, which is what most of the time happens. The goal is you want to train your body through these things to where it wants healthy food. And you can eat more intuitively, and you don't really care for the unhealthy food. This is the thing. It's called intuitive eating. Now, intuitive eating is great if your body and metabolism is calibrated. Intuitive eating is not great. There's a lot of books on intuitive eating, and you know you can read them. I forget the main one on it, but it's by two doctors or two women that are also doctors. And intuitive eating is great, but it's not great if you're not aligned. If your metabolism is out of whack, if you've got nutritional deficiencies, if your gut health is out of whack, if you've got inflammation, you know, all these things that are contributing to cravings. If your adrenals are messed up, if your thyroid messed up, intuitive eating is not going to do it. Do you get it? So you want to get to the point, excuse me, where you are eating more intuitively. And yeah, my face is like getting red now. But it has to be based on the right things. You have to be in an aligned state, and your body has to be metabolically aligned. Otherwise, intuitive eating is a nightmare. It's only going to make you worse. Now, psychological factors. Well, you have many disordered eating patterns, obviously, and they're all anchored in some kind of psychological imbalance. Like everything, the balance can either go to the left or to the right, either towards controlling or negligence. Control is important because we live in a toxic world, so it's important to read the ingredients, plan what you're eating, be decisive about ingredients, you know, quality and everything. You have to control. Otherwise, you know, you can't be ignorant of all these pesticides and microplastics and crappy ingredients and additives. You can't be passive. You have to control to some degree. However, too much control becomes an obsession and you become a legalist, right? Just like with the narrow road with the Christianity. If you too much this way, you're a legalist, too much that way, and you've got license to sin, right? So the devil gets you on both sides. Same thing with diet. So controlling is useful, but too much is an obsession. Negligence is important because it's okay to live. It's okay to enjoy your life, for crying out loud. It's okay to relax and have a drink or, have some fried food every now and then. It doesn't matter. The point is you don't want that to be your base, because then you're being too negligent and you're harming your health and you're not being smart because you're living in a poisonous room full of poisons all around you. So both of these things are, important. Everybody swings in one direction or another based on their upbringing and their personal traumas. In my case, I swung towards control. Obviously, you could probably tell that, because controlling something gives me peace of mind. Having organization, keeping it in control, it gives me peace of mind and knowing what's going on. Obviously, there's value to that, but too much of that and you become a disordered eater, whether you realize it or not. For you, it may be something else. Maybe you swing towards negligence. Maybe you're afraid of not knowing and you don't want to deal with it. You don't want the responsibility. You don't want, as long as you don't think about it, then it's not going to hurt you. It's like a ostrich putting its head in the ground, and as long as I don't see the enemy, it's not there, right? Same thing with this. So maybe that's you, in either case, you always need to embrace the opposite, right? If you're a person that swings towards negligence, you need to learn the value of controlling. You need to learn the value of planning and organizing and taking a little more responsibility. If you're like me and you're a little control freak, well, you need to learn to relax and yes, be disciplined, but it's okay to, splurge every so often, and it's not a big deal. As long as your basic foundation is there and you are consistent 90% of the time. Most of the time you're consistent. It's not a big deal to take a break. So everybody's different and everybody's going to experience disordered eating patterns in their life one way or another. So it's important to address both the biological issues that we mentioned and the psychological issues. Another thing I want to talk about is calorie dense versus nutrient dense. Every food is on a spectrum of calorie dense to nutrient dense. In general, the more calorie dense something is, it's less nutritious. And vice versa. The more nutrient dense it is, it doesn't have as many calories. That's not always the case, but it's a useful rule. For example, McDonald's, when you go and get a Big Mac, very calorie intense. Does it have nutrition? No. It robs you of nutrients, right? So it's very calorie dense, but it doesn't have nutrition. 100 calories of a Pop-Tart, whereas 100 calories of a grass-fed steak are two different sets of calories. They're both 100 calories, but you're getting sugar in one, which inflames your body and robs your body of nutrients because it makes your blood acidic. And so your blood has to respond with calcium and magnesium and other alkaline things to basically neutralize the metabolic impact of the sugar. And it's harming your teeth and everything else. There's a whole impact with that 100 calories of a Pop-Tart versus 100 calories of a grass-fed, grass-finished, juicy filet mignon steak. Very different 100 calories where you're getting nutrients, macronutrients to build strong muscles and everything else. So very different. Both are the same calories, yet both have vastly different impacts on your health, which is very interesting. So the quality of your calories is key also. So you have calorie dense plus nutrient dense, but also the quality of the calories that you're eating. In general, if you have a good diet, you should maximize the calories that are nutritious and minimize the calories that are empty, right? More steaks and less Pop-Tarts. That's the goal. Because again, you could have a 1,500 calorie diet. You could have just Cheetos and make 1,500 calories that way. Or you could have, whole foods, whole meats, grass-fed, dairy, everything else to get to 1,500 calories. Very different sets of calories. So the quality of your calories is very important. So very, very important. The SAD or standard American diet does the opposite. It maximizes the calories that are not nutritious and minimizes the calories that are from things that are nutritious. So no wonder that America is such an epidemic of obesity and everything else. Also, you're dealing with the impact of engineered food, which is becoming more and more popular, which I want to show you a little thing on here. Let's see if we can listen to this guy talk. He talks about other end time stuff too, or news. I don't think he's like a end times guy or a Christian guy, but he does talk about stuff that's happening. But he was talking about some very interesting things with Ozempic. Let's see.
Big Food just found a way to hack Ozempic, and they're doing it in secret. The story is actually crazy. Okay, so there's a food laboratory in Northern California called Matson that is, quote unquote, creating the future of food. It's run by this guy named Justin Shimmick. PhD, so you know he is a smart guy, and he has monetized his intelligence quite well. It says for nearly 50 years, Mattson has conceptualized, developed, branded, and scaled hundreds of product lines, and in the process created billions of dollars in revenue for clients. And right now, their clients, Big Food, is asking them to do experiments that will reformulate ingredients so that their food can bypass the effects of Ozempic, Wegovy, and other GLP-1 weight loss drugs. Because from a financial perspective, people on these weight loss drugs are buying less food. Walmart CEO John Fernand recently told Bloomberg News that the company is seeing signs that people taking GLP-1 agonist appetite suppressant medications are buying, quote, less units, slightly less calories, which equals less profit. New York Times has reported that sales are down in sweet baked goods and snacks, and the industry is weathering a downturn. That's a big problem for these food executives. So in response, the food companies are designing what they call GLP-1 optimized products. In layman's terms, they're trying to make the food more addictive, even more addictive than they already are, because we know that food is already pretty addictive. Quote, there is little the industry hasn't tried to keep health-conscious consumers eating. Companies conceal clouds of nostalgic aromas into packaging to trigger Proustian reverie. When they discovered that noisier chips induced people to eat more of them, snack engineers turned up the crunch. Food technologists found a way to amplify the intensity of artificial sweeteners to hundreds of times beyond sugar's natural flavor. The structure of salt crystals can be altered to accelerate the speed at which they absorb into the chemical pathways that signal saltiness, allowing the brain to perceive the flavor more intensely. In the chemosensory world, referring to the science of how chemicals provoke sensations, almost anything is possible. Yeah, I suppose almost anything is possible, but I think the certainty here is that we're going to be left with a bunch of people who are still obese, taking drugs with, pretty bad side effects that no longer work. That, I would say, is not ideal. And worse yet, it's all being done in secret, okay? When asked, Justin Shimmick wouldn't say which companies he was working with to develop these GLP-1 products, saying, quote, we are professional secret keepers. These people are sick. Big Food.
This is the problem, folks. This is the problem. Human greed, and we are at the end of the Genesis curse, and satanic activity is at a maximum, and human flesh and greed is at a maximum. It's going to be worse and worse. These people are paid lots and lots of money to literally figure out how they can get you addicted to food. And now with the Ozempic situation, they're panicking, and so let's make it even worse. They're making it even worse, if you can imagine such a thing, to bypass the chemical effects of the drug. And of course, let's say that happens, then what's going to happen? Well, we need better drugs. So it's just a downward death spiral is what it is. Today you have fake meat, genetically grown meat, engineered Pop-Tarts, and even mRNA food. That they're putting mRNA vaccines into food, and they want to do that. The more you learn about this stuff, the more it disgusts you. It really is just so disgusting. It makes you want to run off, to somewhere in a ranch and live on a farm. But of course, that's not possible for most people. And even if it were, you'd have your own problems with that either way. This is why eating your food has to be as healthy as possible. And obviously, it's not going to be perfect, but making decisions and being very intentional about what you eat on a regular basis most of the time, right? We don't care about 100% consistency because that's neuroticism, but most of the time, 80 to 90%, that's a good consistency. That should be on your priority list, is what you eat every day and making sure that it's quality. The meats have to be grass-fed, grass-finished, pasture-raised. The eggs have to be pasture-raised. Dairy has to be grass-fed, grass-finished. There's so many shenanigans with labeling that these people do, constantly subverting, where I saw a video the other day by, he's a famous doctor on YouTube. I forget his name. But anyway, he was talking about how grass-fed is like a scam now, where there's so many loopholes. It has to be grass-fed and grass-finished, because now they're basically feeding these cows grass at some point, but really the rest of the time they're feeding them grain to fatten them up. I'm just like, are you freaking kidding me, man? These people are just constantly skirting the law and trying to finagle their way into your pocketbooks. It is infuriating. And this is the world you live in. You live in a world of lies and deception. It is what it is, but this is the world we live in. Now, another thing to keep in mind with diet and eating is metabolism, intake, and output. These are 3 factors that affect your overall weight and health, and they basically are what goes in, what comes out, and what is the existing burning rate. Intake is obviously what you eat and how much, the quality of the calories, the quantity of the calories, nutrient dense versus calorie dense, that kind of thing. The output is what do you burn through movement, resting metabolic rate, thinking, what are the things that you're doing to output calories? And metabolism is how hot your engine is, right? Based on a lot of things, your inflammation, your nutrient deficiencies or lack thereof, your hormonal activity, all these things affect your metabolism. It's how hot your engine is. How these 3 work together affects your weight and your goals and your overall health. Dieting works only on intake. And dieting is not something I recommend. Maybe something for short term, for very specific reasons. But you should not be dieting. Dieting is a waste of time. It's about reinventing your identity and finding a new way of being and thinking differently about your body composition, your health, and your choices. That's what it's about. Dieting is just a short-term solution that often backfires most of the time because you have relapse. But the ideal solution to all this involves looking at all 3, at input, at output, and at metabolism. If you want to make a change, you have to consider your output. But even this is not that important. Weightlifting to build muscle helps raise your resting metabolic rate because you have more muscle. Walking 8,000 to 10,000 steps per day helps to burn fat. Walking is king when it comes to fat loss. Out of everything else, it's much better than cardio because it doesn't have the impact on the body that cardio does in the inflammation that it creates on your joints. So walking is king, 8,000 to 10,000 steps a day. But activity is not the real issue, folks. It's not. I mean, activity should be there, and so should dieting in the sense of diet. I shouldn't say dieting. I should say diet choices and having a good diet in the sense of the decisions that you make. Not going on a diet. Two very different things. Going on a diet is disordered eating. Do you get it? And having a good diet is normal eating, meaning you're making informed, intelligent choices. But the real issue is number 3. It's metabolism. Metabolism is the real issue. Metabolism determines how many calories you burn just by existing and sitting there. Okay? That's why some people that have a high metabolism, they could eat whatever they want and they just burn through it. Doesn't mean you should eat whatever you want, but nevertheless, metabolism is the real issue. And metabolism is a complex factor. It's a complex factor of many things. Is your circadian rhythm in alignment? Is your inflammation low? Are your hormones balanced? Is your gut in top health? Are your toxins at a manageable level? Is your weight in a healthy range, right? Because if you're obese or overweight, remember that the more fat you have, that's generating leptin resistance, estrogen dominance, all these things that are happening. It's a downward spiral. So that is another important factor. Diet and exercise are immediate things you can change, and they can have some results over time, obviously, but you can't change your metabolism overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. Metabolism is a practice, and it reflects your discipline, your consistency, your decisions over time, and it's a constant dance of a million things that we're talking about in this presentation. Now, metabolism also slows down with age. The older you get, things slow down. That doesn't mean that it's hopeless. It just means your discipline has to go up as your metabolism goes down. Do you get it? It's like they're both related. When I was in my 20s, I didn't have that much discipline. I would do whatever I want, and my metabolism was pretty high. As I get older, my metabolism slows down a little bit. It's not like in the gutter. I mean, I still have a decent metabolism, but my discipline has to be higher than it used to be in order to maintain that level of metabolism. So that's really important. If you want to change your body weight, if you want to change your health, you have to look at your metabolism. And there's a lot to talk about on that, because too many people go on yo-yo diets as solutions where they're cutting a bunch of calories and trying to lose weight. That's not how to do it, folks. It's better to have slower results and consistent results without the swings from dieting like crazy, then going into relapse And of course, when you diet, you're also changing your metabolism because your body senses that there's less calories. So it's saying, oh crap, I need to adjust and slow my metabolism because then I'm going to burn less. I'm getting less, so I need to burn less. So you're actually shooting yourself in the foot because you're slowing down your metabolism. And then when you go back off the diet, you're eating a little more and you're going to gain the weight back because your metabolism is slowed. You get it? So that's not the right way to do things. The way to do things is to focus on all the aspects of metabolism, which are, again, nutrition, exercising, having supplements, detoxifying, reducing your stress, aligning your circadian rhythm, all these things that are a practice. Dance your way through life. That's what it's about. It's learning how to dance. And you have to learn the steps if you want to learn how to do the choreography. Think less about how much weight do I want to lose, in quotation marks, and more questions like, who do I want to be? Who do I want to be? Do I want to be the person that is complacent? Do I want to be the person that has a gift from God and I've been given life and I'm going to just be complacent with that gift? Or do I want to be the person that takes action and discipline and is creating results in their life and creates the things that they want to see in the world? Again, God is doing all the work through us, but God's grace is reflected through us through our own motivation and action. So lean into that new way of being. Lean into a new action, a new idea. Pursue it. Create evidence for yourself by doing something. It's very, very important. Your body weight, your body fat, your energy levels are all an expression of your commitment to yourself and the commitments that you have to other things, right? When you see somebody, and again, everybody's different. Some people have genetic issues. Some people have thyroid issues that are genuine issues. But let's say you take the average American person who's morbidly obese or overweight. You look at that person and you can tell right away what they are committed to and what they are not committed to. Did you get it? Because your body speaks louder than words, what you're committed to. So if you are committed to certain things, they're going to show up in your life. If you are committed to other things, they're going to show up differently. Your actions in the world determine what you are committed to. That's why when you observe somebody, you can see what somebody's committed to. And the commitment is something internal. And that commitment reflects externally through your actions. Look at the fruit to know the roots. The question is, do you see yourself as tired, overweight, sluggish, having brain fog, complacent, undecisive? Do you see yourself as that? Or do you see yourself as somebody who takes action? Most people would say, no, I don't want that identity. I don't want to be tired, overweight, sluggish, having brain fog, complacent, whatever else. Okay, well, then don't commit to that. Commit to a new identity. Commit to somebody who is energized, healthy, sharp, taking action, having a good body composition. Don't have to be perfect, but having a healthy body composition and vibrant. See yourself as that and walk towards that outcome with prayer, with action, with research, with everything that you've got so that you can make a difference and commit to that identity and work toward it every single day. Whether you get there or not is up to God. But the commitment on your part is what matters, right? That's the important part, is where are we pointed to? What are we aligned to? It's not going to happen overnight because, again, metabolism doesn't change overnight, but consistency is how you get there. And when you do get there, it's not going to be about the goal anymore. Did you get it? It's not going to be about the goal. It's about you internalizing the process and a new way of being. When I used to train my students to go compete at competitions, and they would get ready for the competition and learn the choreography and learn the technique, and you got to do this and got to do that, and it would be over after like 10 minutes of dancing. All that hype, all that travel, all that makeup, all the dress, rehearsals, finally it's over after 10 minutes. And then what? Well, when's the next one? Even if I had to drag them tooth and nail to this competition, after they did it, they never regretted it. They always wanted to do the next one. Eventually they do the next one, then the next one. Then a few years later, after doing all these competitions and stressing out about how the girl that's cuter than her with that dress, why does she get first place and I got second place, and all these dramas that come into place. Eventually, if they stick around long enough, they would realize that it's not about the events. It's about the process. It's about you having the identity of a dancer, of you having the identity of a performer, that when you go on the floor, regardless of the outcome, because it's such a subjective system and you can't control what's happening, that you do your best and you internalize that moment and you make it authentic. So that when you walk off the floor, you know that you did something true and authentic. And that's what it's about. You have to come to the point to internalize the process. Initially, you need external goals to chase, like carrots. But in the end, it's about internal process. It's a way of being. I am going to be healthy. Health is something that I want and who I am. Does that mean I have perfect health? No. Like I said, I still struggle with certain issues that are very frustrating, despite all my knowledge, despite all my discipline. Those are issues for you and God. But nevertheless, my identity, my commitment is to my health because God has given me a body. And that body is a gift. Even though it's dying, it's a gift. And you should treat it with respect and love. And so I'm committed to that outcome. How close I get to that outcome in my mind, who knows? That's going to be up to God. But the point is that I'm committed in that direction, and so should you be. Now, the question is, how do you lose fat? Well, it's about the basics. You need a couple of things in your repertoire. Obviously, having a good calorie or a nutrient-dense diet with good decisions is very important. Taking care of all the things that I mentioned with your metabolism is very important. But there's a couple of just general things that you can do right away. You should have high NEAT, N-E-A-T, non-exercise thermogenesis, which is basically a fancy word for moving around. I sit at my computer quite a lot, doing what I do, and I have to constantly remind myself to get up and move around. I try to walk it several times a day, but moving around and being active with just random stuff in the house is actually a very good thing for your metabolism and your exercise. Walking 8,000 to 10,000 steps a day, very based on research, that is the threshold that you need for fat burning. Shape your identity around a new way of being in health. Change your lifestyle, your habits, your decisions, and walk in that direction, and you're going to see a big difference in your body composition. Another thing is building muscle mass. You have to increase your resting metabolic rate, meaning the rate at which your body burns calories. And the way to do that is to build muscle, because muscles are the ones that build calories. Fat cells do not burn calories. Muscle cells build calories. They are the thing that we need. So we need to maintain muscle mass, especially as we get older. The problem is that in order to build muscle, you need to have hormones. Thyroid, sex hormones, cortisol is also useful in anti-inflammatory and so on. In order to balance hormones, you need to address your diet, your nutrition, your habits, your toxins, your gut health, and everything else. So you see, everything comes back to the basics. You know, if you have adrenal fatigue, if you have hypothyroid symptoms, or even clinically hypothyroid or subclinical hypothyroid, where the doctor doesn't recognize that you're hypothyroid, but actually you are hypothyroid, you're underperforming, then your body's out of alignment, right? It's not aligned. You're sluggish, and you're trying to push yourself to lift weights and do the building muscle. Building muscle is like, it's what happens when all the stars are aligned, you can build muscle. Because that's a very specific process in your body, okay? If you are, let's put it this way, if you have a lot of resources, then okay, great, let's build muscle. The body's ready to build muscle, and it's aligned and ready to go. But if you're in fight or flight mode, if you're in a stress recovery mode, if you're inflamed, if you're damaged, your body is in preservation mode. It's not looking to build muscle. Okay, it's not going to say, oh, well, let's divert everything and die, but at least we'll look good. It's not going to do that. Your body is in preservation mode. So you need to gently move your body with good nutrition, with good diet, with regular exercise, foundational exercise like walking, NEAT. And then when your body's more aligned, you can have weightlifting as part of that, which is important to maintain or build muscle mass. Too many people think they can hit the gym when they are, again, out of alignment, whether it's hypothyroid or adrenal fatigued or whatever else, where they have toxins and their body's just not recovering. Exercise does not help you lose fat. Exercise is not about burning calories. Exercise, at least weightlifting, is about building muscle so that you can, it's like investing in passive income, okay? Resting metabolic rate is passive income. You are making negative calories, just sitting there. Okay, you're investing in that. And the more you invest, the more you build muscle, the more your resting metabolic rate increases, and so that maintains your body composition in a healthy position. But again, you can't just push your body into those situations unless you've handled the foundation, which is your metabolism, which is a series of those things we basically outlined. Because if you're in a recovery phase, and certainly like when I came out of 2021 and my thyroid was shot, I started working out in 2022, but I started doing just like push-ups and things that I wasn't like super hardcore lifting weights. It took like a year or two to start lifting weights again. And I've been lifting weights ever since, and I've gained some muscle. But the point is that if you're in a recovery phase, then focus on a good diet, focus on rest, on gentle exercise, and getting your nutrition in and getting everything aligned hormonally so that you can have a good metabolism, so that you can lift weights. Eventually, you want to lift weights 3 times per week for muscle growth and maintenance. And that's really important because that's going to keep your resting metabolic rate and your body in an anabolic state. That's really important. If you're just walking, that's okay, but your body's not really anabolic, meaning you're not in, again, remember there's those 2 switches, right? Yin and yang. One of them is growth mode, one of them is self-preservation mode. If you're just walking, it's good for recovery, but you don't want to just walk. You need to do strength training exercises to maintain your muscle mass and to grow muscle mass and to trigger your body to think, oh, okay, we're kind of in growth mode right now. Because otherwise, if you're just walking, that's not enough to tell your body to be anabolic. And it's just like a switch. When the anabolic switch is on, your metabolism works differently. If your body's in self-preservation mode and you're more catabolic, then you're breaking things down more. That's no good. So dieting also doesn't help you lose fat, just like exercise doesn't help you lose fat to some extent. Dieting actually restrains you because oftentimes when you're dieting and eliminating calories, you're losing muscle, which is the opposite effect that you want. So dieting is not sustainable. It's not useful long-term because it restricts your calories, it shuts your metabolism down, and it's only useful in short-term situations because it's a waste of time most of the time. You don't want to lose weight by dieting. You want to build muscle. You want to align your metabolism. You want to feed your body good building blocks and nutrition and vitamins and minerals and so on so that you have a foundation to realign and basically recalibrate your body. The key to practice all of these things is to practice the basics that I'm describing to you and to optimize them over time based on your own conditions and situations. Remember that weight is not about the final outcome. It's about internalizing the new identity, the new lifestyle, the new way of being that is correlated to that new body composition. Okay, what does that mean? What does it mean to be 10% body fat? I don't think people need to be 10%. I think 15% for males and something like 20% for women is totally healthy. But what does that mean, right? Most people are 30%, 35% body fat. What does it mean to be 20% body fat as a woman, or 22%, or 15% as a male? What does that mean? It means a new identity. It doesn't mean, oh, I got to do this, I got to do that. Well, who is the kind of person that does those things, right? Who is the kind of person that is a little more structured? That's a very organized person. You have to be that person, and then the action will happen naturally. So it's all about thinking about these things differently and putting them into action consistently. Now, another thing I want to talk about in this particular part is the importance of blood sugar. Managing your blood sugar is one of the most important practices of your health routine. High blood sugar damages the tissues in your body, and since blood is everywhere, this is very dangerous. That's why diabetics have a lot of problems later on if they don't treat their diabetes. So there are some genetic factors, and obviously that can affect how you metabolize carbohydrates and sugars and things like this. You can learn about these through genetic screenings, like taking a genetic test, but most of the issues, I would say 80%, are lifestyle problems. They're lifestyle decisions that have compounded over time with negligence. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune problem. It's probably due to casein, because casein, I believe, has a similar protein structure to the pancreatic cells, and early exposure, the body kind of triggers it and it feels like it's being attacked and so on. So then it starts attacking pancreatic cells. There's a lot of interesting literature with that. Either way, type 1 diabetes is autoimmune. And we know that autoimmune issues happen with some sort of early assault on the immune system when it's young and there's a toxin of some kind that's making it into the bloodstream, and then the immune system just goes haywire because of that toxin. Type 2 diabetes is a lifestyle disease. Today we have even obese or diabetic children, which is just so sad, man, to see these kids that are, like 8 years old, 9 years old, 12 years old, and they're just, 200 pounds or something crazy. When I said tutor kids, I tutored kids for quite a while. You can imagine how that went. Oh, it's Tudor the tutor, I would tutor math and English. And I remember working with these kids. Some of them were like, I don't know, 7 or 8, maybe like 9 years old, something like that. They were pretty young kids, And there's this little blonde girl I'll never forget. She was eating this bag of like candy worms for her snack after school. Literally eating the whole freaking bag, man. I'm like, what are you eating? She's like, oh, these are my snack. She's like, whoosh, grabs it and takes the whole thing. I'm like, you weigh probably 40 pounds, 50 pounds, and you're taking an entire bag of sugar into your body. That is so crazy. And this is the problem. Her parent is not educated, because that is bad parenting. That is bad parenting to do such a thing. So strategies for managing blood sugar. These are different for everybody, and everybody's going to have different specific needs, but there's some basic ideas. In general, these things are things for everybody that everybody should think about. Number 1, take manganese and chromium. These are minerals that are directly involved with insulin, and they help manage your blood sugar. And if you get them chelated, it's even better. Obviously, you should get them only chelated, and you can get them from Swanson for super cheap. They're super tiny pills. You can take them once a day. Take a product called Metabolic Daily Pro, which I sell on the stores from Pendulum. Or if you have like really hardcore insulin resistance or even type 2 diabetes, you can try glucose control. Both of these are probiotic products. They're researched with Akkermansia and other specific strains that have been basically bred, I guess, for GLP-1 issues and blood sugar and everything else. The glucose control product, I don't sell in the store yet at the time of this video. It could, maybe we'll see if there's a demand for it. Metabolic Daily Pro is good enough. If you have diabetes or you're really insulin resistant, these things can help, because these bacteria can also impact how your body responds to blood sugar spikes, to insulin releases, and so on. So it's very interesting research with that. You can eat differently. Obviously have more proteins, a little more healthy fat, a little more fiber, and less carbs, all in that order. So protein. So when I consider a meal and the components of a meal, the priorities should be protein, assuming all of these are high quality, protein, healthy fats, fiber, and carbs. Carbs are the last thing to add to your plate. I'm not saying you shouldn't eat carbs. Carbs are great. They're delicious. God made carbs really good. But we also live at the end of the Genesis curse, and carbs should be added last. Number 4, avoid processed food. Avoid sugary or salty carb snacks that are processed, like Pringles, which I know are super tasty, but they're terrible. They're terrible for you. So avoid these things. Do not snack on carb snacks. Snack on whole foods like pistachios or whatever else. Something that is whole food. Exercise regularly, like we just mentioned. Again, if you're in a recovery phase, stick to walking, maybe some light exercise. And then eventually, as you do all these things, get back on track and start weightlifting a couple times a week. Walk for 30 minutes after your meals. So after you eat, about 20 to 30 minutes, that's when the blood sugar spikes the most. Take a walk, or go on like for right now, when I'm recording this video, it's super hot outside in Phoenix. So I bought like this little Stairmaster thing, and just like 10 minutes, just kind of intense stair walking to blunt the impact of the blood sugar and insulin, because that way it helps shuttle the sugar into muscle cells and it's being used. Otherwise, the sugar doesn't get used and the body is having to respond with more insulin, and then your body becomes desensitized to insulin, you become insulin resistant and so on. So this is what you want to avoid. So if you want to diminish the insulin spikes, walk for a little bit, for 30 minutes or so, if you're walking, or if it's intense exercise like the Stairmaster, 10 minutes. And do that within 20 minutes of eating or so. And of course, employ all of the strategies in this presentation in general, and you will have much better blood sugar control. I do believe type 2 diabetes, is a lifestyle disease, and it can be reversed. Depending on everybody, obviously somebody's been type 2 diabetic for a while and they have a lot of damage done because of the sugar, then, you could still recover quite a bit and heal your body, but, certain things might be damaged. But nevertheless, you can still make a difference. Either way, you can still make a difference because it's a lifestyle disease. It's not, some uncontrollable thing. In general, these things will help you avoid becoming insulin resistant and become rather insulin sensitive. You want to be insulin sensitive, not insulin resistant. Now, what about the carnivore or keto diets? Well, these things are very popular today, and certainly they have some results, but I don't think they work for everyone. Keto is really hard to do, and quite frankly, I think it's unnecessary. Yes, it's true that ketones give you energy and your body, can burn fat and be in ketosis, but ketosis is a stress response, okay? We didn't grow up eating fat and being in ketosis. Ketosis is a stress response that your body has in case that you don't have access to carbohydrates for energy. So it doesn't mean that you should be doing that all the time. Carbs are very satisfying, and they're also useful because they give you energy. The problem is not carbohydrates, because God created these things to be good. The problem is the sedentary lifestyle that we live, and it's also the quality of the food that we eat. It's become ultra-processed. People have eaten bread for thousands and thousands of years. Bread has been a staple. God made bread to be good because, of course, bread points to Jesus. Jesus is the bread of life. But bread is like a staple thing. The problem is not bread. The problem is pesticides. Way more gluten in wheat than ever before because of genetic modification. Brominated, which is bromine, which is a halogen, which is a toxin. Brominated flour. Stripping the wheat of all of its nutrients and processing it into white flour, adding crappy nutrients like iron oxide and non-methylated folic acid, which all of these give your body inflammatory reactions if you have genetic issues. So these things are the problem. It's not bread. So bread is not the problem. Modern life is the problem. I have Ezekiel bread, which is very tasty and it's very healthy. I also eat organic sourdough. And these things are excellent. They're very delicious. Sourdough, by fermenting the wheat, it reduces the gluten in there. It's not, most of the time people don't have a gluten problem. Most of the time people have problem with all the other things I just mentioned. Pesticides, bromine, added, iron oxide, non-methylated folic acid, all these additives that they add to make it nutritious, but it's nonsense. Instead of just leaving the whole food. So, carbs are there. They're good. We're talking whole food carbs, not, Pringles or Cheetos. Carbs are good, but they should be eaten in moderation. If you're active, carbs are great. If you have a not active day, then try to minimize your carbs. Just a general blood sugar strategy. Regarding keto or the keto diet, keto I don't think is practical, but the principles of keto can be taken to your dieting decisions, and you can take the good from it. It's good to minimize your unnecessary carbohydrates like refined sugars, processed carbs, high-calorie carbs, and so on. It's good to do that. It's good to lower your carbs on non-active days. It's good to prioritize high-quality protein and fat in moderation. It's good to eat nutrient-dense vegetables and a variety of natural foods. All these things are very good. However, some people have a lot of gut health issues, whether they're autoimmune issues or inflammatory reactions or whatever else, and they have allergies and gut imbalances, gut dysbiosis, fermenting issues, all kinds of issues that can happen with the gut. And so these can lead to food intolerances. And as a result, the carnivore diet can help quite a bit in people who have gut health imbalances and food intolerances. For short term, I don't recommend doing the carnivore diet long term. People may disagree with that. People may swear by the carnivore diet. I just don't think, I base my views on the evidence. I just base it on the evidence. There is no longitudinal data on massive populations with the carnivore diet over a period of 50, 60, 70 years. There's none of that. Okay? There are many problems with the carnivore diet in theory. Number one, it's highly expensive to eat grade A animal products only. If you're just eating grass-fed butter, grass-fed steak, pastured eggs, whatever, all these things, if that's all you're eating, that's very expensive. So it's not for everybody. Number 2, everyone has different genetics in how they process saturated fat. Saturated fat can be a problem if you have the APOE gene SNPs. You can look into that, but it's basically, some people don't manage saturated fat very well. They don't. And on this diet, you get a lot of saturated fat. Saturated fat is not evil, okay? Saturated fat is good, but it also should be done and taken in moderation because some of it can be inflammatory, especially for some people with certain genetic issues. Everyone has a baseline metabolism and metabolic issues that may not be well for having an all-meat diet. Eating lots of animal products also increases your heme iron intake, which can be inflammatory in certain situations. Heme iron versus non-heme iron, which comes from plants, heme iron is much more well absorbed. That's why women should not be vegetarians, because a menstruating woman is losing iron in blood, so you need to be having heme iron. But if that's all you're eating, especially if you're a male, that could be inflammatory. I'll give you an example. In my case, I have low binding proteins in the blood. Every nutrient, like whether it's copper or iron or these things are metals, okay? Metals are reactive. The body doesn't want that floating around in the bloodstream, reacting to things, okay? So what it does is it binds metals in a protein. Remember chelation from a couple sections ago? Your body does that with binding proteins. Iron has a binding protein, and so does copper, called ceruloplasmin, okay? You don't have to memorize these things, but you have to know that iron is bound by a protein. Everybody has genetic variances on how much binding proteins they make. In my case, after many years and many tests and many experimentations, I realized that I make low binding proteins. What does that mean? Well, it means that imagine that there's little, trucks, okay? Little trucks that can carry iron. Well, I don't have that many trucks, okay? I don't have a disease, but on the range of things, it tends to be on the low end. Okay, my binding capacity is towards the low end, which means that if I eat a lot of, heme iron, or if I'm taking a lot of iron supplements or whatever else, my saturation in my blood goes very high because the binding capacity relative to the amount of iron is not proper. Does that make sense? So the binding capacity is lower, meaning eating a ton of red meat all the time is not a good idea. I eat meat. I think meat is great, but nevertheless, everybody's different. So if I were to eat only meat, if I were to eat only steak every day, that would not be very good in my case because of my binding proteins, and that could be inflammatory, having that much iron in the body. Especially being a male, I don't have a period, so ultimately you have to find some clever ways to get rid of it, like taking curcumin or whatever else to try to chelate iron from the body. But nevertheless, this is the problem. A one-size-fits-all approach does not work, especially when you have such an extreme diet. Another issue is purines in the blood. Purines in the blood, basically, when you eat animal proteins, there are metabolic effects of breaking down the proteins. One of them is called uric acid. And uric acid can form little crystals. I learned about this when I used to look at blood under the microscope a long time ago. And these things over time can create inflammation. They can lead to other problems like spicules and fibrinogen and basically structures in the blood that eventually lead to stroke. For example, that's why a lot of these bodybuilders have had strokes because they've eaten so much protein. They've eaten so much protein, like excessive amount, like 300 grams of protein per day, which is absolutely insane. Even if you are huge, you do not need that much protein. And what happens is your body metabolizes that into crystals, uric acid crystals that need to be urinated and filtered from the blood. But if you have so much of it over time, it starts to create little structures called spicules, and spicules turn into other things, and eventually you have, these structures in your blood. Your blood starts to clot, and you have problems. So protein is good, but like anything else, it has a biphasic response. Too much is not good, and neither is too little. So everything has a narrow road. Another thing with the carnivore diet is how most people have low stomach acid. Most people have, and you can test this with something called a Heidelberg test, where you can basically swallow a pill and it sends back, data and tells the receiver what your pH is, how your gastric emptying time is. It's a very useful test. It's a one-time thing, and usually a naturopathic place can do it. So you have to look in your area where you can get a Heidelberg test. But most people have low stomach acid. So what does that mean? Well, that means that if you're going to be eating these really difficult to digest foods like steak and eggs and, fish and chicken and whatever else all the time, well, then you're just asking for problems, because eventually if you have all that fatty, difficult to digest food, that might cause issues with your stomach, and you might have pain in your esophagus from the stomach acid that your body's trying to use to break these things down. And then you might have to be dealing with heartburn and everything else. So everybody's different. Everybody's different. Animal nutrition doesn't provide fiber, and it also doesn't provide certain important nutrients for the gut. So you have to supplement these nutrients and take probiotics and have some sort of prebiotic fiber, which we'll talk about, to maintain your gut health, because you're not getting them from the diet. There also may be an increase in homocysteine from the methionine intake with meat. Methionine is an amino acid, and it's very prevalent in meat products. And again, the meat is great, but if you're eating only meat and animal products, then you have to do something with glycine. Now, glycine is found in collagen, so technically that's part of the carnivore diet. But, you don't know. Maybe you need more, So homocysteine is an issue because that's inflammatory, and you need to reduce that with B vitamins and methyl donors like TMG or glycine. Glycine can help balance out methionine, which can indirectly affect homocysteine levels. If your homocysteine levels are elevated, that is a inflammatory situation that can lead to a heart attack or other problems. And again, you need to still supplement certain nutrients, because you're not going to get them in your diet. Meat and animal products, especially if they're high quality, are very nutritious. They're very good. But you're not going to get everything that you need in a therapeutic amount. You just can't. You cannot get every single nutrient in therapeutic amounts. You have to supplement. And I know some people may disagree with that, but that's the truth. That is the truth. We live in a world where food is not what it used to be, okay? 1,000 years ago, food was very different than it was 500 years ago, than it was even 100 years ago. The produce that the animals eat that are producing your food is not the produce that used to be 100 years ago. It's not as nutritious. That means that your animal meat is not as nutritious. These things were made by God to be incredibly nutritious. Are you kidding me? You don't need to take supplements in the original plan. But in the plan as it is now, today, at the end of the Genesis curse, then yes, you do need to take supplements, because you live in a toxic world. Food is not what it used to be, etc., etc. And the other thing is, again, there's no longitudinal studies on the carnivore diet. All the studies, all the blue zone studies of all the centenarians, they all have the same general pattern. They eat lots of natural foods. They eat lots of lean meats. They have a balance of fiber and carbohydrates. They have good fats like olive oil. And they have lots of activity and very low stress. So this is the thing. You also have things like the French paradox and the Rosetto effect, if you've heard about these things. The French paradox is obviously probably more common than the Rosetto effect. French paradox is like, all these French people are living for so long, and yet they're eating like cheese and wine and everything else. So that's very interesting. And of course, you also have the Rosetto effect, which is something that happened in, I think it was Philadelphia in the early part of the 19th century, where you had a lot of Italians that were migrating to this little town in Philadelphia. And it was a community. It was a very tightly knit community. And these people were eating like deli meats and all kinds of things that you shouldn't be eating all the time. And yet they had, comparatively to the other communities around them, their rates of stroke and heart attack were like practically absent. Even though they were eating, they were smoking, they were doing all kinds of like terrible things. So that was a very interesting study. And what they found was that the benefits of the social impact that this community had on each other were somehow counteracting all the crappy dietary decisions they were making. Now, do not take that as a license to go and eat whatever you want as long as you're hanging out with your friends. That's not the point. Because what happened was that community eventually grew, and then the people moved away, and so it eventually assimilated to the other communities. And then they had the same rates of heart attacks as the people around them. So there's something to be said about things that we just don't understand about aging. That doesn't mean that you can eat whatever you want. So the point is that we don't understand this stuff all the way. These things are just conjectures. On one hand, it is valuable to eliminate, a bunch of vegetable products and just eat meat, because most people are not, you can't be allergic to meat. I mean, some people have allergic to like eggs and the protein and dairy and stuff like that. So, there's that. But even those things, usually allergies, when you have allergies to food, it's because your immune system was exposed to some kind of toxin. Some of the way these things work is, something maybe affected your gut as a little toddler. It gave you leaky gut, and then you had some milk, and then that casein got through those tight junctions into your bloodstream, and your bloodstream, being young, recognized it as a foreign invader, and then, it had other issues that it was attacking after that. Or there was some sort of heavy metal that was in there and it overstimulated your immune system, like the vaccines. And it just went downhill from that. I mean, look at, for example, all the kids, right? All the kids in the last, 20, 30 years of them upping the vaccine requirements. There is a marked increase in what? What do you see? Autoimmune issues, gut issues, right? Nervous system regulation. Oh, you see all of these increasing. Why? Because these toxins lead to exactly these problems. So if you have some kind of immune reaction to food, is because you have probably some toxins, and those things might be still there. Something to think about. Nevertheless, all of these things show that, so the French paradox, the Rossetto effect, the blue zones, the longitudinal aging studies that talk about relationships and life purpose being much more significant than diet, all these things together show us that, it's not, diet is not that important. I mean, it is important, but it's not like everything. It's more important to have good relationships. It's important to have life purpose that you're acting on and feeling integrated into society and contributing. So is carnivore worth it? Well, some people swear by it. I'm more conservative. I think it can be useful for people who have gut issues to help you heal and get back to a normal eating, because carnivore is a disordered eating. It's a disordered eating pattern. Okay. If you take offense to that, I'm sorry. I'm not calling you crazy or anything else. It's a disordered eating pattern. It's not normal. Okay. It's a disordered eating pattern. It can be useful short-term to help you get back onto basically a track, but people did not eat just meat and eggs and fish every single day. Okay. They had a wide variety of foods. So if you're reacting to certain things, you need to get to the bottom of why you're reacting to those things and figure out what it is. Was it a toxin? Was it something you need to resensitize your immune system to through gradual steps? I don't know. There are specialists that talk about these things, but nevertheless, it should be done temporarily while you test and see what's going on. It shouldn't be done as a long-term thing because there's no data on it. And again, with all the things that I mentioned, there are plenty of people that are going to fall into the category where carnivore is not a good idea for you. So one more thing is, how much protein do you need? Well, and we can leave on that with this section. Protein is relative to what you're doing. We need a lot less protein than what the mainstream says we do, because a lot of that also is based on lobbying, right? Because people who are beef manufacturers, dairy manufacturers, they have an incentive to say, oh, you need protein, you need this, you need that. You do need protein, and the quality of protein really matters. So protein is something to think about that has several considerations. The first thing is that the standard 1 gram per pound of body weight is nonsense. Okay, I weigh 175 right now. I'm not going to eat 175 grams of protein. That is way too much protein, especially if you have low stomach acid, if you're not taking digestive enzymes. Where do you think that protein is going to go? You think it's magically going to get assimilated into biceps or triceps? It's not. Protein has to be broken down into amino acids. Then those amino acids, if they're in the right proportion, they get assimilated into various things. But if your body senses that you have way too much of one and not enough of the other, the one that it's not using just gets eliminated. Okay? So blood sugar, that your body has ways to make blood sugar from a lot of different things. The carbohydrates are the first source, but blood sugar can also come from protein and also fat. So the body has a variety of mechanisms to turn all of these sources into sugar. What happens with protein is that when you eat a giant fillet of whatever, whether it's fish, chicken, or steak, when you eat that filet, not all of that protein is getting assimilated into your body. Okay, so the quality of the protein matters. Now, of course, a grass-fed, grass-finished filet is much better than some grain-fed cow, which is very important. But even so, that protein is not getting assimilated. If you have whey protein and you're putting that in a shake, not much of that is getting assimilated. I think something like 20 or 30 or 40% is getting assimilated. If you have eggs are probably the best source of whole food protein there is. Eggs, if you have eggs, the protein that you're getting from the egg is the highest quality protein you can eat from a dietary source because of the amino acid profile. It allows the amino acids to be utilized. So even within quality food, you have different levels. Now, I'm not saying you should count, how much protein you're getting in each thing and be obsessive about it. But the point is, you also shouldn't obsess about getting a ton of protein because it's not good for the body to be packing in so much protein. Most of that protein is going to be broken down to sugar. And then if your body's not using it, you're going to deposit it as glycogen and reserves. Or, if you are using it, then great. But nevertheless, you don't need 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. You really don't. If you're working out and you're building muscle, then I think between 1 gram of protein per kilogram of body weight and 1 gram of protein to, or 1.5 grams of protein to a kilogram of body weight is decent. Okay, so I have about 80 kilograms that I weigh, something like that. So eating about 80 grams of protein to about 120 grams of protein for me is more than fine. But again, you get even more specific because if you understand that weight is not just your body weight, it's a composition of your muscle mass, your bone, and your fat mass. And you can get a Teneta scale like the one I have over here in my room, and you can weigh yourself on there. It's not expensive. It's like 40 or 50 bucks. And it gives you a bioimpedance analysis. Now, is it atomically accurate? No, but it's a good estimate. And through that estimate, through your estimate of your body composition and your water percentage, you can get a rough estimate of your body mass and your fat-free mass. And you can look up these calculations online. Basically, how do I calculate my fat-free mass? Because what you want to get at is how much muscle do I have? If you weigh, again, it's like 100 calories of Pop-Tarts, 100 calories of a steak. If you are 200 pounds, okay? If you're 200 pounds and you have 40% body fat, that's very different than being 200 pounds and 15% body fat. Very big difference, right? Two different sets of calories. So one person that has a lot more muscle and is 200 pounds and 15%, that's a lot of muscle. And they're, 6 foot, whatever, right? Well, their metabolism is very different and they can handle more protein. If you are 200 pounds and you're 40% body fat and you are trying to eat as much protein as somebody who's like a bodybuilder, different calories, then your metabolism is already slowed down. So it's not going to be able to handle all that protein. So you're just causing more problems for your kidneys and everything else. I don't believe in high protein amounts. I really don't. I don't think we need that much protein. Because another thing too is you can take amino acid powders, which is what I recommend in the various articles. You should be taking those at least 10 grams a day of amino acid formulations like Perfect Amino. If you want to get the cheaper version, it's Optimal Amino. They basically do the same thing, although Perfect Amino has some other things in it that are very good, like the nucleic acids. But nevertheless, if you have 10 grams of that stuff a day, if you do 30 grams of that per day, you don't need any more protein in your day. So I take 10 grams in the morning, and then if I'm working out the day, I also take another 10 grams plus some arginine and citrulline for blood pressure, for nitric oxide, before my workout. And that's it. Between that and whatever else I eat, like I have some eggs, I have maybe some meat for lunch in some way, and then I have like a turkey sandwich at night. That is more than enough protein to last you all day. You don't need more protein. And you should be digesting your protein. So you should take digestive enzymes. So you're worried about digesting your protein. So most people think, oh, what's the amount that I need? Well, it's not so much the amount. You should shoot for, again, 1 gram per kilogram of body weight. If you're working out and you're active, I would say 1.5, but no more than that. You don't need a pound. You don't need a gram per pound of body weight. Some people even say like 1.5 grams per pound of body weight or 2 grams. That's insanity. You can't even eat that much. And of course, then what you do is you start drinking these protein drinks that are horrible, that are just overwhelming your body with senseless protein that most of it's going to get turned into sugar. It's pointless. So don't think about how much protein you need so much as, am I getting quality protein? Is the protein that I'm getting digested? Am I including amino acids to at least get guaranteed building blocks? Because when you take an amino acid supplement like a powder, those amino acids are immediately uptaked into your body. They don't need to be digested. And perfect amino is in a blend that respects the ratio. So all of this can get, basically none of that gets turned into sugar. Your body's using it. This is the problem with other things because some of it gets turned into sugar. Doesn't mean you should not eat steak or chicken or whatever else, but the point is that it's not as efficient, right? So better to have a supplement. That way you don't put so much pressure on yourself to eat all these other things or to supplement with crappy things like, these various milk drinks or whatever else that are like 30 grams of protein in an 8-ounce thing. It's just full of soy protein and pea protein and all this other crap stuff. This is crap. Amino acid supplements are the best way to do it. And then on top of that, having a good diet with, steak and chicken and fish and whatever other good things that are out there that God has made for us. So now we're to part 3, exercise.
Healthy, Fennec Fox, leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, Fennec Fox, we're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, Fennec Fox. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, Fennec Fox.
Alrighty, well, welcome to part 3, exercise. In this part, I want to talk about exercise. Exercise is a big part of my life, especially being a former professional athlete. I was very, very active. I was dancing 30 to 50 hours a week, depending on how my teaching load was. On top of that, having to do professional practice and everything else. I would also go to the gym and lift on top of that. I used to dance at competitions, sometimes over 100 rounds with students, and then have to go have like a break for an hour, eat something, and then go and dance with my professional partner and warm up and compete professionally. So it was a very extreme sport for many years. I pushed my body to the maximum. I was in pretty good shape for many years, and I had 10% body fat, 155 pounds for probably 15 years of my life. Today, exercise is still important to me, but for very different reasons. When I was competing, exercise was about looking good and being capable to execute complex movements and being able to do something to the fullest of its potential and power and making it better and, refining the movement and so on and so forth. Today, exercise for me is more about maintaining my muscle mass because that's important and keeping my weight optimal, especially because I'm very inactive, relatively speaking, because of my job. I do content and sitting and talking all day. So that by its very nature doesn't burn very many calories. So we have to stay active and keep our body moving. So I go to the gym 3 times a week, nothing super intense. I'm not looking to get, jacked and, gain 20 pounds of muscle, but I am trying to maintain the muscle that I have muscle definition. And I do about 5 to 6 different exercises of moderate intensity. I rotate Sunday is chest and back. Tuesdays is leg day, and Thursday is arms and shoulders. And I rotate that. So I do about 6 exercises. I work out my abs every time. And between that, I walk about 10,000 steps per day on average. A little more on the workout days because there's warm-ups that I do, like walking on the treadmill. And I still go out dancing with my old ladies in Sun City. They still hire me to do that. I've been doing that for 7 years now. It's hard to believe. It's just so crazy. Since 2018, I was going out to Sun City with my students, and Sun City is like the retirement capital of the world. They have so much dancing over there. It's crazy. But I have my little old lady students. They're always hiring me, so that's cute. But it keeps me active too. Keep going Friday nights every so often. And sometimes I go out social dancing, salsa or bachata or something, whatever. I haven't had too much time to do that lately, but I would like to go out dancing again. Sometimes I ride my e-bike. If it's nice out, I'll go hiking, so I love going outside. I love exploring. I love being active in general. I think God made us to enjoy our physical bodies, to enjoy the physical world. And the interesting thing is, it's a fun fact, but gyms weren't invented until like the 1900s. The idea of going to a physical place to be active was foreign to human history, to the human psyche. The idea of a gym resulted because of industrialization, because of the Industrial Revolution. Because what did you have prior to that? Well, you had people going and working on the farm and doing labor, doing work of all kinds. You were always active. You didn't need to go somewhere to get your reps in, which is just nonsense. And of course, with the gym came the gym culture and everything else. But, like all my relatives in Romania that were living out in the farm, they were in great shape. They didn't have like ripped, 9% body fat, but they were in great shape. They were healthy. They were active. They were strong. That's what you need to be, because they were active all the time. They weren't sitting down on a computer. So this is the problem. We have divorced two things from each other. We have divorced movement and life. Before the 1900s, life involved a lot of movement and labor. And after and into the technology age that we live in today, where everything's on your phone, movement and life, your life happens on the internet now. And so you have to make it an effort to be very active. And it's very important, because it's an epidemic. It's an epidemic of society to be lazy, complacent, obese. And that's because people don't move. Movement is life. So you have to have a regular movement plan, whatever it happens to be, because there is something to be said about circulation. Circulation is very, very important. The Bible says the blood is life. And it's true. The blood has many nutrients. It has oxygen. It has immune cells, stem cells. It has a lot of things. We are constantly discovering new aspects to the blood. And blood flow, therefore, is very important for overall health, right? Because blood brings life to the tissues that it's touching. Without blood, you don't have life. There's many ancient traditions, like Chinese medicine, that focus on restoring circulation, just to restore circulation, and the body just heals itself. So bringing blood back to a particular area, whether it's through herbs, it's through acupuncture, through, suction cups, different tools to move the blood. And of course, where there is blood, there is life. And where there is movement, there is life. So you have to bring movement to a particular situation. If water circulates, it can be clean. If it stands still, then disease breaks out and you don't want to drink from that water. The same principle is everywhere. It's in your body, in relationships, in business, everything else. Things have to move, right? If you have a business and you have a lot of spending on supply that you're buying, but you're not selling that, then there's something stuck in the business, right? Maybe it's your fear. Maybe it's marketing problems. Maybe it's demand. Maybe whatever. Something is stuck that is preventing the circulation of inward produce and outward selling. If you are selling a lot, but you're not getting the produce that you need and therefore pissing everybody off because you don't have inventory, then you don't have circulation, right? So circulation is everywhere, whether it's in a business, a relationship, in your body, in dancing, everywhere. You have to have circulation to have life. So the body is the same way, and circulation can be achieved through movement, which is active, right? And through nutrition, which is passive. One is internal and the other is external, and both are important to implement in your day-to-day life. Nutrition is going to help keep your blood clean and flowing, and things that are good for blood pressure and blood flow in general are the following, not limited to, but a great list is ginger, garlic, taurine, nitrates, like from arugula and beets, arginine or citrulline, because they help with nitric oxide. Those are actually two nitric oxide pathways. There's one for nitrates and there's one for arginine. I would recommend more the arginine one because nitrates, although they're good, I don't recommend having a lot of nitrates, like a crap ton of beet powder or something like that, because nitrates can also suppress the thyroid. But nevertheless, that's another shindig. But nitrates, I'm not saying don't have nitrates. I love arugula, I love beets, I love beet powder. Have them, but just, keep in mind that if you're doing like a nitrate powder or something like that, you're taking a lot more exogenous nitrates than you would normally be eating in like a salad. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Arginine and citrulline are much better, and they're not dependent on nitrate pathways. Omega-3 also helps to thin the blood. Vitamin E also helps to thin the blood. Vitamin K helps to coagulate the blood. Magnesium, boron, and vitamin D are important in a secondary way because they help to keep calcium out of the tissues. So calcium, a lot of times when people have calcium in their arteries or their veins or whatever else, or arthritis or osteoarthritis, it's a mismanagement of calcium. Now, why is that happening? Because calcium floats around in your blood, and your body has mechanisms to get rid of it and put it in the tissues where it needs to, in the bones and the teeth, right? You want calcium to go in your bones and your teeth. You don't want calcium to go in your soft tissues, in your kidneys, in your arteries. That's not a good thing. But what determines if that happens, obviously genetics are part of it, but a big part of it is your vitamin K, D, A, boron, and magnesium. 5 nutrients. All of these have to do with calcium metabolism. And if you are not incorporating these, then calcium runs amok in your body and it starts depositing in places it shouldn't, like your arteries, like your organs, like your joints. And this is why there is an epidemic in America of osteoarthritis, of artery issues, all kinds of heart issues, because this is one of them. The standard of American diet has an overemphasis on calcium and an underemphasis on vitamin D, magnesium, boron. Certainly nobody eats boron, vitamin K, and so on. So what do you have? Well, you have a calcium imbalance. And of course, that's a big problem. You also have proteases. Proteases are types of enzymes that you can take for digesting protein, but you can also take those on an empty stomach. And those have been proven to have a very high anti-inflammatory effect. In terms of anti-inflammation, not anti-pain, but anti-inflammation, they are just as effective as NSAIDs, without obviously the problem that NSAIDs come with. So proteases can be very effective if you have an injury to take on an empty stomach. You can take a good amount, but the point is that they also can clean your blood because they get absorbed into the bloodstream. And that's where they go and dissolve all that uric acid crystals, the web structures. If you've seen blood under a microscope, you know what I'm talking about. All these different things that happen from too much protein or not digested protein. So that can also help as well to thin the blood and to clean the blood of pathogens and crystals and so on and so forth. So use those tools, whatever you want. I use most of them. I take ginger, I take taurine, I take a little nitrates in my shake. I do take arginine, I take omega-3, I take vitamin E, vitamin K, magnesium, boron, D. I take protease on empty stomach, I don't. And garlic, I eat garlic, but I don't take garlic extract. I don't do that because right now I'm trying to manage my gut. And garlic extract is good. It's a very good thing for many reasons, actually. It's anti-inflammatory, it's antimicrobial, it kills the bad bugs, parasites, but I don't want to take that because it's going to throw my gut off even more. Right now I'm trying to build my gut back. So, but either way, I've taken all these at some point in time. So they're very, very useful for blood. And I have good blood. Everything, when my blood flows, in fact, they asked me like, are you on blood thinners? I'm like, no, my blood flow is actually pretty good. Nevertheless, exercise will pump all of that blood into your peripheries. So if your blood is nice and smooth and very nutritious, exercise is going to help pump that blood into your peripheries. What does that mean, peripheries? I'm talking about your hands, your feet, your ears, your peripheral systems, right? You have your core and you have your peripheral systems. And the health of your peripheral systems is very important because it tells whoever's working with you the health of your overall system. That's why we look at blood under a microscope. You take a blood sample from your finger, and that's the capillary blood. And of course, capillaries are at the end of the circulatory system, right? They're not arteries where the action is happening. They're at the end of the circulatory system. So that's an important thing because you can see, okay, well, what's going on with the outliers? You want good outliers. If your outliers are starting to deteriorate, then it helps you understand, okay, I need to be more preventative. That's the point of peripheries. So good capillary blood flow determines the health of your tissues and joints and everything else. You can also do heat, like sauna or infrared. It can mimic these effects and move the blood. So these are very important. Again, Chinese medicine has a lot of things. When I go get my massage, sometimes I do hot stone massage, cupping. There's a lot of ways you can move the blood into a particular area to cause an inflammatory process so that there's nutrition and immune activity there to help, basically restore life, to bring life to that situation. In Chinese medicine, there's a principle, a philosophy that I think is very useful called water up, fire down. So water up, fire down is basically a very simple idea that your down, your center, needs to be warm, needs to have fire. And your up, which is your brain, your head, needs to be cool. That's parasympathetic rest and digest. When you are resting and digesting, stomach is nice and warm and cuddly, and you can eat and digest, and you're relaxed. When you are stressed out, that pattern goes whoop and it flips. Everything starts to shut off because your body's in self-preservation mode, so digestion is not important. You have to run away, and your brain is on high alert. All the blood goes there, and so you have a very hot head and a very cool stomach, which is not good. And that pattern is the pattern of stress. And of course, when your digestion is shut down, then all of the other recovery processes are also shut down. So it's very important to have water up, fire down. Very, very important. You can do that with many things. You can do that with hot tea. That's why, for example, in the Asian cultures, they don't really drink cold. Well, of course, now with the Americanization of everything, who knows what it is. But traditional Asian cultures do not drink like ice water. It's like rude to them. They always drink hot beverages to keep the stomach nice and warm and, to keep it basically lubricated and going. So nutrition and regular movement together can help move circulation, which is the key for life. I have many articles on movement, on circulation in the book, but it's not about doing crazy amounts of exercise. It's simply about moving the blood. Okay, you got to move the blood. The blood is where the life is. You got to get that blood throughout every nook and cranny of your body, whether that's through heat or movement or whatever else. Of course, nutrition also plays a role in how that blood flows. Research has shown that even just 30 minutes a couple times a week, 3 to 4 times a week, is very beneficial for your body. Do not be a couch potato. You have to move, and you have to move regularly. Of course, combined with random movements like NEAT, non-exercise activity thermogenesis, the body can be kept pretty limber. So moving, doing different positions, various movements and different kinds will really help your flexibility and your overall core strength. It's very important to have core strength, flexibility, coordination, musicality. I talk about all these things in the book, but these are not just for dancing, folks. This is not unique to dancing. As you get older, one of the biggest problems that happens is you start to lose muscle mass and you start to lose coordination as a result. What does those two add up to? Loss of coordination, loss of muscle mass, it means injury. That's why most of the seniors have problems with falls and breaking their hip, and then they have hip surgery, and then it just goes downward spiral. So you need to maintain core strength. You need to maintain awareness of your proprioception, meaning your balance, your sense of balance, your coordination, right? Hand-eye coordination, body coordination, sense of your weight, your strength, right? It doesn't mean having huge muscles, it just means your strength, having strength in your body, your flexibility, and your musicality, your sense of rhythm and timings, in the sense that you understand the rhythm and timing of things so that you can be very intuitive with your movement and not be awkward and risk an accident. So all of those things are very important things that I talk about in the book, but this is what movement is about. It's not about building huge muscles. It's not about, anything else. Obviously, there's some of that's important, like with weight training, like we talked about previously, to maintain your resting metabolic rate. That's important. But really, the goal of movement should be, first off, for it to be fun, right? That's number one. The exercise, there's an old saying that the best exercise is the one that you stick to, right? So the exercise that you do has to be fun and enjoyable and rewarding to some degree. You have to have some reward from it. And you have to do it consistently. The one that you stick to. The one that you stick to is the best one, because most people start and stop. So it's got to be enjoyable. It's got to be something you do consistently. And it's got to be focused on moving the blood and getting that circulation through you. The worst thing you can do, which is sometimes what I do, I'm trying not to do, but it is sitting in a chair all day. I try to move, but It's not good. And I have to sit in a chair. It is. I'm sure I could probably get at one of those desks and walk, but it's really distracting to walk and type and everything I do. So it is what it is. This is just the nature of the beast, but the body needs resistance and it needs circulation in order to be healthy. So make an exercise plan that you enjoy, that you can have some benefit for your muscles that are getting trained and flexed and moved and stretched and everything else. And that's also something you can stick to that's fun. Because, like with dancing, it's one of those things that you don't even feel that you're exercising. That's why I recommend dancing to everybody. I think dancing is a phenomenal exercise. In fact, it's been studied. There's a lot of research on dancing, ballroom dancing specifically, partnership dancing, that it is the most beneficial and protective for Alzheimer's and dementia. In other words, the brain gets the most benefit from ballroom dancing, for partnership dancing, than any other sport or activity. You can look into that yourself. Ballroom dancing, because why? Because you're dealing with so many beneficial neuroprotective things. One of them being the fact that you're thinking about music. You're internalizing, you're listening to the music and counting in your mind and you're feeling it. While you're doing that, you're touching a person. You're connecting to them. You're moving them. You're following. You're connecting to your partner. You're moving your body. There's like millions of things happening at the same time. So it's very stimulating to the mind. And there's also the social benefit of working there where you're hanging out with other people and having fun and, interacting, and there's gender roles. All that stuff is very, very valuable. Remember that the studies on longevity, the most prolific longitudinal studies on longevity, found that the two top things are not diet and exercise. They are life purpose and relationships. So when you are in an activity that you enjoy, that you're having fun, that you're with other people, that's very good for your aging. Very, very good. And of course, I never feel like it's, like you go and you dance, you can dance for an hour, 2, 3 hours, and you don't feel like you're working out, which is the best kind of workout. So do things like that. When I go on my e-bike, I just love zoning out and just going for like 40 miles just around town, just exploring every nook and cranny I can. And whatever, it's like 2 or 3 hours, I don't even notice it. So I love that kind of stuff. And that's the kind of exercise that I do. Now, do I enjoy going to the gym and doing my sets and my reps? No, I don't. I don't enjoy it that much. However, it's rewarding to me because I'm fulfilling my word to myself. And I know that what I'm doing is beneficial for my resting metabolic rate because it's keeping stress and tension on my muscles so that there's something there to stimulate them to maintain their size. And they're not, again, I'm like huge muscles, but if you lose muscle mass, then your metabolism shrinks. And I don't want that, especially being 40 and I'm not 20 anymore. I want to maintain as much as I can. So I don't necessarily enjoy going to the gym like I do riding my bike, but I do enjoy fulfilling my commitment to myself. And that's the reward that I draw from it. So whether it is something super enjoyable or something that you enjoy in the sense that you're fulfilling your word and you enjoy that, then either way, make it enjoyable for yourself. Find what you enjoy and stick to it. That's the key. Now onward to part 4, testing and detox.
Healthy, Fennec Fox, leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, Fennec Fox, we're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, Fennec Fox. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, Fennec Fox.
All right. Well, this part we're going to talk about toxins and tests. Very, very important topic. Obviously, these things are very relevant to us today because we are at the end and the Genesis curse is at its maximum. On the health page, there's a testing guide and it's got a lot of recommended regular tests that, remember, right at the end there, you can see what I would recommend taking on a regular basis for monitoring your inflammation, your hormones, things like this. And it's one of those things too where you have a link where you can click on and you can order these tests at a relatively affordable rate, depending on the test, obviously. But they're relatively affordable and you can order them without a doctor. And this service is called BLT system. It's overseen by a doctor, so that's how they get around it. But they send you a requisition form, then you take that requisition to LabCorp, they just run the test for you, and then you're good to go. There are many such services. The one that I'm suggesting is the one that I use. So if you find a better one, then please let me know. But nevertheless, there's ways to get information without having to rely on your doctor if they're being stubborn. And most doctors sometimes don't play ball with, why do you need homocysteine? Why do you need CRP? Why do you need a full thyroid panel? Well, because I need it. I need the data. And obviously I'm not going to rely on your one class of nutrition and optimal health to design my health outcomes and my health plan. So make sure you check that out. We also have learned to measure a lot of things and identify them over the last 100 years with testing advances. However, the relationships of all these things are still a mystery. We don't really know how life works, folks. Life is a mystery. And there are billions of chemicals and chemical reactions and all kinds of things happening every second. It's a profound concert of atoms and molecules and cells and all kinds of crazy things. So test scores for blood tests are based on population averages. So it's important to know that. And labs can sometimes change those averages and the ranges based on whatever decision that the board makes for that lab. And then your results may become irregular as a result. So that's important. Another thing is that because they're based on population averages, it doesn't mean they're based on optimal health. And we'll talk about that with some of the things, like with the thyroid tests. So it's important to understand for everything that I'm testing, what is the lab range, of course, but what is the optimal health range according to a more naturopathic, holistic understanding? Because the holistic understanding is looking at the spectrum and not at the black and white disease. We want to look at the spectrum. We want to find how close we are to optimal. Not wait until it's out of range and, now you have a disease. Well, let's put some medicine on it and you'll be better. So it's very important to understand that. Some tests are also biased by politics and big pharma infiltration. For example, LDL and cholesterol numbers. Cholesterol figures, if you look in history, of course, cholesterol and fat has been very demonized in the last 50 years since the Keyes study in the 1970s and the hijacking of the American Heart Association. But the point is this, you have, if you look in like the 1800s, people's cholesterol was like 220, 250. And there were like no instances of heart attack or stroke. Now they're telling people, you need to have cholesterol of like 120 or whatever else. If you're on statins, it's even lower. I mean, it's just so horrible. You need cholesterol. Cholesterol is important for the body. It helps to build your hormones. It's a very important chemical. And it's in animal products for a reason, because we need it. The problem is not cholesterol. The problem is, other things. It's inflammation, it's blood sugar, it's everything else. But nevertheless, the numbers that you see on a cholesterol test are biased because why? Why do they bias? Well, because big pharma lobbies for these things. And of course, now if you move the range over by a little bit, now suddenly everybody's sick and you can prescribe the medication. That's why. So this is the problem. And many tests, again, are not optimized for optimal health. They're optimized, they're just based on population averages. A good example with thyroid is the TSH score. TSH goes from, 0.1 to, I don't know, depending on what lab you go to, 5 usually. But if you're like a 4.8 on your TSH, that's not good at all. That means your thyroid is working really hard to produce normal level thyroid hormone, assuming your thyroid hormones are optimal. Okay, if you're assuming, because usually it's not the case if your TSH is that high, but assuming your thyroid levels are optimal, but your TSH is like 4.8 or something, that means your thyroid is working extra hard to produce the same amount of stimulation to produce those hormones. A good optimal thyroid range is between, TSH is about 1 to 2, something like that. The low end of the spectrum. But you see, the spectrum is huge. And modern allopathic medicine does not have the sensitivity to recognize subclinical hypothyroidism. Subclinical would be, okay, well, we look at this range. Well, your thyroid is not above 5, so it's not diseased yet, but it's getting close to 5. What does that tell us about other things? How's your diet? How's your inflammation? Let's look at your inflammatory markers. Let's look at your homocysteine. Let's look at your gut. Let's maybe do a heavy metals test and see what kind of metals you're dealing with. What's going on here? Something is disrupting this process. That's how you need to think about health. But doctors will never do that unless you're dealing with a naturopath or somebody who's, holistic in their training. So this is the problem. Now, you can also get a genetic test, which is very valuable because nowadays you can basically just get your whole genome profiled and you can get a report like with Self-Decode. Self-Decode is the one that I recommend and use. They give you a great report, lifetime. It's like $200 for a lifetime report of a ton of different things on all the things that you have, propensities, like, how you deal with saturated fat, what kind of inflammation you have, what is your thyroid, what propensities you have there. It's very, very useful. Again, if you like that data, it's useful to have as a map so you understand what you're dealing with and where are the areas that you need to tweak. It's like a map, right? You have a topographic map. You can look at that map and say, okay, this part's going to be harder because it's more altitude. I don't have to climb so much. Okay, this one's a little bit easier and so on based on the topography. Well, the genetic sequencing in the map gives you a topography of your individual genome, of your body that God has given you. So you understand, okay, maybe some dietary things I can change. What are some supplements that are going to be really good for my genetics? That kind of thing. Because every supplement has epigenetic changes. So on that topic of epigenetics, I want to show you a quick little video, which is very interesting on epigenetics. It's a rising study of these things which God has made for us to learn about and marvel at his genius.
I want to share one of the most fascinating studies on the power of epigenetics. It's called the Dutch Hunger Winter Study. In World War II, pregnant women were exposed to a devastating famine that killed tens of thousands of people. The results were shocking. The children they gave birth to had higher rates of metabolic disorders, cardiovascular disease, and even mental health issues, even though they weren't directly exposed to the famine. Here's what's incredible. The results didn't stop there. The grandchildren of those women, even though they weren't exposed to the famine at all, also showed a higher risk for similar health issues. What does this mean? It's epigenetics at work. How environmental factors like famine, trauma, and even stress can leave a mark on our genes, altering the way our genes are expressed while not changing the genetic code at all. And it's those epigenetic changes that are passed down from generation to generation. This study flips what we thought we knew about genetics. It shows that our experiences, our stress, and even the things that our parents and grandparents went through can literally reshape our biology and influence future generations. And most importantly, epigenetics shows us that we can change our family story and actually heal ourselves. Through our own choices, we can change our genetic expression. Research backs this because in a follow-up study, researchers found that the epigenetic changes of people who were in the famine weren't permanent. People who had better nutrition and healthier relationships actually showed a reversal in effects and had overall improved health. I want to share one of the most fascinating studies on the power of epigenetics. It's called the Dutch Hunger.
Yeah. So epigenetics is a fascinating thing to study because epigenetics is the genetic portion of your genome that is fluctuating because it's about on or off switches, which genes are being expressed at what time. Your DNA is what is your code? What kind of code do you have? Epigenetics determines which genes are being expressed at what time. And epigenetics is a fascinating topic of study. It's very complicated, but in general, you can think of it just as like little switches that determine whether a gene is being expressed and doing its work to fold proteins or not. And so based on what genes are being expressed, those things can determine your metabolism, your propensity for disease, your inflammation, all this kind of stuff. And epigenetic changes are being caused by all kinds of things: trauma, stress, nutrition, toxins. All these things are changing which genes are being affected and what. And this is an ongoing study, but it's important to get familiar with genetics and your specific genetics. and understanding what are the propensities for your particular organism. What SNPs do you have? Single nucleotide polymorphisms. In other words, what errors, right? What little mess ups do you have in your code which can affect your propensity for certain things? For example, I mentioned to you earlier that I have VDR issues. So my VDR gene, the gene that's vitamin D receptor gene, VDR, my vitamin D receptor gene has many SNPs in it, single nucleotide polymorphisms, which are basically, if you remember the thing from chemistry class or biology class with the DNA, you have a nucleotide. Polymorphism is instead of a T, it's a C. Instead of a G, it's a T or whatever, right? So those mutations are common in everybody's genome. Everybody has polymorphisms. The question is not if you have them. The question is, how significant are they? And there's constant research being done, and these services can tell you, well, your polymorphisms here are significant, they're not, and so on and so forth. I know, for example, with me, with vitamin D, there's a lot of them. So my vitamin D receptor is not so hot. It's about, I would say maybe 50, 60% as good as an ideal one, right? So what does that mean? Well, that means obviously that I need to take a lot more vitamin D because my VDR gene is just not, even if I don't have epigenetic issues that are preventing it from doing its full job, even if it's working at 100%, that 100% for me is still only 50 or 60%. Do you get it? Never mind the epigenetic things that can influence the expression and the, how it works. So I'm getting you in, let's say I get 50% of 50%. Well, that's 25%. So anyway, the point is that genetic information is very valuable, especially in this day and age with AI and everything else. You can really get an idea to help yourself customize a nutrition plan and make it really specific and understand what are some things maybe you shouldn't eat. Maybe you should eat certain things. Maybe you should take certain supplements and so on to really benefit your genome. I talk about this in my article on genetic testing, but it's helpful for understanding where you are prone to have inflammation, how your body deals with inflammation, understanding how to shape your diet through blood sugar, cholesterol, different choices there, understanding what to do with your lifestyle, whether you should have caffeine or not, substances, dopamine, exercise response, how do you respond to different factors in lifestyle and to what extent? Are you more adapted for high intensity things, or are you going to really have joint issues or whatever else if you push, certain exercises and so on? Very valuable information. Understanding where you need more supplementation. Again, with my VDR example, and also B12. I have a ton of genes that have SNPs in them that have to do with B12 recycling. So with me, for example, if I take B12 in high amounts, I can get my blood tested, my serum B12, and it's really high. But in fact, my B12 is actually low. So it's a fake result. Why? Because the body is not processing it. So there's certain genes that have to do with recycling B12 and basically getting it into the cells. So this is where we get into another important conversation on blood. I'm kind of going, darting around a little bit, but hopefully it'll make sense. With testing, you cannot get tests for nutrition like B12, magnesium, all this stuff. You can't get blood tests for that. You can't get blood tests for those things because your blood, a very important principle you need to understand is that your blood is life, right? Blood is life. So blood is the most important thing. It needs to be perfect. Your body is trying to maintain your blood as optimal as it possibly can. At the cost of anything else, your blood needs to be as good as possible because blood is the thing that is right now in the heat of the moment. Your blood has a specific pH. I think it's 7.13 or somewhere around there. It's very highly specific. If it's off by 1/10, you could die. You could have serious problems. So these fluctuations of different chemicals that come into your blood that create pH changes. For example, if you drink a soda and you get all these phosphates in you and whatever, all the other acidic stuff, your body now has an acidic problem that it needs to neutralize immediately. And of course, it's very quick and it has very, efficient ways of doing that. But what it does to neutralize the acidic effect is it leaches minerals like calcium, magnesium from your body, from your teeth and your bones. And sugar does the same thing. So all these things have changes in your blood. So your blood is constantly dealing with left and right. It's the narrow road. The blood is the narrow road because it's constantly dealing with things that are assaulting it. Okay? Why is that meaningful? Because when you get a test of blood serum magnesium or, blood calcium or blood anything, blood B12, it's pointless. It's pointless because the blood volume of these things does not tell you how much is actually getting into your cells. That's the issue. And when you get a test like red blood cell levels, like red blood cell magnesium, red blood cell, that's not even that good either. Because, I'll tell you why, the red blood cells do not have a nucleus. The red blood cells are not metabolically active, like a white blood cell. They come and they go. They're like little containers. And so they're not an accurate representation of your tissues. There's only one test that I have found to be relevant to the whole body picture, and that's the SpectraCell test. In terms of testing your levels for minerals and vitamins, like B12, like vitamin D, and so on and so forth. Now, vitamin D blood test is decent. However, certain things like magnesium levels, vitamin K, the B vitamins of certain things, those are much better tested in a SpectraCell test. Now, I have a whole interview on the health page with Nicole. She was I don't know if she still is, but at the time, she was part of the SpectraCell doing their education department, and we talked a lot about the SpectraCell test. You can listen to it. It's a very nerdy interview, so if you're into that, enjoy. But SpectraCell is a phenomenally clever test. It's an old test. Actually, I think it was developed in the 80s, believe it or not. The way it works is you put a petri dish full of your white blood cells from your lab test. They draw blood and then you send them over there. And you culture these immune cells, these lymphocytes, in the petri dish. And then you eliminate one thing, the thing that you're trying to test, whether it's vitamin C or vitamin K or whatever else. And everything else is there. So the question is, if your white blood cells have a lot of vitamin C, then they're going to survive for quite a while, right? Because they have reserves. If they don't, then it doesn't matter if they have all these other nutrients, they're not going to live very long. So this is the idea, is that the proliferation of these cells and how they live and how they basically expand is an indirect way of determining relatively accurately the overall body stores of your vitamin and mineral deficiencies. Now, with everything, there's a caveat, right? First, I want to say that lymphocytes are metabolically active, so they have a nucleus, which means that the status of a lymphocyte, your immune system, because it's very important. There's been a lot of research that connects the nutritional status of lymphocytes to being a representative sample to the rest of your body. That makes sense? So for example, if I see a lymphocyte and the average of these lymphocytes shows that there's high vitamin C in the lymphocytes. Okay, well, because they're metabolically active, they have a nucleus, they're doing things in the body, their immune system, they're very important. We can assume with relative accuracy that you have vitamin C in your body. You're doing good. It's not a perfect test by any means because your body has a million ways that it distributes nutrition. And sometimes it takes from the muscles to put here, sometimes it takes from the bones to go there. It's constantly doing stuff. And there's no exact measurement that you can ever get and say, oh, this is how much vitamin C you have. Because what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Do you mean I have in my muscles, in my bones, in my teeth, in my white blood cells? What do you mean I have vitamin C? And this is the problem. So we go off estimates, right? We know about 500 milligrams to 1,000 milligrams a day of whole food vitamin C is a good amount to have as part of your nutrition plan. That's what I do. I take acerola cherry powder. But, does that mean you have enough? Well, probably, but you may have surgery and your need for vitamin C may increase. Maybe you have a chronic toxin that you are exposed to that you don't even know, which is putting oxidative stress on your body. Well, you may need more vitamin C. Maybe you're pregnant. Maybe you have other things going on. I don't know. There are all kinds of things that fluctuate those needs. So a SpectraCell test is useful. I would say it's much better than a hair test. Certainly much better than a regular serum blood test. But it's also limited because eventually what you're going to do, you can take they're expensive too, like $400. You can take these tests supplement something and then take it again to see how that changed the stores of the nutrients. And what you'll find, which is what I found initially with the hair testing and what made me realize like this is a racket, I'm wasting my time, that something always goes down, something else changes. It's a never-ending race. Your body's constantly moving nutrients around. So in that sense, you could, in theory, take a SpectraCell test every 3 or 4 months on a supplement routine and understand and say, okay, how are my nutrient levels changing over time? Do I see patterns and so on? I don't know. It'd be very expensive. But the point is that I've done it. I've done it. Believe me, I have a whole chart with like 10 different SpectraCell tests on it. But I think what a SpectraCell test is good for, let me just say this. What a SpectraCell test is really good for is to give you some idea of the health of your immune system in an objective way, because it does measure the ability of your white blood cells to be resilient against oxidative stress. I think they do a peroxide test on your white blood cells, and they also look at the overall health of your immune system. That's really important. You want to know, because your immune system is like first line of defense. And if you have really staggering deficiencies, you'll find them in a SpectraCell test, which is really important. The problem is once you get to like more manageable levels, then, is it really an accurate picture of real-time vitamin status in your whole body? Well, what does that even mean? What does that even mean, right? Because measuring, again, you could have, your bones have to have a certain amount of calcium and your blood doesn't have to have calcium. So nutrition is apportioned to each their own. Does that make sense? Each their own. So measuring these things, they have use, but at some point they become useless. Another thing that they're important for is this, is you take a baseline, you do a supplement routine, and then you take another baseline 4 or 5 months later, depending on your budget and everything else. Once you do that, what that results in is you will see what changed. Now, in my example, if I took vitamin D, and I know that genetic issues make it to where you need to take more vitamin D because your body is not absorbing it as easily. Okay? What that shows up like in a SpectraCell test is, for example, you'll see your vitamin D levels and they'll be maybe low when you start. You'll take a pretty therapeutic dose, let's say 5,000 IUs, and then 4 months later, it barely rose like a teeny bit, or maybe even went down because you didn't have the cofactors, magnesium, boron, vitamin K, and so on. Either way, it didn't really move much. There's a genetic issue now with vitamin D. That can be pretty clear because, again, lymphocytes are metabolically active. They have a nucleus, meaning they are responding to nutrition the way your body responds because they have your genome, they have your DNA. Red blood cells don't have a nucleus. They're just little trucks. So that's really valuable. If a nutrient is very deficient and then you supplement it and 3 months, 4 months later, you took, let's say, I don't know, let's give an example. Vitamin K, let's say vitamin K. You had low vitamin K and you took, let's say, 200 micrograms of vitamin K and, after 3-4 months, it goes up to the green. It's like it increases a lot. Well, you found your dosage. And you also found that the vitamin K doesn't have any genetic issues in terms of absorption. In my case, I know my genetic issues, and the SpectraCell confirmed that. Vitamin D was slow. B12 was very slow to grow. I would take, 1 milligram a day of B12, which is therapeutic. It's a high amount, and barely move little by little. But I know that because I have genetic SNPs that are preventing that. So anyway, that was a little bit of a tangent. But if you want to get a blood test for nutrition, the SpectraCell test is the way to go. And again, that has its limitations, just like everything else. It's the best way, I think, to evaluate your genetic issues and to also come to a conclusion about what dosage is the one that you need to take for most of those nutrients. Epigenetic changes are always happening, and genetic mutations are something that everybody has. So these things are important to be educated on. Again, your DNA is what you have. Epigenetics are what is being turned on and turned off real time by the environment. And together, these two create a very dynamic situation. So in my case, I've got a lot of SNPs with my thyroid, with my B12, with my VDR, a lot of things that eventually, will cause problems if you don't address them nutritionally. My mom was non-Hashimoto's hypothyroid since she was 30. She's been on Synthroid, which is not good. Synthroid is, obviously causes many problems as osteoporosis risk because of the interactions it has with, I think, calcium and so on. But, it is what it is. These genetic things are the code that you get. My dad also had some thyroid suppression issues. I couldn't really tell from his test, but it seemed like he had a pituitary issue because he had low thyroid hormone and a relatively low TSH, which means that the pituitary wasn't picking up the problem. Because normally if you have low thyroid hormone, your TSH will go up. If you have low hormone and low TSH, something's not clicking in your mechanisms, and your body needs to, have something going on, either with your pituitary, toxins, nervous system, something's going on. So anyway, I have that. I have MTHFR issues that affect my methylation. Everybody has these things, and I know about them, and I've accommodated for them in my nutrition plan. If you want a guide on blood tests, see the health page. There's also an article in the book or the website on genetic testing. And there's also that recorded audio with Nicole. Gosh, was it Nicole? I forget her name. Miller, I think Nicole Miller, something like that, of SpectraCell. That's a great interview to learn more about the SpectraCell test. I don't know how much it costs now. Maybe with inflation, it's even more. It's definitely worth it to do it, I would say, twice. So you get a baseline, you take a bunch of supplements, you get another baseline, and you understand what moves and what doesn't. And based off of that, the ones that don't move, that are slow, it gives you an idea of how to craft your nutrition plan. That can be valuable if you have the money to burn. If you're a nerd like me, then you don't have to do it. But the point is this: don't waste your money on red blood cell tests. Don't waste your money on serum blood tests. They're meaningless. You're never going to find your tissue status, okay? It doesn't matter the nutrient that's going in the blood. What matters is the tissue status. That's what matters. The actual chemically active tissue vitamin that's in the tissue and the cells that's doing its thing. It's just like thyroid hormone. You could have thyroid hormone in the blood, and yet you could be hypothyroid. Why? Because there's some sort of receptor problem. Maybe you're thyroid hormone resistant for whatever reason. Maybe the receptors are damaged and your cells aren't picking up the hormone, even though it's in your blood. So there's a lot of shenanigans that can happen in the Genesis curse, but nevertheless, testing frequency should also be based on what you are monitoring and working on. For example, when I was taking iodine and trying to do all that whole thing, I was getting a full thyroid lab every 2 to 3 months. So I could compare and make a log and see what the pattern was. You don't want to wait longer than that, especially with things when you're dealing with hormone levels. When I was trying to figure out my optimal vitamin D count, I would get every few months, I would get a test. I would adjust the supplement. I would take a little more, a little less, whatever, and see what does it take for me to stay at around 70 for vitamin D. I generally monitor my inflammation and hormone levels, like thyroid, once a year at least now. I mean, I have dozens and dozens of tests. So for me, it's at the point where I'm just at a maintenance phase. In your case, you may just be starting, and so you may need to invest in a couple more tests and a little more frequency so that you get an understanding of what's going on with your body. Unfortunately, most doctors don't look for these things. So you'll have to ask for them, and some of them will fight you on it. That's why I provided that service that you can go and just get a lab requisition order for the test that you want. Whatever test you want, they're practically, most of them are on there for hormones, hormone status, all kinds of tests that you can test. They're all there and you can get it done. Now, let's talk about Detox. Detox is a place where a lot of people waste lots of money because they don't understand basic principles of health, and they've been lied to by marketing and seductive campaigns. A couple of important points for you. Number one, your sweat glands are not the primary detox mechanism of your body. This whole idea that you can get in the sauna and you can, sweat out 20 years of mercury, it's not going to happen. Your sweat glands can detox a little bit, but they're not designed for detox. They're designed to cool you off. That's what they're designed for. Your gut health, your liver health, and your kidney health all are your primary detoxifying pathways. How you poop, how your liver is functioning, how your kidneys are functioning are all determining how you detoxify. The liver is kind of like the processing house. The gut and the kidneys are the filtration systems that get everything out. Some poisons can't be easily removed from the body, and they have to be chelated. And I will show you proof of that today. Your nutritional reserves also determine how equipped your body is to handle the offending issues, whether they're heavy metals or toxins or whatever other pesticides, whatever else. So if you have a very poor nutritional lifestyle, if you don't eat very well, then your body doesn't even have reserves to deal with the damage. At the very least, if you have good nutrition, you can deal with the damage and offset. But if you are not taking care of yourself, then the toxic environment that we're all privy to is going to devour you. So take care of yourself. Many toxins also have pairs with nutrients that help to remove them. For example, chlorine helps to remove bromide. Bromide is a halogen, and chlorine helps to remove bromide. So when you eat salt, that's why salt is actually very healthy for you, especially if it's, like sea salt, like really healthy kind of salt. I use Redmond's real salt. It's a really good salt, by the way. Some people don't like it. It's a little gritty. I don't find it to be gritty. I think it's great. But those kinds of salts, they have studied salt, and it's not salt that's the problem. It's the processed food that's the problem. I think something like 5 grams of salt a day is actually very healthy for you. Salt is vital for life. It's very beneficial, and it helps to chelate bromide from the body. There's also other things like toxins, like, for example, fluoride and bromide are very similar to iodine because they're in the same group on the periodic table. So what do? Well, they replace iodine in the body. And so they gunk up all of these mechanisms, like in your thyroid, and create problems. Fluoride also can fuse to your teeth and your bones and create fluorosis. And that's a real problem because it makes things very brittle. And so boron is really good for that. Boron can help detoxify fluoride from your body. But nevertheless, this is why a comprehensive nutrition program is very useful as your foundation. You need the basic building blocks to repair the damage, and you need the various nutrients to help detoxify from all these poisons. And some of them you can't really get rid of, or some of them are very difficult to get rid of, like mercury, lead, cadmium, thallium, cesium, as you'll see in my personal chart. But they're very difficult, and that's because your body needs chelation. We're not designed to, like, the original plan didn't have cesium and thallium floating around in the atmosphere, okay, or in the food we eat, okay? It didn't. Now there is, and so now this is a very unnatural situation. The body's not designed to get rid of these things efficiently, and this is the problem because they accumulate and they do, all sorts of damage. So this is a test I want to show you. This is from Vibrant Wellness, and they have some great, very highly detailed tests. They're expensive. I don't know how much this costs now, but I think it's probably $400 for all 3 of the tests: the heavy metals, the mycotoxins, and environmental toxins. All 3 tests. This is a urine test, but you can see they test a lot of different parameters, and all these things were relatively fine. They're in the green. Of course, there's no safe level of poison, but you want them as small as possible, and so this is the the minimal range. And if it's in green, it's good. So you just go through this, and you have let's see here. This is a mold issue where you can see ochratoxin, satratoxin, Roridin L2. All of these were very high for me. This is in 2020, by the way. This is, I think, either 2019 or 2020. Yeah. So I took this test several years ago, and my mold toxins were through the roof for some of these. Roridin L2 was 3 times the normal, or the high range, let's put it that way, because there's no normal range for these things. This is satratoxin H. You can look these up, and they're very problematic. They cause a lot of problems. They cause damage. They can lead to many serious problems. These are yellow. These are, not as aflatoxin B1. That's another terrible one. So it's like, man, where the heck am I getting all this mold? Am I just munching on, moldy sandwiches, or what's going on? So this is the problem. Now, does this have environmental toxins? I wonder if they have environment. See, they have research too that tells you basically the conclusions they came to, where they come from. Let's see. Yeah, this is environmental toxins summary. So this is the Okay, here it is. This is I can't even pronounce that. Diethyl dithiiophosphate, DEDTP. You can look into that. At that point in time, I had more than about 3 times the limit of the high level. Bisphenol A, BPA, I was obviously sucking on too many plastic things, and the high limit is 10.81. Mine was 13.4. So what does that mean? That means, okay, I need to audit my habits and not be using plastics, or if I am, make sure that I'm not using liquid in those plastics as much, or not heating anything in plastic, or maybe, whatever. You have to audit yourself. These things are useful to audit your lifestyle and your choices. Glyphosate, you can see, was yellow. It was 1.10. The high range is greater than or less than 2.3. Of course, again, there's no safe limit of a poison, folks. There's no safe limit, but the question is how can you keep these things as low as possible? And that's the goal. So that's in 2019, 2020. This is a test on home air check. And you can buy these, I think, online, and they send you basically a kit, and you can test one of the rooms. Now, again, it's relatively accurate, but to do this for every room could get expensive because it's about $300, I think, for a test. But this is what it comes out to. So this is measuring total volatile organic compound summary. This is again in 2020, approximately, when I was doing all these various tests. So this is normal, moderate, elevated. Mine is severe. So mine is like one little itty bitty inch from severe. The rank is 1,500 to 3,000 elevated, and then severe is anything over 3,000. So we have in the kitchen, total volatile organic compound levels is very high. And also you can see mold, same thing. You can see active, moderate. So minimal is right here. This is the active, moderate. This is a bell curve of basically, I think, what is the average of most people's homes. So our kitchen was higher than average, okay, with mold. Why is that? Who knows? There's many different reasons, but this gives you an idea. This does seem to correlate with the urine test that I took. But what does this tell you? It tells you that you are constantly under assault. Even though I was taking all those nutrients, all those vitamins for 20 years, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you still have a ton of stuff. Now, this is from December. So the last test was from January of 2020. This is from December of 2020. So a year later, after taking precautions and basically trying to do a bunch of nutrition. Let's see, what did I come up with? Okay, well, you still have gliotoxin. Now you have gliotoxin, which wasn't an issue before. Now this is more than double the high limit from gliotoxin. Gliotoxin was not an issue on the first one. That one's from Aspergillus. Aflatoxin is a little better, but it's still there. Now we have another one, chitoglobson A. That one is coming up towards the high limit. That one wasn't there present before. So that was mycotoxins. Now let's see. Does this also have heavy metals? Okay, heavy metals. This is heavy metals now, a year later, practically almost a year later. So heavy metals were clean. And you'll see when I took heavy metals recently through another provider, they were very worrisome. So somewhere between 2020 and 2025, I've had some heavy metal exposure. So anyway, there's environmental toxins. Now, these are different ones, you see. BPA is not there anymore. So my actions were basically good. But now I have other ones. Atrazine, mercapturate, whatever the heck that is. More than double the high limit. The high limit is 0.07. Mine was 0.17. Mono 2-ethyl 5-hydroxyethylene phthalate. So phthalates are very bad. They're very prevalent. MEHHP. The high level is 169. What is mine? 656. So this wasn't present before. This wasn't present in January, which was a year before this test. And yet a year later, I got another toxin that I didn't even account for. 4-non-ethylphenol, whatever the name is here, nonylphenol. The high limit is 4. Where's the high limit? 4.83. And mine was 13.2, more than 3 times the amount, or 3 times the amount. So This is really bad. Of course, you still have DEP diet, and this one actually wasn't the same. This one did not exist a year prior, so it's new. So you have new problems all the time. Glyphosate is still there, and it's much lower than it was before, so that's good. But nevertheless, it's still a little bit higher than moderate. So it's a little bit higher than in control, let's put it that way. So this is what you're dealing with, folks. You have mold, you have heavy metals, you have mycotoxins, you have all kinds of stuff. Now we're fast forwarding into, okay, here it is. And this is the doctor's, I forget what the name of the lab is, but the test is a urine heavy metals test. And this is done in 2024, fall of 2024. Now, I want you to see a couple things. The lines here, again, if you're listening to this, you can watch the video, but these tests are all pretty straightforward. These lines indicate the level of the particular toxin. Now, you have to remember that this is like one big line. You take all these lines and you put them on top of each other and you see how long is your line, because there's no safe level of a poison. So the more of these you have, the worse it is. Okay? Now, the worrying thing that I saw is this, thallium. Thallium, look at thallium. It is almost to the red, really, really bad. Thallium is an incredible poison, and it's not good to have in your body. I don't know where I got it from. I got some nickel, I got some mercury. It's in the green, but again, there's no safe level of poison. Mercury, probably from tuna, probably from whatever other food contaminated thing. Some of these are low, like, lead was really low, but you'll see once you take, this is unprovoked, by the way. This is an unprovoked test. You take a regular test, and then you take a suppository of DMSA and EDTA, then you pee out for 24 hours. And then you see what was provoked and coming out of your system, because some of these things can hide. Lead right now is very low because it's unprovoked, but you'll see with the provoked test, this increases, which means the body had a release of lead. So the body is, what does that mean? That means the body is storing lead in its places, little hiding places that it can get rid of this stuff the best it can until there's some stimulus to get it out. So when you pee on an unprovoked test, you may not get a full picture of what's going on. Because although it says low lead, that doesn't mean that you have low lead. You may have lots of lead, but you may have to take a chelating agent in order to get it out and to see that. So that's why you do two tests. This is cesium, and it's obviously in the moderate range. It's like, why? I don't understand why. Some of these things are very unclear. Barium. Now, they do a lot of spraying in the air here, so maybe some of this stuff is from the spraying, but nevertheless, it is what it is. Now, this is the other test. This is the provoke test. So look, I want you to see what happened. Look at this. So here's lead. Look at lead. Watch lead. Boom. Look at that. You see? You see how much release there was? So my lead went from being right around here to now it's in the yellow, meaning the body is getting rid of this lead. Oh, there's a stimulus. Okay, there's a chelator. We can attach it to that. Let's get rid of it. Mobilize it. This is what happens. So you can see if I just compare these two, that some of these went up, like lead went up. Aluminum was nothing. But then when you took a chelator, there's a little release of aluminum. Some of these went down. Like for example, arsenic. If you see arsenic, the unprovoked test was already relatively low. Or actually, no, it went up. This is the unprovoked test. You see, it's relatively low. And then it went up. The one that went down was antimony. Antimony was relatively low here. And it went to nothing. So that means that we got rid of it. It didn't have a lot. But if it went up, that means, there's some stuck in your body that you need to get out. And some of these too, like cesium, look at this. Cesium stayed about the same, so that means there's some sort of constant exposure. Thallium went a little bit down to where it still is in the yellow, so that's not very encouraging. So this is the problem. This is the problem. Now, if we go to, this is now in 2025, 6 months later, after doing chelation, 2 suppositories every week, EDTA, DMSA, and doing that for 3 months. I got a prescription from my naturopathic doctor. I did that for 3 months. Now, let's see. Did it get rid of all my heavy metals? Let's see. Let's find out. So this is, let me just set this up so that it's aligned. Okay. They have different columns in each one, but you can see, for example, the barium didn't really change. It changed from 1 to, is this, wait a minute, toxic 24-hour metals. I'm guessing this is the last one, and this is the one that was relatively, let's see, 5, 4. Yeah, okay, this has just 2. For some reason, the first one didn't have as many columns, but either way, the barium didn't really change that much. You see, it went up on a provoked test. And, these other ones like cadmium is there probably from all the dark chocolate I eat because everything's contaminated. Cesium is still the same. It went from being in the green back to in the yellow, just like it did the first 2 times. So there's some that was released, but there's a constant exposure somewhere, somehow. You have lead, same thing, lead. Look at this. Lead, again, was very low. Now look at lead on a provoked test. Boom. Bunch of release of lead. From what? I have no idea. Mercury, let's see, mercury, same thing. Mercury was right there. And then once you release it with some chelators, you have some release of mercury. Now these things are in the green, but again, when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these in the green, your overall toxic burden is very high. It's not good. This is not good. And thallium, look at a good old thallium. I'm sucking on thallium candy or something. I don't know what's going on. But thallium is still there. So that's very worrisome, my friends. That's very worrisome because what is the conclusion from all of these tests? Well, the conclusion is that we live in a very, very toxic world. I have taken more pills consistently over the last 20 years than guaranteed 99% of the people on earth. Guaranteed. I've been extremely, extremely consistent. I've been so consistent. I've taken tests. I've taken supplements every single day, almost every single day, with a few exceptions. And despite all of the nutrition and every discipline thing that I've done, you can see for yourself that there are things that you cannot control even with all of that nutrition. So it's very important to have good nutrition because if I didn't do those things, my body would be even in worse shape. So all of these things, they impact your hormones. They impact your glands, your digestive system, your brain. They're causing problems. Now, nothing is super high, although again, the thallium to me is like, ooh, that's very worrisome. So I have been taking liposomal glutathione ever since then to make some kind of a difference. I take selenium. I take a lot of things to help my glutathione and my general antioxidant reserves. But obviously, you can tell that that is not enough to get rid of these things because these things need to be chelated. So my general procedure after experiencing all of this, because I used to think, look, as long as you take, pills and you're doing good nutrition, you're going to detox all these things. No, it's not true. It's not true. Some of these things cannot be removed from the body unless you take specific detoxifiers. So chelation helps a lot. I'm going to do that once a year. I recommend also to you as well to do them once a year. And that's basically just getting a suppository. It's not the most fun thing in the world, obviously, but that's the cheapest. It's the cheapest way to get these chelation drugs into your body and to have them in your bloodstream and do that once a year. And the way it works, I'll explain it in just a second, but the point is this, do that. Take some extra antioxidant reserves like glutathione, selenium, and everything else. Have a good nutrition plan to manage the damage that is done from these things because they're going to be there. They're going to be there. They're going to do damage. There's a lot of things everywhere, whether it's heavy metals or mycotoxins or plastics or atrazine or diphenylphosphonyl, whatever compound that's out there. There's always something. And all of these things cause damage. They react with the lipid membranes of your cells. They do damage. They cause oxidative stress and they do damage and it needs to be repaired. If you don't have basic building blocks like minerals, vitamins, enzymes, so on and so forth, then you will have a lot of problems. Now, there's this article I want to read to you about cleaning your house, which is fascinating. It's from 2018, actually, but it says cleaning your house may be as bad as smoking 20 cigarettes a day. Cleaning your house isn't exactly the same as smoking cigarettes. For example, you shouldn't be using your mouth to clean your house. However, a study recently published in the American Journal of Respiratory and Critical Care Medicine claims that regularly using house cleaning products could be as bad as smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. Basically, the study suggests that cleaning could take your breath away, but not in a Berlin and Top Gun type of way. Researchers at University of Bergen and Haukeland University Hospital in Norway followed what happened to two common measures of lung function over time in 6,235 people who were part of the European Community Respiratory Health Survey. The first measure is the forced expiratory volume in 1 second, FEV1. Imagine yourself trying to blow out a birthday cake with 1,000 candles and then measuring the amount of air you can blow out of lungs in 1 second. The second measure is the forced vital capacity, FVC, which is the total amount of air you can blow out of your lungs after you've taken the deepest possible breath. While both of these measures tend to peak between 20 to 25 years of age and then afterwards decrease gradually with age, the study found that FEV1 and FVC decreased faster, 3.6 and 4.3 milliliters per year faster, for women who regularly cleaned their own homes than those who did not. The declines were even faster, up to 7.1 milliliters per year faster, among women who worked as cleaners compared to those who did not work as cleaners and did not regularly clean their own homes. Also, asthma was more common, 12.3% among women who cleaned their own homes or worked as cleaners, 13.7%, than those who did neither, which was 9.6%. So statistically significant, 4% more asthma cases. These declines in lung function were comparable to those seen in people with a pack-a-day cigarette smoking habit. So again, these things aren't things you should say, I'm never going to clean my house again, but there are healthy products that you can use to clean. All of these chemicals, they're not ever regulated. They're not regulated, and we're just using them left and right. They're carcinogenic. They're highly reactive. They're damaging to, cells and to membranes and things like that. And so this is the world you're living in. No matter where you look, there's always going to be a toxin, whether it's a mold toxin, an environmental toxin like cleaning products, pesticides, whatever else, or a heavy metal, whether that's contamination from food or whatever else. Heavy metals are everywhere. Chocolate, dark chocolate has cadmium in it. Now you can get organic dark chocolate. That doesn't guarantee that it doesn't have cadmium in it, because you may have gotten a spike in yours or whatever. A lot of root vegetables have a lot of problems, like beets. Beets are, even if you get them organic, I would be skeptical. But roots in general soak up a lot of, heavy metals. Brown rice has a lot of things that it soaks up, like arsenic from the pesticides that are used. That's why they say you should eat white rice. Not that you should eat a lot of white rice, but if you're going to eat rice, eat white rice. Even though people think it's not healthy, the brown rice is worse because of arsenic. So it's constantly, something to worry about. So that's why it's better to just have a good nutrition plan to accommodate for the reality that you're going to be assaulted with toxins. You're going to be assaulted. The question is, how fast can your body repair? And are you doing anything to mitigate the assault? Or are you just letting it pile up? Now, a couple of things you can do are getting some baseline tests like the ones I showed you, like urine tests, heavy metal screenings through various ways. Usually urine is the gold standard, especially if you're going to do a non-provoked test and then a provoked test. It'd be interesting. See, the original Vibrant test that I showed you from 2020, those showed very low heavy metals, but I didn't do a provoked test. You see the problem? Because probably if I had done a provoked test, some of those things would have come out. So either way, you need to do a non-provoked and a provoked to get an idea of what's in there. And after you do that, look, don't go crazy with toxin tests. That you could take those tests every single time and you would find the same thing, that there's toxins. Just like how I found, my BPA went away, but now I have like 2 other ones that I don't even know how to pronounce that are in there. So they're always going to be there. It's worrisome. It really is. And again, I have a relatively clean lifestyle. I don't eat junk. I don't use cheap plastic things to heat them up in the microwave. I don't do that kind of stuff. And yet there's always something. So the tests are useful, but even more useful is to have a basic nutrition program and to tweak your lifestyle according to what you find out. My heavy metal tests showed that I have exposure to lead, cesium, and thallium. A little mercury too. So some of those things, I don't know where they're from. Lead and mercury probably from like tuna, from fish. That's pretty common. Lead, who knows? Maybe from the powders that I have, even though I get them organic. They may be contaminated to some degree. Maybe it's the hard water in Phoenix because the water in Phoenix is horrible. I don't know. It's not clear. Cesium and thallium, I have no clue. I really don't. Cesium could be in the water, but I use a reverse osmosis water filter. Maybe the cesium is in the tap water, and when I'm taking a shower, because I'm not filtering it, it's soaking into my blood somehow. Who knows? Who freaking knows, man? But either way, this is the problem. In these cases, it depends on the amount. Remember that there's no safe level of a poison. However, having zero poison is impossible for everything. It's not possible, folks. You're always going to have some sort of poison in your body. The question is, how robust is your body's resources to deal with the poison? And are you doing things to regularly chelate the poison out of you? That's what I've learned. In my case, it's obvious that there are chronic exposures to these things like thallium, cesium, lead, mercury. These are chronically there. They're there because they were there before, and they were there after I did 3 months of chelation therapy. They're still relatively there in the same concentration. So that means that I'm chronically exposed to these things. How? I have no idea. I have no freaking clue. But it doesn't matter because the action doesn't change. I'm still going to do my chelation. I'm still going to take my glutathione. I'm still going to do as much as I possibly can to give my body as many reserves as possible to deal with these things. So my focus is on maintaining my nutrition, good habits, doing all the things that I've mentioned to you, avoiding toxic ingredients and chemicals. I try to have quality food as much as I can. I'm doing the best I can. And it is what it is. And you learn. I didn't know what I know now 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I wish I did. But nevertheless, I'm going to keep doing these things. And the more I learn, the more I will adjust. So for heavy metals, the thing to do is to have good nutrition and regular chelation. This also goes with environmental toxins like glyphosate and so on. And there's a product actually by Optimal Health that I think I have that in my gut health article. Yeah, I think I cited in my gut health. They just launched this product, I think, this year called Chemzyme. It's an interesting enzyme that supposedly breaks down. You can take on an empty stomach and it breaks down. It goes into your bloodstream and it breaks down phthalates and these microplastics and things that are destroying our bodies with estrogen and all kinds of stuff. So that's an interesting product. But in general, good nutrition will take some care of these environmental toxins. Good habits will also take care of them. With heavy metals, good nutrition is important, but you need to chelate these metals from your body because your body doesn't have efficient ways of getting rid of lead or mercury or thallium or cesium. It just doesn't. What I recommend is having a suppository, 2 of them. Get a prescription. You're going to be subscribed anyway. But prescription for 750 milligrams of EDTA, 500 milligrams of DMSA. 2 different suppositories. Get about 12 of them of each, and then do 2 per week for 3 weeks, and then take a week off. So every week you do like Monday you do 1, and then Friday you do another one, give or take. You can choose your own days. You do that for 3 weeks and then 1 week off. Then you do another 3 weeks, then 1 week off. Then another 3 weeks, then 1 week off. Then another 3 weeks and 1 week off. So you do 4 sets of those. And you do that once a year. Meanwhile, keep the nutrition high, keep the glutathione going, keep the healthy habits, and so on. And, the suppositories shouldn't be too expensive. They're about, I think, $10 to $15 per suppository. So it might be even cheaper than that because I paid for I think 20 of them or 24 of them, I had $150. So it might be even cheaper than that. So it depends where you live, I guess, but it's not that expensive compared to, for example, going and getting an IV or something like that. You could take these as drugs. I think it's better to do them suppositories because they get right into the bloodstream. Whereas with drugs, you're dealing with digestive stuff and it may have to conflict. You have to take it apart from food and it can get complicated. But either way, these drugs are very research proven. They're very good for chelating metals from the body. That's what they're designed to do. So do that once a year. I would suggest it for anybody because I don't think my results are that unique. I think what I saw also would be very valid for anybody else because these things are everywhere, unfortunately. Now, if you have mold toxins, mold can be really difficult, especially if you have responded negatively to it and you have a mold allergy or serious issues with it. If you have a severe mold issue, your system overall is very burdened and you need to detoxify a lot. And sometimes even the detoxifying might create a Herx reaction and you might overdo it and it'd be too much. So sometimes it requires a specialist that might need to help you. But nevertheless, testing your environment, auditing your practices, especially in the kitchen where you spend a lot of time, that's important. Mold spores are everywhere. I used to grow oyster mushrooms and I like all the science stuff behind it, but you have to be super careful about where you are inoculating your jars because mold spores are invisible and they're just float in there and they'll contaminate the whole thing. So yeah, mold spores are everywhere and they cause damage to your cells. These toxins like aflatoxin and gliotoxin, these things are very toxic and they're everywhere. They're in the air, they're in rotten food, they're in processed food. Like, if you buy a bag of pistachios or something, who knows how old those pistachios are and if they've got mold or mold toxins in them and you're eating them and you're taking those things in. So these things are everywhere. Coffee is notorious for mold and mold toxins because of the way it's made. And so you need a strong immune system. You need to boost your immune system, and that comes with having a nutrition plan. You need to have a healthy gut so you can detoxify these things. You need to also maybe incorporate boron. You think you should incorporate boron anyway, but boron as it is itself is antifungal. And especially if you take it on an empty stomach, it mixes with hydrochloric acid to create a compound that is very antifungal. So it also helps chelate fluoride from the body as well. So boron is very useful. Again, with heavy metals, it's chelating. With environmental toxins, it's really just lifestyle. A lot of it is learning to drink water from a purified source, minimize plastic containers, or use them just for dry materials. Some of these things are unavoidable, like pesticides. Even if you're buying organic, it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, but it's a much lower risk. And for that, I recommend the EWG, not to be confused with EGW, Ellen White. EWG is a organization that rates the propensity for pesticides in a particular food. And they publish 2 lists every year, the Dirty Dozen and the Clean 15. If your food is on the Clean 15, it's probably fine to get just a regular. You don't have to spend organic on kiwis, for example, or cabbage. But if you're getting strawberries or peaches, you should always get organic. Strawberries are probably, I think, the most toxic. It's sad because strawberries are delicious, but strawberries are so toxic if you don't get them organic. They are full of pesticides, and you're just chomping down on basically glyphosate berries. So that's the thing. And you use the EWG Clean 15 Dirty Dozen sheet to understand when to buy organic. That's going to minimize the pesticides and obviously good lifestyle habits alongside having glass containers. Doing the best you can, obviously. Auditing your personal care products. Some of these things can have really nasty things in them. Get as natural as possible with everything that you do. I'm going to be offering a natural deodorant on the store by Lauricidin. Lauricidin is a compound, we'll talk about it in the gut health section, but Lauricidin is a compound that's isolated from coconut oil. It's a very interesting compound. It's a fatty acid that is it monolaurin? Yeah, monolaurin is basically the type of fatty acid that's isolated. And they call it Lauricidin. But it's got antimicrobial aspects. It can modulate the immune system. It's very interesting. And they've made a deodorant from it, a relatively natural deodorant. So I'm going to be selling that. But you need to have natural things, natural products, glass containers as much as you can, organic when you can. These types of things will help you avoid environmental toxins. Obviously, pollution is also another thing to watch for, and just not be inhaling poor quality air and so on. Having an air filter in your home. These types of things will all help you do overall good. Doesn't mean you're going to prevent everything. You're going to have a toxic load no matter what. but they're going to reduce the toxic load, and along with everything else that we've covered, it's going to help you manage these things much better. Now, a good tool to use with all of this is AI. AI in health testing is very, very cool, especially in this day and age, because you can just basically plug in your information and you can leverage it to interpret the data for you. And you can ask it through a prompt to think like a top naturopathic doctor or a top specialist in the thyroid or whatever else, and say, hey, based on these things, what trends do you see? Here's what I'm doing with my nutrition plan. What do you think I should tweak? And it's very, very interesting what you get back. And especially with conversation, and you can ask them to cite resources and studies, you can get a lot out of these situations. So it can be very useful. I had a recent gut test that I plugged into ChatGPT. I told you the one that I, 2 months ago, when I took the stool test and realized that I had very dysbiosis in my gut. So I went to ChatGPT, I plugged it all in, say, here's my stats, here's what I'm doing, what do you think? Oh yeah, it's classic dysbiosis. You need to do this, and okay, yeah, I knew that part, but now I have at least some confirmation and also a battle plan and so on and so forth. So AI can help to structure your investigation. It can help to organize your method in dealing with all of this new information, whether it's genetic tests, health testing, supplement things, all these things. You can deal with all that information in a more effective way by having a conversation with AI. I think it's a very valuable tool for tests. And quite frankly, to be quite honest with you, I think in many ways it's going to reduce the burden on doctors. Again, when I talked to this AI about the whole Guy Abraham iodine research, I learned more in my 45 minutes of talking to ChatGPT on this. And of course, I could speak the lingo, so we're having a pretty advanced conversation. But nevertheless, the conversation I had was more productive in 45 minutes with ChatGPT than with all of the other doctors beforehand that I've ever had. I spent hundreds of dollars on multiple naturopaths. They were all trained in iodine, and none of them could really give me a solid answer as to why I was experiencing what I was experiencing. And ChatGPT, through good prompting and good questioning, I was able to understand my issues. And my issues were very nuanced and very, tricky, obviously, but nevertheless, it really helps. So AI can be a very valuable tool. Give it the context of your lifestyle, your general eating habits, the supplements you're taking, where you live. The more detail you give it, the better you can have a response and understand the situation at hand. And I think that is a very useful tool. Because let's face it, it's hard to find good doctors. I'm not saying you should replace your doctor with AI. Maybe eventually you can, but the point is, I'm just saying leverage this tool alongside with all the other information that you have to make informed decisions, to make good decisions and to dance your way through life, so to speak, right? So conclusion, toxins are never going away. It's only going to get worse, unfortunately. This is part of the Genesis curse, but thank God that the world is not going to be around that much longer. Thank God. I hope in the resurrection. I hope for a perfect body. I hope for Jesus to return in my lifetime so that I can just live. Of course, I don't know if I'm going to live or not, but the point is, that's my hope. My hope is in the resurrection. When all of these things will just be just a distant thing of the past that we barely remember it, if at all. Most of these things are because of human greed and unchecked sin. Just human ambition and greed that has totally destroyed everything. Many of them cannot also be avoided, like heavy metal toxicity or microplastics or environmental toxins or pesticides. And of course, the stress of tracking every stupid thing all the time is a stress in and of itself. That's why I said these tests are valuable, but they're not something to get anal about and do them all the time. In fact, as of my experience, I don't even think you need to even take a heavy metals test, to be honest with you. I think you just need to do the chelation every once a year, do a nutrition plan, get some extra glutathione, liposomal, these type of things. Do what I'm doing. You don't need the test. I can guarantee you that you have lots of heavy metals in your body and lots of toxins, lots of mold toxins. So save yourself the $1,000 that I spent on all of these tests, probably more, a lot more actually, and just do what you need to do and find a doctor that can give you the prescription for the suppositories. Get together a mineral and vitamin plan, get some additional support like glutathione, and just do that and just take care of yourself because you cannot avoid these things. The key is good habits, good nutrition, and having a regular detox plan. Part of that plan is improving your gut health and your liver health. Your overall health helps you to detoxify. And another part is to do some sort of chelation therapy to prevent over buildup over time. Because you don't know, there's so many fluctuating changes all the time. You just don't know what is coming into your body. You don't. You don't have like a sensor on your body that tells you, oh, by the way, you just ate tuna that has, 20 parts per million mercury in it, and now you're going to have this and that. You don't. We don't have that. So we have to just be preventative all the way. Now, part 5, oral health is next.
Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox. Leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox. We're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, healthy, Fennec Fox.
Okie dokie. Well, oral health is our next adventure, and it's a very important part that is often neglected. A lot of people don't realize the importance of oral health and its connection to the rest of the health of your body. But today we're going to share some great resources and strategies for you to get better oral health. There is an article called Oral Care Basics that is on the health page for an in-depth discussion on all of the methodologies specifically, with links to various products that are useful. So you can check that out. But oral health is like everything else. It's a practice. However, it's also not like everything else because teeth don't regrow. And gums also deteriorate eventually past a point of no return. So it requires even more discipline, in my opinion, to have good oral health than the other things that we've talked about. Genetics obviously play an important part with periodontal disease, cavities, mouth structure, and so on. All these things have genetic components, but habits are even more so important. In college, for example, I used to eat 6 meals a day, very often, every 2-3 hours, because that was the idea behind keeping them, that was the mainstream thinking at that time for metabolism. Oh, you got to eat 6 meals a day, which was stupid. It was so stupid, both from the sake of insulin levels and for having food between my teeth all the time. All the time. I had food constantly stuck between my teeth, little micro amounts of food. And of course, I ate a lot more carbs also. So the overall impact was that my mouth was very acidic. And as a result, it was a great breeding ground for bad bugs. And I had lots of gum line cavities, meaning cavities right at the gum line. And these were worked on. I had 15 different cavity, appointments or whatever else, a lot of them. And eventually that causes a problem because it deteriorates the structure of the tooth, and then the tooth becomes weaker and more susceptible to problems, and then you have to get a crown, then you have to get a root canal. It's a downward spiral of just destruction. So the best thing to do is to prevent the cavity from ever forming in the first place. Now, how do you do that? Well, there are ways, and you have to understand them. Since 2020, when I started studying all these things and implementing oral care techniques and doing all the things that I'm sharing with you today, I've had no cavities. No cavities. I haven't even had cleanings in the last 2.5 years. I don't need to. I don't need to go to in fact, I don't suggest you going to the dentist for a cleaning every 6 months. That's bogus. The cleanings that they do are ripping away the needed biofilms on your teeth that are good for the good bacteria to protect your teeth from overexposure to acidic or, whatever, the texture of food from destroying the enamel. When you clean your teeth, you're scraping some of that enamel off. You're scraping some of the biofilm off. It's not good. There is good biofilm and there's bad biofilm. Bad biofilm is the kind of biofilm that gets hard, like tartar. And, that's not good to have. And of course, that is a function of the kind of bacteria that you have in your mouth. But nevertheless, good biofilm is good. My teeth have not had any cavities for, like I said, at least 5 years now, which is a huge thing for me. I always had a cavity all the time. And my gum pockets have not gotten worse. Also, my distance between, I think, the gum pockets is about 1 to 3 millimeters. For the most part, I have a few 4 to 5 millimeter ones, but most of all, they've maintained themselves, which is good. I don't brush really hard either, which is also another important thing. My teeth are not whitened, but they're clean. I don't have hard plaque on them. I'm happy with my oral health for the most part. I do believe the things that I do work, and I want to share them with you, but they involve discipline, like everything else. So you have to think beyond oral care being just brushing your teeth into other aspects of that require specific timing and specific tools. Very important. Many people think that you just brush your teeth once, or maybe you floss, and that's my oral care routine. That's not enough. Brushing and flossing are like diet and exercise to body fat. Brushing and flossing to oral health and cavities are like diet and exercise are to losing weight. Diet and exercise do not have that much of an impact. Okay? It's your metabolism that has the impact. Your metabolism determines how many calories you burn and how effective you are with your exercise and with your dieting. And of course, again, we don't believe in diets here, but really just the dietary choices that you make. Okay? The same thing is with brushing and flossing. It's not the brushing and flossing. Those are important, don't get me wrong. Please brush and floss every day. But you only need to brush once a day. I brush once a day. Of course, sometimes I brush twice. I have some whitening toothpaste like with charcoal that I use. But most of the time I just brush once and floss once. What really matters is the oral biome, the pH of your mouth, the diet that you eat, and your overall nutrition status. These are the hidden things that are driving disease in your mouth, just like metabolism is the hidden thing behind diet and exercise that drives whether you are fit and ripped or overweight and sluggish or whatever else. And remember, metabolism itself is a factor of a million things. Your nutrition status, your inflammation, your gut health, your hormonal balance, all that stuff is metabolic factor. So on the health page, I have an interview with Dr. Karush. I went over that with you earlier. He's a famous dentist. I don't know where he is now, but he was in California. He was like a Hollywood dentist. And he was doing a lot of like really high level dentistry, but he talks about his experience in Italy where there were no cavities of these people because of their diet. And so the thing that he found, which is true, which is that the acidic level, the pH of your mouth determines what kind of bugs live there. So let's talk about the importance of pH. pH is the measure of hydrogen, and basically it measures the chemical activity of anything, right? So if something is acid or alkaline, it will have a different pH number. If it's a lower pH, it's acidic. If it's a higher pH, it's alkaline. And obviously, whether it's acidic or alkaline determines the kind of chemical reactions that it can have or thing that can happen in that environment. Everything in the body has to have a particular pH. Your blood has a very specific pH, close to neutral. If your blood was like 6, you would die instantly. So even, the pH scale is logarithmic, so a change of 1/10 is exponentially less than a change of 1 point. But anyway, the point is pH is a very sensitive thing. Your colon has to have a pH. Your small intestine has to have a pH, a little more alkaline than the colon. The colon can be, I think, a little more acidic. So those pHs determine the kind of bugs that grow there. Okay? If it's supposed to be more alkaline, but it's actually a lot more acidic than it's supposed to be, then you're going to get the bad bugs that proliferate in the acidic environment. If it's supposed to be acidic, but it's alkaline, well, then you're not going to get the things that are supposed to grow there in the acidic environment. So the same thing is with your mouth. Most people have too acidic of a mouth. What does that mean? Well, between your things that you eat, how nutritionally, basically replete are you with minerals, your mouth is very acidic. And because of that, the bad bugs that thrive in that environment will proliferate and deteriorate your gums and your enamel and create cavities and gum disease and everything else. This is why you can brush and floss all day and it's not going to make a difference. So these are things that you need to work on. And if you have regular cavities and things like that, it's a sign that your oral pH and your oral microbiome is off. So there are many things you can do to maintain oral pH and oral microbiome, and we'll cover them today. But you have to understand that oral pH should be close to 7, neutral, as close to 7 as possible. How do you measure that? Well, you get something called a p-hydrion strip. You can get them on Amazon. They're just a little roll of specialized pH paper. You just rip a little piece of it. It looks like tape, but it's not sticky. It's just a little roll. In the morning, first thing, before you take a sip of water, before anything else, you collect some saliva. You put it on the tip of your tongue, and you look at the color of this thing that turns. Ideally, the darker blue, the better. Of course, it's going to give you a color guide there, which is very sensitive. But, if you're in the light green and the yellows, that's really bad. If your pH is like 5 or 6, you're going to have cavities. If your pH is 6.6, 6.7, 7 even, close to neutral, you're doing great. It is chemically impossible for those bad bugs to proliferate in your mouth. And that's how you win the game. You have to create a situation where your mouth is more alkaline. So, how do you do that? What are the strategies that you can do? Well, here's a few, and again, you can read the article to get a little more information on it in detail, but try to implement these as much as you can. First one is rinsing your mouth out after an acidic meal. If you have an acidic meal that's very acidic, or in general, just after a meal, go rinse your mouth out with water. Just rinse, blow back and forth and then spit it out. 2, get out the additional food that's in there between your teeth, and to restore the pH, because water is neutral. And if you have like really heavy water, like we do tap water, then it's even more alkaline. Now, that tap water also comes with lead and all kinds of crap in it. So I guess, pick your poison. But nevertheless, rinsing with water will help a lot. Don't brush your teeth after you eat. So if you eat, wait at least 30 to 45 minutes to brush your teeth so that the enamel can basically readapt. Otherwise, you're going to damage your enamel. Get on your nutrition program with magnesium, boron, vitamin D, K, and A. All of these are needed for healthy bones and for managing calcium into your bones and your teeth. I don't really recommend calcium to people for a nutrition plan. Sometimes it can be useful, especially if you're a premenopausal woman or postmenopausal, or you have osteoarthritis or whatever else. Yes, but really the issue is managing the calcium, because calcium is very plentiful in the diet. Unless you're not eating dairy, then okay, take some calcium. But it's more important to have magnesium, boron, vitamin D, A, K. These together help build strong bones and teeth. And if you're not taking these, then you could take all the calcium in the world. It's only going to cause you problems. So you have to have these in therapeutic amounts every day. Another one is chewing xylitol gum. I have this right by my desk. This is pure, and it's just xylitol gum. It's just like a little gum that you can chew. And once you chew it, the first time you chew it, don't swallow the fluid that's made between your saliva and the xylitol. Use that first chew and swish it around. Swish it around for a minute to get that xylitol coating all over your teeth. Now, why is that important? Xylitol mimics sugar. It's not sugar, but it mimics sugar. So the bad bugs that are there, they come out of their little hidey holes and they grab the xylitol gum, then they go and take it and they think that's food, but then they actually die of starvation because it's not sugar. So it's just that alone makes me think I'm killing all these little bad bugs in my mouth. So xylitol is very useful. There's a lot of research on xylitol gum for dental health. I do that in the morning instead of brushing my teeth, because you don't need to brush your teeth in the morning. Why don't you need to brush your teeth in the morning? Good question. Well, if you brush your teeth at night, unless you're eating something and you're waking up and eating or something, then you don't need to brush your teeth in the morning. You don't. You need to rinse your mouth out after you eat and you chew some gum. You haven't had any substrate in your mouth for bacteria to create biofilm. So why are you brushing? Brushing is designed to get rid of excess biofilm. That's what brushing is for. It's not designed to clean your teeth. Like, what do you mean by clean? Your teeth are clean even without brushing, because there's an ecosystem there that has to thrive in there. And if you get used to using your tongue and feeling around and say, okay, I got some biofilm building on, I should probably brush. Keeping that biofilm at bay is a constant practice. But you don't need to brush your teeth in the morning. You really don't. Some people may think that's disgusting. It's really not. If you're cleaning your tongue, which is another thing on here, which I was just about to say, is cleaning your tongue at night with a steel tongue cleaner. I might get those for the store. I haven't gotten those yet, but I might get those and sell them. They're really good. They're from Oral Wellness. these little metal tongue cleaners. You could just scrape the tongue and clean it. And that is a great tool because most bacteria lives on your tongue. When you're brushing your teeth and you're brushing away and that's horrible because you're chewing away at your gums, number one. But bacteria don't really live on your teeth. They live on your tongue. They proliferate around your gums and your teeth, but the home base is the tongue. So you need to scrape that tongue every night because every time you eat, there's a little bit of food that gets left on your tongue. And that food just piles up into this giant little trash pile, and it becomes a little kingdom, little bacteria kingdom, with its own little stories and fairy tales and, all kinds of little stories we like to imagine. But it's a little kingdom, and you got to get rid of that kingdom. You have to cause a tidal wave and get rid of that kingdom. Otherwise, it's going to grow and make your mouth very acidic and change the microbiome of your mouth. So cleaning your tongue is very important. If you're doing that and brushing at night and flossing, you don't need to brush your teeth in the morning. You need to brush your teeth maybe in the late afternoon after you eat breakfast and lunch. But even then, it depends on your oral microbiome. If you have constant, really heavy biofilm, then yeah, I would brush your teeth twice a day. But that's different for everybody. You can also use special oils, like essential oils that are specialized for oral care, which I will be selling in the store. Check those out. It's called Heal Thy Mouth Blend or Healthy Mouth Blend. They're made from all kinds of really great oil, like cinnamon oil, those kinds of things that are very antimicrobial, but also help to balance the oral microbiome and to affect biofilms and stuff. It's a great, great thing. You can just put a few drops on your toothbrush or on the bottom of your lip, and then swish it around use your tongue, swish it around on your teeth, and then use a remineralizing powder, which I also will be selling in the store. So check that out. It's basically a powder that's made from grass-fed cow bones that are biomimetic for the teeth. And they're much better than nanohydroxyapatite. Please do not use nanohydroxyapatite because these particles are very small. The research is not definitive on these. We don't know if these things can go into the blood, cross the blood-brain barrier. They could be causing way more problems than their advertising benefits for. So do not use nanohydroxyapatite. The mineralizing powder that I'm going to offer in the store that's available at the time of this video is going to be launched, you'll be able to buy it, is made from cow bones, okay? It's organic. It's a natural component. You could probably eat it and swallow it and get calcium from that. So, it tastes like minty fresh, so I don't know if you want to eat it, but it's food. It's a food product. So that's really useful along with the oil. So you get a little bit of the powder, you get some oils, you brush, you swish around, but you brush very lightly. Use a bass brush. If you don't know what a bass brush is, read the article. It's a bass technique. It's a technique of brushing, but it's very light, and you don't need that many bristles because you're just trying to get the food out of there and disrupt the biofilms. And as long as you're using these oils and the remineralizing powder, your teeth are going to be super clean. Super clean. They're naturally white. And also you're building the enamel back as much as possible. I have had really poor choices in the first 10, 15 years of my adulthood with my teeth. And because of that, I have tooth sensitivity. I have all kinds of things. Now my teeth have been much better than they have ever with all these practices. But of course, I haven't regrown my teeth. I'm still dealing with something that's patched up. And of course, even now, I told you that I have to get an extraction pretty soon of this tooth on the bottom. The nerve is dying, so it's got this pulsating pain that comes and goes. And that's not something I can control. The healthy habits that I'm telling you here, that can't control whether a crown starts getting dysfunctional or not. Right? So the best medicine is preventative medicine. It's prevention. Especially with your gums and teeth. So all that stuff is good. Two more things that are very good is the first one is a LED device. Now on that article on the website, Oral Care Basics, there's a video of me using this little gadget. And if you're listening, this is called the DPL Oral Care Red Light Device. It's got red and blue light, and it's got infrared light as well. So what you do is you stick it in your mouth and you hold it like that. You put it in your mouth for 10 minutes. It's got a little blinker here. It goes off. Now, the problem is this, though. First off, why do I do this? Because this heals the gums with red light therapy and with infrared. And it also has blue light therapy to kill off the bad bugs. So it's like a natural antibiotic. And then you're going to follow it with an oral probiotic, but we'll talk about that in a second. So this is, good in the sense that it just gets the front teeth. I'm very anal and I like to optimize everything. So because there's no way to get the inside teeth, right? The inside teeth, inside of your mouth or the back teeth, you have to do a little improvising. And it's, not super comfortable, but you can get the results. So what I do is I turn it on and I slide, if you're listening to this, I'm going to try to describe this in an effective way. This thing is like a U shape, right? It's a mouthpiece. It's like a mouth guard with a little switch on it at the end. I'm going to take this thing and put it in my mouth, but push my cheek to the side so that the U of the machine or the little whatever red light therapy device is covering or embracing the row of teeth in the back. So if I have a row on my right side, I'm going to take this thing, put it in my mouth, shove the right cheek out so that both of the little prongs of this machine can go on one side of my mouth. That way they can get the upper and the lower and the inside and the outside at the same time. For example, I'm going to show it on camera so you can see. You see? And I use my tongue to keep the inside prong pushed over to the side. Then I do it on the other side. Like so. Now just make sure you're not having to talk to anybody when you're doing this. It's not the most comfortable thing. You might get some drool. So time this in such a way that while you're doing it, you're looking up, you're doing something, maybe you're looking upwards, you're not looking down because spit's going to come out your mouth because your mouth is open. But that is a way to get your entire mouth. You can also, I used to do this, but it would hurt the bottom muscle of my throat. And I also talk a lot, so I don't want to injure my throat again. But basically you can also take the bite, the mouth guard, and bite on it very gently, but on the edges. Not on where it tells you to bite, but almost kind of like put it in your mouth a little bit more to where, you see, I put my teeth on the bottom and top, and I tuck my tongue back so that the light can hit the inside of the mouth. So you have to be creative with some of these things. There's another one like this. This is the most affordable one. I think they're like $100. And there's another one called by Nova Labs, NOVAA, Nova Labs. But it's like $200. This one's like $100. And it's got good, I tested my gum pockets with this. Before I was using it, I had a gum pocket analysis at my dentist. And then like a couple months later, 6 months later, I had another one. And some gum pockets improved. So this can help heal gum pockets, obviously to an extent. If you've got serious periodontal disease, it's not going to hurt doing it, but it's not going to give you your gums back from when you were 20 years old. But nevertheless, it's a useful thing because red light therapy is very anti-inflammatory. It's got a lot of great properties to it. I have a whole article on red light therapy, and it's very useful for oral care, especially. So the thing is, though, this uses, now whether you use this or not, you should still do this following step, which is the oral probiotic. An oral probiotic is what? Well, it's usually a chewable tablet or a powder of some kind with bacteria that are beneficial for the oral microbiome. Just like your gut has a microbiome, your oral mouth, your oral cavity, your mouth has a microbiome. And so there are certain bacteria like Lactobacillus salivarius, Lactobacillus reuteri, which are very powerful bacteria. I get both of those, and I take 1/8 of a teaspoon, a heaping teaspoon, but 1/8 of a teaspoon, and I put them in my mouth at the end of the day after I've brushed, after I've remineralized my teeth, after all that stuff. And you swish around, maybe I just like a little teeny bit of water if I need, if my mouth is dry or whatever else. You swish around and you let that swish around and coat your teeth and everything else, and then you swallow it. So you get both the oral benefit and also the gut benefit because those bacteria go into your gut as well. But both of these strains have good, strong adhesion to the oral mucosa. So they're in there and they're working, and they're good because they outcompete the bad bugs. So between a nutrition plan that makes your saliva more alkaline and therefore your mouth more alkaline, a good diet where you're not eating junk foods and sugars that are making an acidic environment, oral care habits like cleaning your tongue, flossing, obviously, brushing, remineralizing, using an oral probiotic, red light therapy, all of these things together. If you do these, you will have a drastically different oral health routine, and you will have drastically different oral health. Now, again, we all have damage, and by the time you learn this stuff, the damage is done. Maybe you have some root canals. I have an article on root canals. Everybody's different with root canals. I personally don't like them. I don't care for them. I'm not saying that's you, but in some cases, it may not be a good thing to have a root canal. The Chinese have a idea that all of the teeth are related to various organ systems in the body, which is very interesting. So when you have an infection, certainly if you have an infection in a tooth, it's not good because the capillaries there are linked to your bloodstream. So those bacteria can leak into your bloodstream, and then you could have serious problems, either septic problems or they can infect your heart or whatever else. It's very, very bad. But there's also something to be said about the organ systems that these teeth are tied to. And there's interesting data on that. You can look into that yourself. I noticed that the teeth that I had root canals on were also connected to my digestive system. And given my history, I'm like, I'm just going to pull it out. I'm not going to deal with it because it got infected and I didn't even know it was infected. It was a whole mess. So I have 2 missing teeth. You probably have noticed if you watch my videos. When I smile, you can see them. But I'm going to get some work done from a really good doctor. He's got some good prices too here in town. And hopefully get some teeth back, because having teeth is very important. You need to have structure for your mouth so that it doesn't degrade faster. If you have missing teeth, eventually you get bone loss and the teeth go inward and collapse and you lose other teeth. It's just a domino effect. So the oral care routine that you have is so important. Oral health is so important, so utterly important. Now, a couple other things too to mention is please avoid kombucha, sugary foods, smoking, etc. This kind of stuff that really damages your enamel and damages your gums and creates an acidic environment in your mouth. So if you're smoking, you need to stop smoking. You need to stop smoking. If you think you're healthy when you're drinking kombucha, you need to realize that kombucha is extremely acidic and horrible for your enamel. Absolutely horrible. If you're eating sugary snacks, cut out the sugary snacks. If you can't cut it out, then eat less, and when you do eat them, rinse your mouth out. Rinse your mouth out, and that way you aren't having sugar that's just in there between your teeth that's attracting bad bugs and giving them food so they can proliferate and become more numerous and do damage. So learn also, again, to use your tongue to feel around your teeth and get a sense of where you're at with your plaque level so that you have a constant self-awareness of what's going on. If you have root canals, again, see my article on root canals. Everybody's different. There's a lot of ways to measure them. You can get even like a, what's that scan? It's like a thermography scan or something like that. I forget what the name of it is, but it's a very interesting science where they basically take a picture of you, a thermographic picture of heat distribution to see inflammation. And it's a good way to see if a root canal is acting up, because root canals, they don't have any nerves. So you don't know. Like mine was infected without even knowing. I didn't feel anything. I realized it by accident by going to the doctor. And they say, oh, what's that over here? Oh my gosh, it's infected. Oh, well, there you go. So that is a really bad deal. Zombie teeth are no fun. You can get a thermography done on you. I don't know who does them. You have to look around because doctors aren't going to prescribe that for you. That's for sure. But those are good ways to evaluate to see if your root canal is infected or not, or if it's causing inflammation. If it's causing inflammation, then again, everything's a case-by-case basis. If you have the money, get it out, get an implant. If you don't have the money and you need to have that structure in your mouth, and keep it and try to be as healthy as possible, reduce inflammation, and keep tabs on it at least every 6 months, every year. Get a thermography test done. See if the inflammation is increasing or if it's staying the same. That's what I would say. Some people are also very sensitive to certain things like titanium and can have things like oral galvanism. If you've ever heard of that, it's basically a situation where there's a low electric current in the mouth because of various elements in tooth crowns and implants and things like that. And that can cause some interesting happenings in the mouth. There's a book by a man named Dr. Nick Meyer called The Holistic Dental Matrix. He was actually a dentist here in Arizona. He's retired now, but he wrote a really interesting book that will talk about these things in greater detail, and cavitations and other very subtle things of like very holistic dentistry. So it's an interesting book, something to read about if you like this kind of stuff, if you want some finer points. He also introduced me to the process of fixing the bite with alignment to basically rectify snoring by expanding the airway morphologically, meaning your body responds to a proper bite by expanding the airway. So people who have really bad bites, when they get aligned, their airway expands. If you have mercury fillings, you need to get them out as soon as possible. This is a serious issue, and it's leaching mercury into your body. So you have to understand that mercury is a poison. It is a very bad poison. And mercury fillings were one of the dumbest things that we've ever done in dentistry. So that's old school. They don't do that anymore. But if you have those, you need to get rid of them and get some new fillings ASAP. If you want to whiten naturally, you can use some charcoal toothpaste. The Shine Remineralizing Powder also helps quite a bit too. Again, avoid nanohydroxyapatite. In fact, in Europe, I think they have rules against it. But we don't have research on these things. These little nanoparticles are super small, which means that they could possibly get into the blood and cross the blood-brain barrier and accumulate. And you don't want to deal with that. There's no science. There's no regulation on any of this stuff that comes out. Oh, we got this new thing. Oh, well, what does the science say about it? Do we have studies? Is it better than the old thing? How do we know? That kind of stuff. So stick to what works, which is the remineralizing powder from grass-fed cow bones. That works. I've used it for a while. Anytime my teeth are sensitive, after I use it, I feel better. I really do. It's a great thing. So hopefully these things can help you have a better smile. Oral health is exceedingly expensive, and it's a real burden, especially as you have, like I said, crowns, root canals, implants. It's a downward spiral, man. And you have to be as preventative as possible. I wish I knew the things that I knew today when I was in college, and I probably would have pretty darn good teeth. My teeth are actually, my bite is fine. My oral alignment is fine, but I just had bad practices that led to many cavities, which of course cavities opens the door for other things, and root canals and crowns and everything else. So it is what it is. If you can't have insurance, or your insurance isn't that good, you can look into dental savings plans, which are pretty common. You pay like $150 a year, and they have these basically agreements with various doctors, so you get a discounted rate. So that can help, especially if you have a waiting period on your insurance that's super long for certain services, or they don't cover what you want. I thank God for my teeth all the time. I really do, because I've had a lot of problems with my teeth. My parents both have had a lot of problems with their teeth, but my mom's like, oh, it's all genetic. I'm like, no, it's not. You didn't really take care of your teeth. You had really acidic mouth. Your diet was very poor. She's diabetic. So of course, that would mean that you have bad teeth too, because your diet affects how your teeth, develop, right? If you have a lot of carbohydrates and you're not rinsing out after, your meals, and you're not employing these things that I'm talking about today, you will have an acidic mouth. An acidic mouth means you're going to have constant problems, constant cavities, periodontal problems, all sorts of issues. So remember that we're dying, that the world is cursed. Stay disciplined, stay consistent, and do all these things every day. Really do. And you'll see a huge difference. Until then, we wait for the resurrected body when we'll have perfect smiles and perfectly white teeth. Until then, we just do the best we can. So stay disciplined and stay sharp. All right, next part we have is gut health.
Healthy, Fennec Fox, leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, Fennec Fox, we're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy,
All right, welcome to part 6, gut health. In this part, we're going to talk about something very important to me personally. Dr. Bernard Jensen, a famous doctor, father of colonics, said once that death begins in the colon. And it's true. In many ways, this is very true because the gut is the central organ in our body that is handling so many important factors. Absorbing nutrition, detoxifying, immune system, neurotransmitters, all kinds of things are modulated in the gut. Inflammation. If you have a healthy gut, you have a healthy life. If you have an unhealthy gut, you have lots of problems. Today, there are countless offenders against the gut and against gut health in general, so you cannot be passive. Microplastics, compounds, additives, chemicals that affect the gut lining, that expand the tight junctions and create leaky gut so things can go into your bloodstream and create autoimmune issues and all sorts of things. Compounds that hurt your gut microbe and microbiome and kill off good bacteria. Things that feed the bad bacteria. Antibiotics in medicine and food and water. And toxins of all kinds are everywhere. So gut health is something that you should invest your time and money into as part of your foundation. I think it's one of the first places you should always look, and you should not be afraid to spend money for your gut health. Your gut is the central pillar of your health because everything happens in the gut. Now, my gut story I want to share with you. I've kind of given you that story a little bit in the beginning of this, but I just want to review. I had early childhood ear infections, was led to all sorts of constipations because of antibiotic usage. I was born C-section, so that also was a disadvantage. I had a colonoscopy at 2 or 3 years old. I had low stomach acid, so I was very prone to SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. I took lots of antibiotics throughout my life for many infections. In fact, at one point, when I was an adult, I had Cipro, if you know what that is. Cipro is a fluoroquinolone antibiotic. They're horrible drugs. Fluoroquinolones are absolutely horrible drugs. Sometimes they're needed, but they're horrible drugs. And I took it on an empty stomach, of all things. I was so stupid. I took it on an empty stomach. And I want to tell you right now, I went from feeling normal to literally in 4 or 5 hours later that night, I was having suicidal thoughts. I wanted to die and I wanted to kill myself. Because this fluoroquinolone was so powerful, it knocked my entire microbiome out of whack. And of course, the microbiome is intimately related with your neurotransmitters like serotonin and melatonin for sleep. So you have depression, anxiety, insomnia, all because of gut issues. So that was a major wake-up call for me as to the impact of these things on microbiome. And of course, recently with the whole stress and the stomach flu and the dysbiosis, it's just an ongoing thing. So I know how important gut health is, and it's been an ongoing journey for me with all the things that I've gone through. Today, it's much better. And certainly I have the tools and the resources and the knowledge to be able to deal with problems and to maintain a baseline much better. I'm recovering, thank God, from all of these things. But nevertheless, there are many things to consider. So see my gut health article, How to Heal Your Gut, a complete guide. It's on the page as well. Healing the gut is a real process, and sometimes it can take a lot of time and be very complicated. Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's not. So it's important to understand the basics of gut health and what tools do you have that are available and how to utilize them based on your situation. For some, it may be beneficial to have a guide, somebody who is a specialist in gut health and guiding you through the process of restoring your microbiome, especially if you have SIBO or SIFO, or IBD, Crohn's, all these kind of, issues that are very big imbalances. Now, as far as gut supplements, there's 5 main categories of supplements, and each has a variety of products in them. And the key is to understand what are they and why are they useful and what's the use case. The products I sell in the store all are geared towards these various goals in one way or another. And they're products that I use. They're very quality. They're vetted by the research. Nevertheless, understanding the problems these supplements solve help you understand the main ways the gut can go off balance. So the 5 main categories are digestive aids, probiotics, prebiotics, inflammation regulators, and detoxifiers. I'm going to go through those one at a time. Digestive aids are things that help to break down your food. Things like enzymes, hydrochloric acid, ginger for gut motility, meaning movement of the gut. All these things can help process your food and make it more digestible and make it easier on the gut, on the body. Because undigested food can cause problems in a variety of ways. It can ferment, it can cause, inflammation, all sorts of things. So you want to be able to digest your food. That sounds obvious, but sometimes it's not. There's also things like digestive bitters that can help you have like a secreting, digestive bitters helps your stomach to secrete your natural digestive compounds into the digestive process. Enzymes and hydrochloric acid are exogenous substances that you take on top of what you're already producing so that you help break things down. I take enzymes and hydrochloric acid with my major meals because I have low stomach acid, and in a situation where you have dysbiosis and there's an overgrowth of bacteria, what you want to do is, especially with hydrochloric acid, to make it more acidic in the small intestine to discourage the growth of these various bacteria. What happens when you have low stomach acid is the small intestine starts to overgrow in bacteria because it's not very acidic. So again, the pH of a particular area will determine what kind of bugs grow there. So hydrochloric acid is one of the main tools in fighting SIBO. It's the only one, but it's one of the main ones because it helps to push the acid a little bit down so that there's no overgrowth there. The next one is probiotics. Obviously, that one is the most commonly known category. Everybody knows a probiotic. These are beneficial bacteria that can regulate your gut in various ways. Every time we poop, we eliminate bacteria. Every time we eat, we shape our gut microbiome because certain bacteria prefer certain foods. Every time we have junk or toxins or whatever, it reshapes the microbiome. So you are constantly shaping and changing your microbiome. The environment is changing your microbiome. It is a very dynamic and complex situation. So having a consistent probiotic approach and strategy helps to maintain things consistently so that you don't fall off balance one way or another, whether it's from the environment or from your diet or whatever else. A lot of products, however, do not survive digestion that well, and so they end up either colonizing the intestine, which leads to SIBO, or just not making it. So this is the problem. So that's why I recommend 2 products only. I take both of these. I take Spore Biotic by Microbiome Labs and Seed Probiotic. Both of these are accommodating to stomach acid. So the Seed has 2 capsules, and it's acid resistant, so it makes it to the large colon, which is where you want the bugs to colonize, not your small colon, but your large colon. And the Spore Biotic are a different kind of bacteria that's spore-based. These spore-based bacteria are very interesting. They've been this topic of a lot of studies. They're transient bacteria, meaning they don't colonize permanently. They're transient. However, why they're useful is that they have unique effects in supporting the good bugs and competing with the bad bugs. So they're kind of like a cleanup crew, so to speak, that works alongside a good probiotic to basically shape the microbiome. So they're very useful. They can help even short term or on an ongoing basis. I take it on an ongoing basis, along with some other things too. But prebiotics are the next category. And these are compounds that act as fuel for your gut bacteria. So what does that mean? Well, things like from food like beans, onions, resistant starch, these things act as food that are substrate for these bugs to proliferate and eat. And the good bugs need that food in order to create their beneficial compounds like butyrate that reduce inflammation in your gut. You can also take these as supplements. The problem is that these prebiotics, most of them feed everybody, like inulin, chicory root fiber, acacia fiber. All of these prebiotic fibers are horrible for most people because most people have some level of dysbiosis. If you have SIBO, definitely avoid such a thing. do not have these fibers because they will ferment quickly and they will proliferate the bad bugs. If the bad bugs are already out of balance, you don't want to feed them. So this is the problem with prebiotics. Even though they're needed, you need prebiotics. How do you deal with it? If you have SIBO, it's very difficult to have a diet of these things because eating beans or onions or whatever else will just blow you up. So what do you do? Well, with SIBO, you can go on a low FODMAP diet for a temporary period of time, which is not recommended to go for a long time. Just a couple of weeks while you're doing these other interventions to shape the microbiome, to get back to a situation where you could tolerate some of these things. So that's important. But with prebiotics, there's 2 products that are actually very beneficial. And again, these are in the Ultimate Health Stack and they're in the store as well. One of them is Pure HMO and one is Sunfiber GI powder. They're different, but they both have very interesting properties. Pure HMO is completely selective in what it feeds. Now, Pure HMO is human milk oligosaccharide. Now, before you throw stones at me, it's not made from any lactating women, don't worry. It is synthesized by a special bacteria to basically create a sugar, an oligosaccharide, that is biologically identical to the kind of oligosaccharides that are found in human milk. Why that's meaningful? Because that is a completely selective oligosaccharide, meaning that sugar, that prebiotic, is selectively feeding the bifidobacterium in your gut. And those are good bugs. It does not feed the bad bugs. It's one of the few things that acts this way. The other one is Sunfiber GI, which is really PHG, partially hydrolyzed guar gum, PHGG. Partially hydrolyzed guar gum is an interesting fiber because it ferments extremely slowly, so it makes it all the way to the large colon. That's a bonus. Remember that we don't want colonization in the small intestine, we want colonization in the large intestine. There are some bugs in the small intestine, but most of the bugs you want in the large intestine. If you're taking probiotics that aren't acid resistant in acid resistant capsules, or you're taking these prebiotic fibers, all that stuff is going to go through your stomach and then land in your small intestine and ferment there and grow bacteria in your small intestine. So you don't want that. You don't want that because that's SIBO, that's SIFO, that's all kinds of nasty stuff. So you want things that can make it to the large colon. Well, PHGG is a substance that makes it to the large colon because it doesn't get broken down easily. So it ferments very slowly, unlike the other powders which ferment very quickly. That's number one. So it's selective in the sense that it's fermenting very slowly. And because of that, it doesn't tend to attract the bad bugs. It attracts the good bugs. The bad bugs like a quick hit of sugar. That's why Candida and all these other ones feed off of real junk food, what you're eating. So it's not like pure HMO where it's chemically selective to a particular type of bacteria. But it is selective in the sense that it's the safest, best powder to use to have a broad ranging effect for other species of bacteria, not just Bifido species, because there's other good bacteria that can feed off of this without feeling like it's going to knock your system out. Those are the only two. And the specific the formulation that I'm offering here from Sunfiber also has a dose of Bifidobacterium with it. I think it's got like 8 billion Bifidobacterium with it. So it's got the powder, it's got the Bifidobacterium with it so that you can take a probiotic and a prebiotic at the same time. So it's a really good product. But those are the only two things I would recommend. I would not recommend inulin, acacia fiber, chicory root, all these kind of things. If you have SIBO, if you're out of balance for whatever reason, if you don't do well with fibers, then just be aware of that. Now, inflammation regulators is the next one. Inflammation regulators are compounds that help to reduce the inflammation in your gut and therefore helps the rest of your body as well because those two things are connected. Inflammation is an ongoing process and the gut is always getting inflamed one way or another, whether it's from bad bugs producing toxins like LPS or from the food that you eat, whether it's mechanical inflammation or reacting to the compounds in the food that you eat, who knows. The point is that everybody has inflammation. And the goal is to minimize that inflammation as much as possible so that you can keep your gut super, super healthy and lubed up and lean. Now, what products are good for that? Well, one product that's really good is Mega IgG 2000. Immunoglobulin G is a protein that we all have. This one in particular comes from cow. It's from cow serum. And it's isolated to basically just be this powder that you just put in water. It doesn't taste like anything. But this protein has a very interesting mechanism because it signals, it has a signaling property where it tells the cells of your colon to reduce their inflammatory processes, so as an inflammatory downregulator. It also is a binder of toxins, of bad bugs, of LPS, lipopolysaccharides, which are toxins produced by these bad bugs, which cause the inflammation. So it's a binder of these things, and it's very selective binder, which is also very cool. So Mega IgG 2000, great product. I take it every day. Sunbutyrate is tributyrate, which is a type of liquid butyrate. And that particular butyrate is very bioavailable, so it's very intact. It survives digestion, and it makes it to the large colon, where you need the butyrate to go, so that it helps heal the gut inflammation. It's a downregulator of inflammation. It also feeds the colon cells there as well. It's their food. So everything works in concert with each other. If you have good bugs and you're feeding them, then they produce the butyrate for your colon cells. So it's a nice little happy family. Well, that always doesn't happen. So you need to sometimes supplement prebiotics. You need to supplement probiotics. You need to supplement butyrate. All these things go together. But sunbutyrate is a tributyrate. It's a liquid version of butyrate, which is very stable. It's very good. Quercetin is also another great compound for gut health because it modulates inflammation. It can also act as a prebiotic that's selective to like Akkermansia, which are the bacteria that produce the butyrate in the first place. They're the main ones that help to produce. They're not the only ones, but they produce like the mucin, the mucus coverings on the colon and everything else. So the quercetin phytosome that I am selling in the store, it's from Pure Encapsulations, I believe. But the quercetin in and of itself, most of the time when you buy quercetin, it's in a salt form, like sodium something, whatever. It's not very bioavailable. So quercetin has to be in some sort of phytosome form. Phytosomes are like liposomes. It's a chemical that binds the quercetin so that it's absorbed, and it's much more stable and resists digestion, the hydrochloric acid and so on in your stomach. So quercetin is a great compound for reducing inflammation in the gut. And quercetin phytosome 1 a day is plenty. Another one is Relief by Body Health. This is a great product that uses curcumin, boswellia, and ginger, all three power herbs for gut health, along with some other things, to help mitigate inflammation, both in the gut and in the body. It's a great product, and it comes with some sort of fat inside. Basically, it's a enteric. Is it enteric coated? I think it is. Anyway, it's a liquid capsule, and so it's much more bioavailable. You also have Lauricidin, which I mentioned previously, which is a brand of monolaurin that was discovered a couple decades ago. Actually, the people who produce Lauricidin live here in Arizona, which is interesting. But they have all kinds of products. The particular product in question are these little pellets that you take and you scoop and you take them with a meal. But monolaurin as a compound has very interesting anti-inflammatory effects. It has immune modulating effects. So people who take monolaurin have reported they have less colds that they deal with. So it has immune modulating effects. It has signaling effects to reduce inflammation in the gut. And it also has antimicrobial effects, particularly with gram-positive bacteria. So you have some gram-positive bacteria that are bad, some gram-positive that are good. I've asked them, I said, hey, if you take this stuff, does it cause dysbiosis? Because it has, some good bacteria are gram-positive. So does it have a dysbiotic effect? And they told me that based on their clinicians that use this, over 30 years, nobody's had any report of dysbiosis. So Lauricidin is a very interesting anti-inflammatory regulator. It's also an antimicrobial. I would take it once a day for inflammation and for all the other benefits. Now, you also have the last group, which is detoxifiers. Detoxifiers can be many things because there's many types of toxins, but basically their goal is to bind toxins or to serve as some kind of structure for them to basically dump the toxins into somehow. In the gut article, I talk about some examples. One of them is a specialized enzyme called Chemzyme, we mentioned earlier, that removes microplastics from the body. It breaks them down, supposedly. Mega IgG is also a detoxifier because it binds bacterial lipopolysaccharides. Charcoal, clay, zeolite, psyllium husk, all these things can be effective binders. The problem is they have to be taken away from food or supplements because, they interfere. So that can be a real pain in the butt, to be honest with you. Like when you're doing this kind of stuff and you're on a plan with SIBO and detoxifiers and binders and biofilm, they can get really, really finicky with timing. That's why you can only do these things for short term. And that's why sometimes you need an expert to tell you, okay, when do you do the enzymes to break down the biofilm, then the microbials, then you do the binders, and then you eat 2 hours later? I mean, it can get really tricky. So maintain your gut health as much as possible so you don't have to deal with that kind of stuff. Then there's EDTA, DMSA, suppositories or pills that you can take. Those are very useful for chelating metals. Boron can chelate fluoride, and also it's an antifungal. Lauricidin has antimicrobial and antifungal effects. And there's various antimicrobials and immune boosters, that can help with parasites. I have a parasite cleanse product and protocol that I recommend in the article if you need to do that. That, may be useful, once a year or so, maybe, especially if you are in a situation like if you're eating a lot of raw sushi or something like that, then that might be something to do. Or if you eat a lot of pork, I don't eat pork. I try not to. Pork is often loaded with parasites. So, just something to do once a year alongside your chelation protocol, as long as you're also doing the other things like modulating inflammation, taking a prebiotic, taking a probiotic, and so on. Because when you take antimicrobials, it's not selective, okay? It's not selective and just kills the bad bugs. It kills also some of the good bugs too. So that can be an opportunity for the bad bugs to come back. So you have to be very strategic. It's a battle, right? You got two armies going on all the time, and these things are always changing. So it's a very, very dynamic situation. There's other supplements too that I describe in the article. Very interesting. Depending on your situation, if you have IBD, IBS, Crohn's, SIBO, SIFO, all kinds of other situations, then you will benefit. Ulcers, another one, ulcerative colitis. You will benefit from some very useful, powerful, natural anti-inflammatory substances that are based in research. So check that article out. A lot of great information there for you. Everything I've discussed is totally safe, very powerful, but everybody's different. Based on your considerations, you may choose to do certain things and not do others. Again, if you have SIBO, try to focus on pushing down everything with hydrochloric acid so you can purify the small intestine and minimize prebiotic fibers and supplement with good probiotics. You can, if you are recovering from SIBO, you can start with the pure HMO because that's very selective, and just take a little bit amount and increase up to, the serving size. If you have Candida, you got to change your diet. You got to increase your boron intake. You got to increase your lauricidin intake to kind of clean out some of that antifungal issue, and keep providing the probiotics to outcompete these organisms. If you have H. pylori, that's even a more complicated situation because these things are resistant to stomach acid and they can be very, very nasty. There are some natural things for H. pylori. One of them is mastic gum powder. Mastic gum powder you can make a mastic tea out of, which is a very interesting compound. I forget the mechanism, but it's got an antimicrobial mechanism of some kind, and it's good for H. pylori. If you have ulcers, you have to manage the inflammation, and you have to control the things that offend, right? Having super greasy foods, having, spicy foods, you have to control that, and you have to manage. You have to take anti-inflammatory compounds, that help to reduce the inflammation as much as possible so you can get rid of the ulcer and then, ease up on your diet a little bit more. So obviously avoiding, pain medications and like NSAIDs. NSAIDs are horrible. Sometimes they're useful, but most of the time, if you can take enzymes and other anti-inflammatory compounds like curcumin, it can be helpful. Obviously, if you have a real emergency situation, drugs are needed. I'm not here to tell you that all drugs are bad, because allopathic medicine has its uses. It does. It really does. I don't think allopathic medicine is evil inherently. I think what human beings have done with allopathic medicine is evil, because humans' hearts are evil. But allopathic medicine is just one side of the medicine spectrum, right? It's needed for emergencies. Okay, if you're in septic shock, you need to go to the emergency room and get an antibiotic and get treated for that, right? That's a real situation. You're not going to get treated with curcumin or whatever else. So you need these things, but they have a place. Most of the time, you have to work preventatively and not get to the point where allopathic medicine is going to rescue you. Now, another important thing, again, is that people have low stomach acid, and this leads to having problems later in life of being diagnosed as having too much acid, which is a misdiagnosis, and they get put on proton pump inhibitors like Ozempic and Zantac. Of course, these things are cancerous. If you are familiar with the Zantac lawsuit that happened, I don't know if it's still going on actually, but anyway, that happened a couple of years ago. And what happens is that the people actually have low stomach acid. And when they have fatty meals and heavy meals, the stomach is freaking out, panicking, and creating more and more acid, trying to produce, and that ends up damaging the LES, the esophageal, something L, I forget what the L stands for, but esophageal sphincter, the sphincter between your stomach and your esophagus. And that starts to give you that heartburn sensation. But it really is because you have low stomach acid. Most people have that problem because of nutritional deficiencies, toxins, damage, genetics, all kinds of stuff. So low stomach acid can be diagnosed very simple with the Heidelberg test, and you just need to do it once. But over time, that really creates a lot of problems. And of course, the Zantac and the Ozempic have other problems too once you start taking those. I think they've recently found out that people's eyes were rotting with Ozempic, which is just horrible. But anyway, so this is what happens with poor diet over time and a low stomach acid profile, is that you start having symptoms of heartburn and everything else, and you get misdiagnosed. So you have to focus on taking digestive enzymes, minimizing foods that are going to trigger the heartburn so that you can heal the inflammation. However progressed it is, I don't know. If it's really progressed, then probably you're not going to heal it all the way, but you can manage it with good practices and the things we're talking about in this presentation. So improving your diet, getting a test, understanding what you're working with, incorporating some supplements is going to help you have a better overall approach, and getting off of the medication. That's if you're on Ozempic, or I don't know, again, I don't think they're selling Zantac anymore, but these medications are not good. They're not. But anyway, so improving your diet and everything else, that's what you need to do for low stomach acid. And eventually some people even do well with taking hydrochloric acid. Everybody's different. But everybody can benefit from one thing or another from this list. So anyway, onward to the next part, which is sleep.
Healthy, Fennec Fox, leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, Fennec Fox, we're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, Fennec Fox. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, Fennec Fox.
Welcome to part 7, sleep. This part is very relevant to me, and it's very important to me because sleep has been quite the adventure for me in the last 5 or 6 years. Now, really quick, I want to make a correction to the last section. It wasn't Ozempic, it was omeprazole. I got those two confused, but it turns out that Ozempic is causing people heartburn symptoms, so probably because it's reducing their stomach acid, who knows. But omeprazole was the one I was thinking of because it's a proton pump inhibitor. Ozempic is not it's a diabetes drug. But anyway, sleep is very important. Sleep is central to what we do because we need rest. Sleep reminds us that we need to rest in God in order to do anything. Rest is the foundation of all things. It's also a picture of the resurrection, because when you go to sleep and you wake up, it's just like dying and waking up at the final situation. You can't force yourself to sleep or power through it. You can't, flex and do something to sleep. You have to surrender. And that's a really interesting situation. That the thing that we need most, we need to achieve it through surrender. So this means that sleep inherently, I believe, has a spiritual lesson to teach you. It's not just physical, because it's out of your control. Of course, everything's out of our control fundamentally, but sleep especially, you have to surrender in order to build a relationship with it. If you're missing sleep, then you have to surrender to God to give you rest and trust in His provision. If you're trying to fall asleep, you have to surrender and just fall asleep. That's a profound thought, which means there is a spiritual dimension to sleep and a spiritual work that needs to be done. Certainly in my life, I'm very type A, go-getter, entrepreneurial type, always thinking, always doing something. And up until 2019, I really had no sleep issues. I probably would sleep like a log. I would sleep pretty easily. In fact, one of my favorite things to do was to eat a giant burrito after going salsa dancing and then just knock out, just fall asleep, which is horrible. But my body was in alignment. My hormones, my HPA, everything was in alignment so it could handle something that maybe wasn't the best decision, right? Eventually, my body broke and I couldn't handle those things anymore. And it's been very frustrating. And look, you can plan an amazing day for tomorrow, but if you don't get the sleep that you need, that day just suddenly turns into a very difficult day. And that's the frustrating thing, is that you cannot control that, especially if you're dealing with issues like I've dealt with, HPA imbalances, that sometimes you have insomnia, sometimes you're waking up multiple times. You can't plan reliably for the energy you're going to have tomorrow. And that's a journey. That is a journey of trust. And it also is very important for your health routine overall to get good sleep and good rest. Countless times I've woken up and I did not have energy for that day, that I planned some big things. And in my case, it's always on days when I need to perform. Always when I had to do something, to record, to work out, whatever, something important, the energy was always challenging me, which always means that I had to find my reserves in God and lean on God and thank God for provision and strength, because otherwise I couldn't do it. So this is a constant journey. And again, this is one of those things where in my life, sleep has had a very spiritual component to it. The lack of sleep has really forced my endurance, because in the last 3 years, especially of making all that content, I haven't had the best sleep, folks. I haven't had the best sleep, but the content needed to be made and it needed to be released. So it's been a real journey of endurance. It's been a real journey of endurance. And I thank God for that. But nevertheless, sleep is very important. Nutrition and things you can control, like exercise, walking, your mindset, like read my gratitude book to have good mindset, diet, the dietary choices that you have, the supplements you take, these things you can control. Okay, all those things you can control, so you can focus on those. And even if your sleep is going like this and bouncing around, you can at least have a strong foundation that gives you some level of energy, some level of recovery, some level of anti-inflammation, some level of protection for your brain health and everything else, because sleep you can't count on. And that may just be the case sometimes. If I didn't do all the things that I do today, the sleep issues that I've had would have caused way more problems. Way more. Guaranteed. It's actually a miracle, to be honest with you, that I'm not hugely overweight, or I'm not insulin resistant, or my blood pressure isn't super high, or whatever else, based on the crappy amount of sleep that I've had and the crappy sleep performance that I've had over the last 5 years. It's actually a miracle. And that's a miracle of God. And again, I believe God was acting in my life through the discipline that He gave me, through the supplements, through the resources, through the knowledge. So these things can work, and they can help offset the effects of cortisol, HPA imbalance issues, thyroid issues, insomnia. I've had it all. I have a lot of articles on sleep and in the book on the website as well. So I'm here just to summarize a few main points. A couple of supplements for sleep that are very good. This is not an exhaustive list, but this is just a few popular ones that are very low risk, very useful, and they're very good. Glycine, amino acid, 3 to 5 grams at night. Taurine, also another amino acid, 2 to 3 grams at night. Phosphatidylserine, it's a phospholipid, natural compound, about 100 to 500 milligrams per night to help you reduce cortisol to sleep. If you're having that wired but tired feeling, phosphatidylserine can be very helpful. With that, you just have to be careful because phosphatidylserine can eventually dampen your cortisol response in the morning. So if you start feeling exhausted in the morning, if you start feeling exhausted in the afternoon and you weren't, then ease off, get a lower dose, or stop taking it for a little while and come back and so on. Magnesium, chelated magnesium, about 500 milligrams per day, minimum. Ashwagandha is a very good herb. Make sure you get it organic because ashwagandha is a root and roots absorb lots of heavy metals. So there's that. Melatonin is also a wonderful supplement if you can handle it. I can't handle too much of it. Otherwise I start getting diarrhea because my genes just don't absorb it and process it the same way. And melatonin is actually a gut motility factor. Most of the melatonin is produced in your gut. And melatonin makes your gut move. So if you take too much of it, or I should say if your body can't handle the melatonin, you'll eventually get diarrhea. I haven't found too much research on it because it's a very unique effect. I found like a few studies that document this effect. But melatonin is a very safe supplement. I have a whole article on the countless research studies done on it. It's a very interesting supplement, anti-inflammatory, protective against cancer, against all kinds of things. It's a very good supplement. If you can handle therapeutic amounts in multiple milligrams, go for it. Especially if you have a good sublingual, then that's good. Don't take the pills where you swallow because those are not as useful. Sublingual is the way to go. Whether it's a liquid or a tablet that dissolves, that's the way to go. But melatonin is a great supplement. I take about 300 micrograms per night, 300 to 500 micrograms. I wish I could take like 7 milligrams, 8, 10 milligrams and just have a hugely anti-inflammatory effect. But that just doesn't work. If I do that one night, the next day I'm going to have a nice time at the bathroom. So anyway, probably more information than you need, but it's important to understand that when you're doing these supplements, okay, especially if you haven't done supplements and you're taking a bunch of stuff, you're going to have, a little diarrhea party every now and then. You're going to have to wonder, like, what's giving me diarrhea? Was it the magnesium? Did I take too much of that at one time? Was it the melatonin? Was this? This is a common thing that happens. And you have to learn to find the right dosage for everything that you take because everything can ultimately lead to diarrhea, which is unfortunate. But these are some time-tested ones. There's a lot more that I talk about in the articles, but I take all of these to some degree every day, and they're great for sleep. They're great for adaptogenic benefits as well, and also inflammation and hormones as well. A couple of other sleep strategies that you can incorporate. A comprehensive nutrition plan obviously is very important because your body needs to remove inflammation, to produce neurotransmitters, to, create all the things that it needs to create hormones hormonally to go to sleep and to relax. That's very important. Avoiding stress, avoiding caffeine or avoiding late caffeine if you have to have caffeine. Don't stimulate yourself at night with, all kinds of projects or whatever else. Now, I speak to myself here because I'm entrepreneurial and sometimes I have to deal with things at 12 midnight. And that's not ideal. I don't want to do that, but sometimes it has to be done. But ideally, you should not do that. Eating too much too soon before bed should also be avoided. Eating a high-carb, low-protein food for dinner is also bad because that means your blood sugar is going to crash very quickly and you'll be hungry again before you go to bed. Then you're going to eat a lot and then you won't be able to sleep. So I've been there, done that. So when you eat your dinner, eat some carbs for serotonin, but also make sure you have plenty of protein and plenty of good fats. Make sure that you are not standing or sleeping next to any sources of EMFs around your head. Those can be from lamps, from plugs, things that are plugged in. You have to use an EMF reader. I use the tri-field meter. It's not anywhere near here. Hold on a second. This is what it looks like. Tri-field meter. And it's EMF meter model TF2. So you turn it on and it tells you what see, there's no EMFs here. If I can, let's see, get it close to the camera. And if I go close to the wall, you can see that, you see it increasing? There's a wall next to me because there's a plug in that wall. And on the other side of the wall, there's a ton of stuff that's plugged in. So you can see I'm just shy of this electric field. Now, 12, this is okay. You can see it rising. You can see it rising. It gets to 20, 20, 20. Now, once I get, this is about where my shoulder is on camera, this right shoulder, it's about 1 meter away from the wall, okay? So at my shoulder, it's about, on the electric field, let's see, magnetic, is it magnetic? Yeah, magnetic, not so much. But electric field, because there's electric fields and magnetic fields. Electric fields, this is about 42 at my shoulder, which is, it's not ideal, but it's not, super high either. But once I get to about, you can't see it, but once I get to about even just a foot away from the wall, you're looking at 145, which is well beyond the halfway point and high. Once I get, really close, it's like 250. So not good. So this little meter is very good. They're super cheap. They're very sturdy, but you want to make sure that you don't have any of that stuff floating around your head and anywhere when you're trying to sleep, because that can disrupt. Some people are very sensitive to EMFs. Your temperature should be nice and cool. I use an 8-sleep bed, although mine literally just crashed the other day, and it's old. It's like 5 years old. Now I have to probably get a new one. But they're just super handy because what they do is they cool the mattress. They cool the mattress, and you can regulate the temperature, and it adjusts accordingly. So that's a super useful tool, especially if you live in a hot place like Phoenix, or if you're in a really cold place, like Minnesota or something. You can customize the temperature of your bed, and it can adjust as you go through different cycles of sleep. That's been a real game changer for me. It's been really helpful. It also keeps track of your HRV and, your heart rate variability, your heart rate, your breathing rate, all that kind of stuff. So it's useful in that regard for recovery, for tracking recovery. Your room should be totally dark. You should have minimal light. And if you do have light, make sure it's red light, because red light is the sleepy light. Blue light is the wakey light. Having a consistent wind down routine is also very important, so that you trigger your mind to get into a sense of like, okay, I'm sleeping. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. You don't want to do a bunch of stuff and then lie in bed and like, all right, now sleep. Go ahead and sleep. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And that's something I've lived through myself. So I've had to really get into the habit of having a very elaborate wind down routine with all the things that I do. And it's not like it's difficult, but I have a wind down routine to help me get into that mindset of like, okay, I'm sleeping now. I'm gonna be sleeping. So your mind clicks into that, because we are creatures of habit. Avoid afternoon naps. I love sleeping in the afternoon, but the problem is if you sleep in the afternoon, all of your circadian rhythm genes are switched. They get affected, and so your circadian rhythm clock goes up. Oh, okay, we got some sleep. Well, let's push back the sleep fatigue. There's a sleep pressure. Sleep pressure is the term. Sleep pressure is the amount of pressure on your body to sleep. When you take a nap, you are reducing the sleep pressure. So when you wake up in the morning, ideally in a perfect body, you have a nice cortisol spike in the morning. You're hungry. You're awake. You're alert. You feel great. When was the last time you felt like that, right? And over the course of the day, you start to build sleep pressure. Your body is like a clock. It's like unwinding. And towards the evening, you have sleep pressure and you're ready to fall asleep and you just knock out. If you take a nap, that sleep pressure resets or reduces. And so you're going to risk very much having insomnia at night. So avoid naps as much as enjoyable as they are. If you're napping in the afternoon and you're still tired at night, then that means your adrenals are insufficient. There's something going on with your adrenal situation. Ideally, you should also wake up naturally or with some kind of gradual alarm. If you use the 8-sleep, they have a heat-based alarm where the bed fills with this water, obviously, under the mattress cover, and it warms you up. So you warm up by heat, so you wake up gradually rather than some loud noise that jolts your nervous system. So I think that's a great tool. Great tool. Now, how much sleep do you need? The research is not really clear. Honestly, it's not very black and white because there's so many factors. In general, it seems that women need a little more sleep than men. In general, it seems that the older you get, the less sleep you tend to need or get. In my experience, I personally have to get through cycles of 4 or 4.5 hours to feel refreshed. So for example, if I wake up every 2 hours, I'm going to be exhausted the next day. But if I wake up once after 4 hours or 4.5 hours and then go back to sleep and sleep for another 4 hours or something like that, I usually feel great the next day. I don't have any problem the fact that I woke up. So it's not, waking up at night is not so much of an issue, so much as it is the sleep cycles that you get in and whether you got deep sleep or not. Because you can sleep 6 or 7 hours and it can be very shallow, superficial sleep and you don't feel refreshed. I've slept 5 hours before and felt great the next day because I had very deep sleep. So it's, there's no black or white science. Everybody's different. And the times are different for everybody. For me personally, if I can get 6.5 hours of uninterrupted sleep and it's relatively got good REM and deep, I feel like on top of the world. I haven't gotten that too many times over the last 5 or 6 years, but nevertheless, everybody's different. If you find that you need to sleep more than 8 hours, that's a problem. That's a metabolic problem. Your body is fighting some sort of immune system issue or toxic issue or something. You're low and slow. If you find that you sleep less than 6 hours, right? If you're sleeping 4 or 5 and you're waking up, you're zinged out, you are also in a metabolic issue. You have too much sympathetic drive and you are, too stimulated. Your cortisol is too high and you're basically on another side of the adrenal issue, which is the hyperactivity side. Now, when should you go to sleep is another question. Well, everybody has different genetics and, we're all either slightly night owls or more morning persons. However, epigenetics also can affect what you do. If you have certain lifestyle choices, you can orient yourself towards an earlier sleeping time. However, there is some genetic things with your circadian clock and your circadian rhythm in general. So there's some truth to that. I personally naturally find that I sleep around 12 or 1, at night, and I wake up around 8 or 9. That's been my routine for a long time. But my life has always also demanded performing late into the night. Again, when I used to compete professionally, my professional competitions were sometimes at 11, sometimes at midnight, man. Imagine such a thing on your circadian rhythm, what it does to your circadian rhythm, to tell your body, hey, you need to wake up. It's 12 o'clock midnight. You need to wake up. Come on, pep up, slap some nervous system energy into your body and perform and smile and spin around and dazzle the crowd with your rhinestones. I mean, that's just madness. It's madness. And so I had to do that for years. Never mind the nightlife, never mind, teaching late and having to be on all day. I mean, I've had a very dysregulated nervous system. I really have. And of course, it's made me very sensitive. And the HPA issues I have now are no surprise because of those years and years of working my nervous system to the max. So I still go out dancing also, again, with my students, and that's usually till 9:30, 10 o'clock. And that means I have to be on and awake at least until 9:30 with my body. But then after that, you have to eat, you have to, calm down. So that takes another 2 hours. So for me, getting to bed any time before like 11 is impossible. It's just not possible. Ideally, one day I would like to get to bed around 11:30. I think that'd be great. All the holistic doctors say, oh, for adrenal fatigue, you got to go to bed at 10 o'clock. And, I'm like, yeah, easy to say, bro. Like, that's impossible for me. If I'm the way I am right now, I cannot just suddenly go to bed at 10 o'clock. This is something that if you're trying to go to bed earlier, you have to go little by little. You can't try to change everything suddenly. Every week, change it by 15 minutes and see how that goes. Just change your routine little slightly. And that's the key. For me, I've tried to do that to some extent, but then with all the other stuff that I'm doing, like with the store and the content, it's just been impossible to stick to a routine. I have a routine, but even that sometimes it knocks me off. Something happens and I have to stay later, and then I eat later, then I go to bed later, and just everything's related to everything. So ultimately, everybody's different. You don't have control over certain things. More power to you if you can wake up at 4 a.m. But most of the time, you just don't have a choice on some of the things that happen in your life, whether they're biochemical or they're environmental or they're stress related or whatever else. We don't have control over that. What we do have control over, again, is nutrition, exercise, mindset, all these things that you can control that will create a foundation for you to deal with these ups and downs, which is very important. So it's the important thing is to have right habits. Now let's talk about sleep apnea. because that's also a very common problem, and sometimes it can be very tricky to figure out. There is central sleep apnea, which is nervous system related, and obstructive sleep apnea. Today, we'll talk about obstructive sleep apnea. I have had many instances in my life where I woke up clamping my sheets and my body and everything else to try to breathe. Very, very scary. Very, very scary. And probably that's what the resurrection feels like. I'm imagining something like that. But it was super scary. And this is because of what happens with the throat. Based on everybody's morphology, meaning the structures in your body, when you sleep and you sleep on your back, the tongue relaxes and the flesh, the tissue there, blocks the breathing tube. And that's how snoring happens, and that's how sleep apnea happens, where you're having interruptions in your breathing. Sometimes if it's really bad, then you just don't breathe, and you wake up and, basically you're clamming for life, basically, to try to breathe. So people use CPAP machines for that, but there are other ways to solve this issue. Not necessarily having to hook up a machine to your face every night. Dr. Nick Meyer, the one who I told you wrote the Holistic Dental Matrix, was realigning people's bites over several months. And that, they were doing scans and everything, so you could see for yourself, that somehow that triggers the body to expanding the airway. So there's interesting things there. They also had lasers where they would go on the back of your mouth where your glottal, like where your, I forget what it's called, but anyway, right in the back of your mouth, the tissue's there to tighten it, to tighten the collagen with red light lasers. And that also may help with the structures there. There's also mouthpieces that you can have that keep the teeth aligned or basically keep the tongue from falling back. However, some of these are very, very questionable. For example, I'll show you an example. I pulled this one up. This is on Amazon. I mean, it looks a little suggestive, but anyway, I tried this. I was like, okay, well, I'll try it. It looks a little goofy, but I'll try it. You put your tongue in here and it creates a suction, and then you just bite on it. It's like it's like a bib or something like that. But basically, what happens is it's supposed to, in theory, it's supposed to prevent your tongue from falling back because you've got these little, structures that hold the tongue in place outside of your mouth. However, in practice, when I tried to put this on, I could totally see myself waking up and not being able to breathe because this thing is blocking my mouth. And I normally breathe through my mouth because I had nose issues as well. And you're trying to, you're nightmare situation, nightmare fuel. So I'm like, no freaking way, man. Leave me alone with your death trap. So anyway, you have to be careful with these things. Overly high testosterone can also cause morphological changes to the throat and be associated with sleep apnea. So if you're on TRT, be careful with that. Vitamin D deficiency, I believe, also is a correlation to sleep apnea. You can get sleep tests on Amazon and just test yourself and get an idea of your sleep and what interruptions are happening. There's a lot of gadgets too, again, like Oura Ring and the 8 Sleep Tracker for HRV, heart rate, disruptions, things like of this nature. You can get a finger oxygen monitor to track your oxygen on a given night, and you can see the report and see if there was a significant drop. That means you weren't breathing. So if you have a lot of those, it's like, oh, okay, no wonder I feel so exhausted in the morning. So that's a good way to diagnose something because, again, you're not conscious when you're sleeping. I also sleep on my side because if I sleep on my back, there's a higher risk of this happening. I'm a side sleeper, but side sleeping isn't perfect either because you have shoulder issues, you have misalignments, it's, neck issues. It's all kinds of nonsense. Sleep is a constant practice. It's a constant practice, and for some, it can be a real struggle. So check out the sleep chapter in my book. There's a lot of great articles there and a lot of great research, great products that you can look into, strategies on how to have a sleep environment, how to keep track of various sleep results, how to test for sleep issues, how to optimize your sleep. There's a lot in there. And of course, even with all that, I wrote all those articles, right? I've been putting into practice. Even with all that, I still have sleep issues, right? So at the end of the day, sometimes you can do your best and still struggle with something. That's why that problem has a spiritual component to it. For me, sleep has always been about surrender. and trusting God and having faith, because again, energy for me is what I've defined my life around. I have to have energy. And so obviously as a professional athlete, that was very important, but I'm not a professional athlete anymore, but that mentality is still there to some degree. And God has used sleep to really challenge me to rely on for my energy from God. And that's a practice. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm perfect at that. That's a practice, because when I wake up and I'm exhausted and the things that I want to do, and my mind's like got a million things I want to do, but my body's like, hey, hold on, we're not there yet. It's a real practice. It's a real practice, because the mind is one place and the body is another. But nevertheless, if you are tired, or you are wired but tired, or uncertain, or whatever else, remember that one day our days will be full and God will be here, and we'll have full bodies that will not have any of these issues anymore. So that's what I hope for. That's what I long for. I can't wait till we finally have our fullest rest in Jesus and his return at the resurrection. Now onward to part 8, thyroid and adrenal health.
Healthy, Fennec Fox, leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, Fennec Fox, we're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, Fennec Fox, it's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, Fennec Fox.
Welcome to part 8. This is on thyroid and adrenal health. Very important chapter in this presentation, also very relevant to my own personal life story. I have 2 articles, 2 big ones, on how to heal the thyroid and how to heal the adrenals in the book, and also on the health page. I've been through adrenal fatigue a few times in my life, and I'm currently recovering from HPA imbalance, hypothalamic pituitary axis imbalance. Because of what? Because of stress, gut imbalances, toxins, iodine mismanagement, thyroid imbalances, a lifetime of pushing my nervous system to the extreme, a lifetime of being a perfectionist. So yeah, I'm still recovering from those things. And the things that I recommend are good, but it takes time. And especially if you've had a lot of damage, it takes time to do these things. It's a season of life, but it's the practice that matters. So these things are very near and dear to my heart, and I hope that I can help you with them, because I know how tough it is to have these kinds of problems, to be robbed of energy, to feel sluggish, to feel, whatever else. They're very nuanced often, and it's important to understand some key issues with adrenal and thyroid issues. The nervous system, the thyroid, and the adrenal glands are all interrelated through the HPA axis. The HPA axis is a very complicated system of hormone and nervous system signaling and communication that controls basically everything. Your metabolism, your mood, your weight, your strength, your hormone levels, everything is affected by your HPA axis. If your HPA axis is off, then you can think of it like the alignment on a car or a bike. If the alignment on a car is great, then you could drive that car all day long with no problems. If you have really crappy alignment and the alignment is really bad, any amount of driving you do is going to cause damage and misalignment and resistance. This is the problem. And in the same way, the body is very similar. If you are in good alignment with your nervous system, with your hormones, with your adrenal glands, then you can do a lot of things. You have a lot of energy, you have good sex drive, you have good muscle mass, you have low body fat, all the things that we want, right? If you're not in alignment, then all those things start to suffer. So it is everything of your health. This is why HPA balance is a constant practice. And it's also constant resistance, either left to the right, either left or right, because the world is always pushing you one way or another. Either you're going to be too hyperactive or you're not going to be active enough. And this is the constant dance. I talk about the narrow road quite a lot, and I believe that God gave me these struggles so that I could physically experience them in my body. Dancing taught me a lot about the importance of narrowness. Because in dancing, you're either on the foot or you're off balance. And finding your weight and being in tune with your weight is a very technical process, especially if you're doing very advanced movements. You have to have a very sharp sense of where your weight is. I saw a video one time of this woman dancing point, so ballet point, on a piano, except the catch was that she had knives. I don't remember how she did it, but she had knives attached to her point shoes. So she was literally dancing on points, on 2 points, when these 2 knives. It was crazy. But imagine how much sensitivity and training you have to understand that narrowness in your body weight. That was what I did. And of course, with the HPA issues, it also trained me to have a very narrow view of health, in the sense like I need to be very balanced and very disciplined. Because anything would throw me off. Either I'd get too much wiring or too tired, and it's always a balance. So this is a very expansive topic. HPA balance is sometimes taking years because there's so many factors. There's toxins, there's gut health, there's hormonal issues, nutritional issues, autoimmune issues. There's all kinds of things that can throw your balance off. And of course, they're never getting easier because we get older and the damage is compounding over time, and you're constantly getting pushed back in the gutter with everything that happens. So it's a constant battle sometimes. I've lived that for the last 6 years. I feel like I'm coming out of it finally, thank God, but it's been a real season. And so hopefully I can give you some advice that will help. Now, the first thing is the adrenals. The adrenal glands are 2 tiny little glands that sit on top of your kidneys, and they regulate many hormones. One of them that's very famous is cortisol, and that's your stress hormone. Cortisol has many issues, or many things that there's many issues with cortisol, but cortisol has many purposes in the body. It's an anti-inflammatory, and it's used to help inflammation. Obviously, it has its purpose. It has a window of optimal functioning, but if it's more or less, then you're dealing with problems. If you have less than you need cortisol, then you can be exhausted. If you have too much, then you can be wired, and that's not good either. So God has given an appointed timing and purpose and window to everything. When it's out of what God has said, when it's not in alignment with God's word, right, then you have disease. And that's a very profound thing to meditate on. But cortisol is very good. It wakes you up. It's vital for being energized in the morning and feeling, ready to go. And it's also helping to minimize inflammation. So we need cortisol. It's also helpful for thyroid hormone synthesis. I mean, it has a lot of things that it does. It's not good to have high at night when you're trying to sleep. So the timing is important. In general, cortisol follows a spike in the morning and then it diminishes later in the day. That's why lifting earlier in the afternoon is better, or later in the afternoon, early to late afternoon, because the ratio of testosterone to cortisol is better. In the morning, testosterone to cortisol is not as good because cortisol is higher. Whereas later, cortisol is a little bit lower, so the weightlifting and muscle, it's better for your muscles. Now, there's many things that can dysregulate cortisol patterns and lead to a blunted pattern where the spike never happens, an elevated pattern where the spike happens and it stays, or an erratic pattern where it happens at night when it's not supposed to happen at night, or it happens and then it goes away and then it does all kinds of things. Elevated cortisol is stage 1 adrenal fatigue, where you are wired, and you're always wired, but sometimes you're also tired even though you're wired. So you're just basically wired. Blunted cortisol is stage 2 adrenal fatigue, where your body runs out of resources. It can't be wired anymore, so it just shuts down. And you're always tired and just brain fog despite having plenty of sleep. Erratic cortisol is a more complicated issue having to do with HPA imbalance, where you're dealing with swinging between both of these. I've experienced all three, okay? But I'm more erratic. My cortisol, on one day I'll feel great, and then the next day I'll feel like really bad, and I'll be exhausted or whatever else. Sometimes I'll go for a couple days and have decent sleep, and then something will happen, and then my sleep starts, I wake up more at night, or something throws me off. It's a constant ping pong game. I can sleep for 8 hours, wake up once a night and still feel tired sometimes. And sometimes I can wake up after 4 hours starving and ready to go. So, give or take all the things that have been happening with my body. Again, that's not, usual because a lot of these things have also been self-inflicted because I didn't understand the issues with iodine, and we'll talk about that in this section. So now that that's done with, I hope that the things that I'm doing will help to even things out over time and get better and get back on the saddle. But nevertheless, I've been in all three. I know what all three feel like, and it's not fun either way. So what are the things that can elevate cortisol or affect your adrenal glands or adrenal balance? Well, toxins, chronic stress, poor diet, poor nervous system regulation, poor gut health, poor thyroid health. Those are the main ones. There's all kinds of things that can happen, but nevertheless, those are the main ones, or it's a mix of all six. This is why it's usually a matter of having everything in your nutrition plan addressing every aspect. Gut health, nutrition, vitamins and minerals, inflammation, all these things have to be addressed simultaneously in order to keep a good and aligned body. Now, cortisol and blood sugar are also important to understand. Cortisol's role is to break things down because it's a stress hormone. That's why you don't want high cortisol all the time because you're entering a catabolic state and you're breaking things down all the time. You don't want that. It's useful in a short burst. That's why it's there, but it's not good to have all the time. In a normal body, this happens at night to maintain your blood sugar gradually. So if you eat dinner, then you go to sleep, throughout the night, your blood sugar drops, the cortisol raises very, very gradually to break down glycogen in your liver and break it down into sugar to maintain your blood sugar so you don't wake up. That's in a normal body. However, if you're HPA or adrenal imbalanced, cortisol doesn't work properly as it should. This leads to all kinds of situations. One of those being that you have low blood sugar at night and the body can't produce the cortisol. For whatever reason, it didn't happen. And so instead it panics and produces adrenaline. And that wakes you up hungry and you're shaking and you're starving. That happened to me. That happens to me. Sometimes, not all the time, thank God, but it happened to me. This can happen for a variety of reasons. Maybe you didn't eat enough throughout the day, and so your glycogen stores are very low. That's your storage for energy. So when you go to bed, your body's running out of energy really quickly, and for whatever reason, it can't produce the cortisol, or if it does produce cortisol, you don't have the glycogen reserves, so your body freaks out and it says, hey, I need to eat because my blood sugar is low. That can also happen during the day, by the way, if you have cortisol issues, where your body isn't producing the cortisol, and then your blood sugar crashes and you get shaky and everything else because you have low cortisol and low adrenal function. So cortisol and insulin and blood sugar are all very related. When cortisol is present, blood sugar goes up because it breaks things down to increase blood sugar, because cortisol is your fight or flight hormone and it helps you get energy so you can deal with the stress. That's important. When insulin is present, blood sugar goes down. So they work together with blood sugar to manage the waves of up and down that happen with your blood sugar. If you're burned out and tired, the body is not going to have much of an appetite because it's calming down and it's saying, okay, I need to preserve my energy. I don't need to spend all this energy on eating. I just need to preserve my now. I'm in fight or flight. Sometimes you'll be craving salty, fatty, or sweet foods to replenish your adrenals for the substrate and for the lost sodium in the urine, because adrenal fatigue often is associated with losing more sodium in the urine. Sometimes cortisol may be too elevated and it shuts your appetite down also. So sometimes you can have low appetite because of low cortisol. Sometimes you can shut your appetite down because cortisol is elevated and is signaling your body to shut down all of these processes like hunger and ghrelin and everything else. It's a very complicated system. There's no black or white with it. That's why sometimes you need a clinician, or it just takes time utilizing these basics over and over again every day, being consistent to get back on track. Sometimes when cortisol is low, it leads to low blood sugar crashes because the cortisol is not being maneuvered to do what it needs to do. So HPA balance is a constant dance. HPA balance is a constant dance. The key is to have healthy eating principles, a comprehensive nutrition plan, a good circadian rhythm, a good nightly routine, all the basics so that you can manage the ups and downs. I do all of these things, but I've also had things that I can't control. Again, like starting my store, creating a bunch of content, having to deal with various things. I can't control that. My body's gotten better at recovering from going out dancing, for example. I used to be able to go out dancing Man, I would go out dancing, and if I came back at like 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, I would not be able to sleep because my body was so amped up from producing cortisol in response to the dancing that it wasn't being metabolized out of my system fast enough. Remember, in my 20s, I used to go salsa dancing until 3 in the morning. Then I'd go get a burrito. I'd come home, crash, sleep for 8 hours, and be totally fine the next day because the body would adjust very quickly. But especially if your thyroid is off balance, the cortisol doesn't get metabolized quick enough. And so cortisol lingers, and so you feel more wired and so on. So it's all related. And I talk about these things quite a bit in my articles. But nevertheless, if you have cravings for salty, fatty, or sweet, then get healthy alternatives. Instead of salty chips like Pringles, get an organic fermented pickle or kimchi. If you are getting a craving for candy, eat instead some fruits, some strawberries, organic, or blueberries or something organic. Instead of fried food, get an avocado with some Ezekiel bread toast. Find healthy replacements that satisfy these cravings in a healthy way to help yourself heal. Because the last thing you want to do with adrenal fatigue is give in to those cravings and eat junk food. Because the body is wanting substrate. But you need to give it good quality substrate. Remember, 100 calories Pop-Tarts, 100 calories steak, 2 different things. You also have comprehensive nutrition plan that has B vitamins, magnesium, vitamin C, etc., and so on. Some people really benefit from adrenal glandulars, like Dr. Wilson has a product that is very effective that's made from glandular tissues, and the body recognizes these tissues and maneuvers them to basically the right areas, and they boost the adrenal function, which is very interesting. For me, those things really push me over the edge. I tend to get too wired if I take them. So it's tough. I don't really do them so much, but I do recommend them. I try it out. If it works, great. If you get wired, then obviously your body is very sensitive and you're going to do better with keeping a good nutrition program, like I've discussed already. Also, it's important to have good gut health and all the things we've discussed. The gut is very important for recovering HPA balance. Exercising regularly, but not too much, obviously, because you don't want to push your body into stress mode, but you want to exercise so that you do not lose muscle mass and that you keep your body in some sort of stimulation for growth. So it doesn't go too catabolic, because cortisol is a catabolic hormone and it signals your body to think, oh, I'm in catabolic state now. So you don't want it to think that. It's a fine balance. And also try to have a regular routine as much as possible, being consistent with the times that you eat, what you eat, when you go to bed, and so on and so forth. And also making your thyroid healthy as much as you can. So now let's speak about the thyroid. The thyroid for me has been a real adventure in the last couple of years, especially with all the iodine crap that I've dealt with. But nevertheless, now I know better and you can benefit from my experience. My mom has non-Hashimoto's hypothyroid since her 30s, which I've mentioned before. Who knows? Probably because of a toxic issue. We never really investigated it. I have many gene SNPs with my thyroid function. I wasn't born with thyroid disease, but my thyroid definitely doesn't have the best genetic roll of the dice. So it's more prone to getting off balance very easily. Let's put it that way. In other words, it's more prone to the iodine conversion and everything else being thrown off balance by stress and everything else. That's why when I had that year in 2019 of stress, my free thyroid just crashed because my body couldn't handle it anymore. And the rest, as they say, is history, because once the thyroid goes slow, then it's much easier for cortisol to linger because it's not getting metabolized. And, it's just a downward spiral. So the thyroid is a very important thing to have. Also, genetically, I don't produce that much T3, total T3. My total T3 is only around 100. We'll see if that changes now with everything that I'm doing. But 100 is pretty low. It's on the lower end of the spectrum. Why that's a problem is because the ratio of T3 to reverse T3 has to be 10 to 1. Most naturopathic doctors will talk about this, but 10 to 1 is the ratio that you want. Because if it's lower than that, and mine, just to give you an idea, mine was like 5 to 1 or 6 to 1, 4 to 1 sometimes in the last 6 years. If the ratio between total T3 and reverse T3 is less than 10 to 1, then you're going to have symptoms of hypothyroidism, even though the labs look normal. Because reverse T3 is a compound that is not metabolically active. It's a counterfeit. It's a byproduct. And so if the ratio between these two things is less than 10 to 1, then they're kind of competing with each other, and you're getting problems because reverse T3 doesn't do anything. And of course, reverse T3 can also rise if you have cortisol, toxins, bad gut issues, liver issues, all that kind of stuff. So all these things are related. So reverse T3, the T3 ratio is a very important metric in thyroid health. And of course, with me, genetically, I just produce lower, which means I have a much narrower road to walk in keeping reverse T3 as low as possible and maximizing my thyroid health so that it's producing as much T3 as possible. Of course, with the iodine issues, that also has made the journey very difficult to recover from stress. And it was a journey I had to take. And obviously, I learned a lot through it. It motivated me to really study and research and everything else. But now that journey is done. And the truth about iodine is the following. Around 2010, I was learning about Guy Abraham and Charles Hakala and David Brownstein, all their research that they've done. And Jorge Flechas, too, is another one. He's passed away, and so is Guy Abraham. I talk about all this in my article on how to use iodine, so we're just going to overview here. If you want the nitty-gritty stuff, go to that article. Basically, there's this group of people who advocate for high-dose iodine for a variety of ailments, including cancer. It's based in history because iodine was very therapeutic, and it's been used since ancient times, so there's a basis for it. Iodine has many properties, and it's very vital for health. It's needed, and there's iodine receptors on other glands besides the thyroid, so there seems to be a whole body need for it. The general hypothesis of this research is that we need way more iodine than what the RDI calls for. The RDI calls for 150 micrograms to avoid goiter. I think that taking a little more than that is good. The Japanese have had 1 to 3 milligrams of iodine in their diet, and they have very good health outcomes. I think taking around a milligram is fine. Anything more than that, you're risking, some hypothyroid issues because they can shut down your thyroid. But if you take, I take 225 micrograms now, plus whatever you get in the diet, let's say it's another 75 or something. Yeah, it's around 300 micrograms. That's plenty. Your thyroid only uses around 80 micrograms a day to make thyroid hormone. So now when you think about taking 6 milligrams or 50 milligrams like I took, that is an enormous amount of iodine. And of course, the idea is it's going to saturate the rest of the body. And then after that, you just take a maintenance dose and then you're saturated with iodine and you have this iodine shield, from toxins and stuff. The science is very interesting, but it's also full of assumptions. This is something that I didn't question until recently, until I had to go through all these problems on my own. And I couldn't get any answers from my own efforts. I didn't get any answers from the doctors I was seeing. So eventually, I just gave up and I started researching myself and using artificial intelligence and so on. And I realized that there's a lot of assumptions. There's a lot of assumptions in these various programs. Now, there's some interesting research. For example, iodine, when it's in a concentration of a certain amount, at least 12 milligrams when you're taking it, it produces this compound called delta-iodolactone. Delta-iodolactone is studied for its effect to regulate apoptosis, which is programmed cell death in cancer cells. So this compound seems to have a very interesting effect on cancer cells. Now, the other side of it is that delta-iodolactone also tells your thyroid to slow down and to stop producing hormone. So it's a double-edged blade. And there's a lot of these types of mechanisms in the thyroid that shut things down because iodine is reactive. So you don't want to just keep reacting and burn yourself out. So the thyroid has many mechanisms in it to shut production down, whether it's after it's been saturated or if it detects a certain acute amount of iodine in the bloodstream. It's different for everybody, but everybody will experience this one way or another. Some people have genetically robust systems to escape. It's called the Wolff-Chaikoff effect. But some people have criticized Wolff-Chaikoff. There's some criticisms there as well because the science, let's just put it this way without getting too complicated. The Wolff-Chaikoff effect was observed that people taking high-dose iodine would get their iodine shut down. But some people escape it and basically can maintain iodine doses. Some people don't, based on their genetics. So this is the uncertainty with iodine. The dosage is very specific, and it's not clear how your genetics are going to account for it. And the research by Guy Abraham and Charles Hockala and all these people, they do not account for genetic variance. There's some interesting research, for sure. It's very, very interesting. But the research makes a lot of assumptions. I've interviewed Charles Hockala on my show. Of course, that's one of the interviews that you can listen to. Again, that was a while ago, so that was before I knew all this stuff, and I was very much all about iodine. Iodine is necessary for health. You do need to take iodine. But therapeutic dose iodine is not something I advise. Because when you take it above the 1 milligram dose, it has the potential to interact with all these kill switches in your thyroid. Again, some people escape those things. I know some people, like, I think Charles takes like 50 milligrams a day, and he doesn't have any thyroid issues, at least not that I know of. David Brownstein supposedly claims he's taking 75 milligrams a day, which is an enormous amount. I don't know if he's still taking that. When I read his book, that's what it says in his book. But 75 milligrams is an enormous amount. For me, if I took that, it would shut my thyroid down. So everybody's different. They have used 100 milligrams to treat fibromyalgia patients. And that's very interesting research. So again, these things are interesting, but that doesn't mean that you need to take a super dosage of iodine. Everybody's different. So there are many kill switches in the thyroid that deal with sudden influx and also accommodation over time. Because as iodine saturates the thyroid gland, the thyroid says, oh, okay, we don't need any more, and it panics and it basically can shut things down. That's what happened to me twice with the 50 milligrams and the 6 milligrams. And I realized that that's just not going to work. For whatever reason, the body just shut down after it was going really well. The 6 milligram dosage, I thought I finally found the dosage. The 6 milligram dosage was doing great. My hormones were doing better than they were before. And then suddenly, whoosh, went from like 3.2 free T3 hormone to like 2.7, 2.8. And that was a huge drop. When you're looking at again, everybody's different, but half a point of a free hormone drop in free T3 for me was very significant. In 2019, when I went from 3.5 to 3, that was the difference in being pretty active and feeling good to feeling run down, wired but tired, waking up at night, and so on and so forth. When I went from 3.2 to 2.7 or whatever it was, that was the difference between feeling normal and then having palpitations when I was working out every 10 minutes. So not fun. So this is the problem, folks, is that genetics plays a real part in all of these things, and the therapeutic level for iodine is very wide. It's very wide, meaning the effective window. So, okay, let me rephrase this. The therapeutic dosage variance for iodine is extremely wide, from, let's say, 3 milligrams all the way to 100 milligrams. That's a huge window. However, the effective window that it's actually effective for you is extremely narrow based on your genetics and other factors, like your cofactors, your nutrition, and so on. So my particular journey started in 2010. I took 25 milligrams of iodine for about a year, and I became hyperthyroid. I had too much hormone. Now, the only explanation I have for this, based on the research of these people, is that at the time, because I was working with that nutritionist, I was taking too much calcium. My ratio of calcium-magnesium was too high, and I was taking a lot of calcium. I was taking like 3 grams of calcium per day, which you should not do. I was stupid. Nevertheless, it was chelated calcium. I was taking magnesium and other things, but that was stupid. So probably my interstitial calcium between the cells or whatever, there was probably too much calcium available. And if that's the case, calcium is an agonist, right? It accelerates the reactions in the cells, and that led to hyperthyroidism. Now again, when I started, I didn't know what happened. I had no idea. I just quit iodine. I took some Chinese medicine and got back on track. It took me about another year of recovery, and then I just didn't touch it. In 2019, I said, let me try to figure this out again. Maybe this was the missing link to everything I was feeling, especially because I started feeling tired. And I'm like, oh, maybe my thyroid's going down. Maybe I need iodine. That's what it is. So I went back on 25 milligrams, and the opposite happened. My thyroid was suppressed. I was like, what the hell is going on here? This doesn't make any sense. And of course, over time of doing that, I thought, well, maybe the 25 is too much. Maybe it's suppressing. let me go down to 12.5 milligrams. So I changed to 12.5 milligrams out of panic, and it was horrible. Horrible mistake. It sent me to the ER. I had SVT, supraventricular tachycardia, which is where your heart just goes choo 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 choo. Has like an episode of like a seizure, basically. And I realized that my hormones were crashed because they took some blood tests because of the iodine. So I didn't know what to do. I went back up to 50. It changed some things. I added some cofactors, and eventually, after 3 months of doing that, my thyroid was all right. It was like 3.1 was the free levels, but it still wasn't ideal. I was still waking up at night, still feeling wired but tired and all this kind of stuff. So I thought, okay, I reached sufficiency based on research studies, because they say you take 50 milligrams for 3 months, and basically that accounts to about 1,500 milligrams is the total storage of iodine in your body. But again, see my article on this. The science is questionable on that. They use the amiodarone. Amiodarone is a drug. It's a heart drug that uses iodine. And they used the retention studies on amiodarone to figure out, along with urine retention studies, when you're taking iodine and you're excreting it in the urine, to get to 90%, I think was the cutoff. 90% excretion. So if you get 90% excretion, then that's supposedly healthy. But that's measured on what? On what does that mean? Just because here's the problem with this argument, okay? And I never questioned it until recently. The argument is the body seems to be able to store way more iodine than what we've been told. That's true, okay. And the amiodarone studies prove that. And so do the urine iodine studies, where they're taking iodine and they're, eliminating it and testing the elimination. It seems to be that the body can hold a lot more, 1,500 milligrams, 1.5 grams of iodine, which is a lot. That's a lot. The problem is, does that mean that is what is healthy? Do you get it? Because the body can also hold lots of mercury. The body can also hold lots of aluminum. The body is very clever at finding ways to put things in places where they're not, a problem, and hiding lead or whatever else. That doesn't mean that you need lead. That doesn't mean you need mercury. So this is the problem with the assumption of iodine sufficiency. The idea is that if you saturate your tissues, the iodine becomes part of the lipid layers of these various tissues, especially like the women for breasts and the ovaries, and it provides kind of like an antioxidant buffer to things that damage those tissues, because iodine can be an antioxidant. So when a toxic chemical comes in touch with those tissues, the iodine that's buffered, that's part of them and saturated, can basically interact and fight off this toxin. That's interesting, and certainly there's some data to suggest that, but it's not 100%. It's not 100%. And the question is, how much iodine do you actually need? If the Japanese were eating 1 milligram to 3 milligrams a day through their diet, through seaweed and through various fish products, and they had practically no instances of cancer before they were westernized by, American diets, then you don't need to take 50 milligrams of iodine. I think having a little bit more than 150 micrograms is good. But some people who are having autoimmune issues like Hashimoto's, even that, some people recommend taking less than 500 micrograms, because you can really trigger a reaction in your autoimmune system if you're not taking selenium and everything else. So anyway, I talk about all this stuff in the thyroid article, but the point is this. I have ping-ponged with this nutrient for quite a while, and recently, as of this recording, already 2 months away, I stopped taking iodine therapeutically, and I went on 225 micrograms, because I realized that even if it's going up and it seems to be doing well, there's no guarantee that the thyroid won't shut down. And that's not something I'm willing to live with anymore after 6 years of ping-ponging with this stuff. And I don't recommend it. I do recommend taking iodine. I think you need iodine. But you should take it in a sub 1 milligram dose, in a physiological dose, meaning physiological amounts that you are likely to get in food. Your thyroid is not going to overreact to that. Anything once you get over 1 milligram, it's just too much. So be careful with these things, and don't buy the hype. Iodine is needed for health, but there's a lot of high-dose iodine out there. I just don't recommend it anymore. I really don't. It's not clear why my body reacted differently in 2019 than it did in 2010. In 2010, I got hyperthyroidism. In 2019, I got hypothyroidism. Probably because in 2010, my body registered some sort of trauma with all that iodine, and it just, epigenetics, maybe some sort of change there. You can't change the dosage of iodine midway, like I did, because the body partitions a certain amount. It's like medication. And when you change the dosage, the thyroid doesn't immediately adapt. And so it's still running on the old program. And so it can't fulfill its function. So that's why the thyroid hormone crashes. That's why I experienced my hormone crashing when I halved the dosage. If you take, that's another problem with this, is that if you take therapeutic dose of iodine, you can't just halve the dose. You can come off of it. If you stop, it's okay. But if you try to halve the dosage, like if you're taking 50 and you go to 25, or 25 and you go to 12, bad idea. Don't ever do that. You have to titrate down. And of course, there's doctors that can help you with that. But again, it's a real hassle because, again, there's no guarantee that it's going to ever work forever. At least maybe not for everybody. Maybe some people can, but you can't count on iodine for the long term. You really can't. There's many genetic issues, and people are different in different ways, and you cannot guarantee that the thyroid won't shut down. I experienced that twice, so I don't recommend therapeutic levels of iodine anymore. However, iodine may have its short-term uses for handling inflammation, fibromyalgia. There's certainly a lot of, like diabetes, all these inflammatory conditions could have some temporary usage. To flood the body with some iodine that can be anti-inflammatory under the guise of a professional that can help you do it, and then come off of it and just go into a more maintenance dose. So there's some value there, but proceed with caution. I discuss these things in great detail in the article, but iodine is needed for health. You just have to take it very carefully. If you're taking a dosage like me, a couple micrograms, 200 micrograms, whatever else, you're going to be fine. As long as you also include selenium, zinc, magnesium, all these other things that are needed for thyroid hormone synthesis, you should be okay. Mega doses of iodine are not needed, and the science of ongoing chronic iodine supplementation is not that solid. I break down the scientific reasons why in the article, but it's just not that solid. I thought it was, but it's really just not. Dr. Brownstein, who is one of the main authors of this stuff, his clinic charges $600 for 45 minutes with a nurse practitioner. That's not even the doctor. I'm like, you guys are ripping people off. I'm sorry. Like, that is, on what planet do you live? Do you charge so much for somebody's time? That's insanity. So anyway, this is the problem. There are directories of iodine literate practitioners, and I've linked them in the various articles, like how to formulate your health team. And you can look into those if this is something that might benefit you. You do not need high-dose iodine for thyroid health. You need iodine for thyroid health plus the cofactors. If you have an inflammatory condition, iodine may be something to look into, high-dose iodine, temporarily. They've used high-dose iodine for a lot of inflammatory conditions. There is research about that. That's why it has an appeal. But as far as ongoing, just like for general health, I don't recommend doing high-dose iodine. I do recommend taking iodine along with selenium, zinc, magnesium, vitamin C, B2, and B3. All those are the components of thyroid hormone synthesis. So you need that. All those work together to keep your reverse T3 down and all your hormone levels up. You also have to focus on reducing inflammation, eliminating toxins, improving your gut health, making sure your liver is doing good, your kidneys, all this stuff. All these things help with thyroid issues and thyroid hormone conversion. If you are hyperthyroid, there's some strategies in the article that you can help manage your antibodies and other things that can help basically suppress the overactive thyroid that's going on. So wrapping this section up, the thyroid is very important. You need to get tests regularly to assess your health on thyroid, because the thyroid is the metabolic clock of it's like the thermostat of your body. So in general, hormone levels, especially the free hormones, need to be above the midpoint. Everybody's different. Everybody can feel great at different levels, but nevertheless, for me, for example, I know that 3.5 is my baseline. That was what I had when I felt great and decent, And when it fell below that, I started to feel like crap. So I know that the lower it goes, I feel worse and worse. If it's like 2.5, that is really, really bad. If it's 3, I'm like, dragon. If I'm getting to 3.5 again, that's my goal in the coming months, is to see what's going on with that and to reduce my reverse T3 so that the ratio between the total T3 and reverse T3 is 10-1 or as close as possible. So those are 2 great benchmarks, is having free hormone levels above the midpoint, ideally closer to the higher levels, and the ratio of total T3 to reverse T3 to be 10-1 or as close to that as possible, or better. When I was taking the 6.25 milligram dosage of iodine, I got to 3.2 free T3 levels and felt much better. But then it dropped again, like I said, about 4 or 5 or half of a point, and I felt horrible. It was crazy. When my T4 dropped below 1, I had SVT, and when it got above 1, it went away. So these things are very much related to cardiovascular symptoms, to metabolic symptoms, to all kinds of stuff. And you'll get to know your own numbers as you test and observe and pay attention. TSH also needs to be between 1 to 2. If it's anything higher than that, if it's like in the 3s or 4s or 5s, then your body is working harder to produce the same result, especially if your hormones are just at the midpoint or a little bit low. That's even worse. That means your body's deficient on something, whether it's iodine or a cofactor of some kind, or you have inflammation or your gut health or whatever else. Another thing that you need to test for with your thyroid hormones is TBG, thyroid binding globulin, and your T3 uptake. Both of these can help understand what's going on with your hormones. TBG goes up when you have estrogen dominance, because TBG is a binding protein. Remember, there's binding proteins of all kinds, and it binds the hormones. So even if you have relatively quote unquote normal hormone levels, you may have estrogen issues that increase your TBG and increase the amount of hormone that's bound and therefore not active. So you're getting duds. That's one way. T3 uptake is another measurement that's kind of indirectly looking at estrogen, because T3 uptake goes down when you have estrogen dominance. Uptake is basically how much is being uptaked or uptook by your cells. It's like an indirect measure of receptor activity. Both of these are useful because estrogen is not good to have in excess amounts. Estrogen dominance from the phthalates, from the plastics, from just hormone imbalance, from all the things that we're dealing with, can cause issues with your other hormones, like your thyroid hormone, your testosterone, and everything else, especially if you're a guy. So these are very important to understand. Generally speaking, 200 micrograms of chelated selenium are going to go a long way in dealing with antibodies. Most of the time, antibodies aren't an issue unless they're over 500. So if you have antibodies, realize that the research shows that 500 or more is when the trouble begins. That doesn't mean that it's okay to have them like at 480 or 400. Use all of these tools to help reduce them, but selenium has a direct effect on that. It's a very important mineral, and make sure you get chelated selenium. Do not get selenomethionine. That's not a good form. Get chelated selenium. Albion selenium from Swanson is like $3 for like a little bottle of 90 of them or something. For your tests, you want to get total T3 and T4, free T3 and T4, TSH, reverse T3, and TBG or T3 uptake, whichever one they have. All those together are going to give you a nice picture of what's going on with the thyroid. Reverse T3 is going to rise with stress or gut issues, inflammation in the liver and the kidneys, whatever else, some kind of inefficiency. Reverse T3 is going to go up because your body's making more of the counterfeit instead of the real stuff. So it's an important biomarker for your stress, for your HPA balance, for your thyroid health in general. And the goal should be to keep it as low as possible. Ideally somewhere around 10, but obviously the ratio is what matters. Most of these years, my ratio was pretty low. It was pretty pathetic, and I felt pretty bad. I felt like I had hypothyroidism, which I did. I had basically the symptoms of it, although sometimes maybe some of the hormones, the doctors said, oh, that's normal. It's totally normal, when they weren't. They were towards the lower end of the spectrum, and the ratio was horrible between total T3 and reverse T3. The thyroid is, again, your thermostat. So if you have a slow thyroid, everything else slows down. And that impacts everything. cortisol issues, insulin resistance, weight gain, leptin resistance, yada, yada, yada. And those things in turn make the thyroid worse. So it is a never-ending cycle. That's why the narrow road is so important, because the farther you drift away, the harder it is to come back. A comprehensive nutrition program using the strategies I've just discussed in this presentation and my book, as well as the strategies specific to thyroid and adrenal issues in the articles and the book provided, are going to help you out of this situation. There is hope, even if you're taking Synthroid. You might maybe want to get on some Armour Thyroid. You might maybe want to get some nutrition, and maybe with the nutrition, you can take less or maybe not take it at all. So that's the good thing there. There's also thyroid glandulars, which some people respond to very well. They don't seem to make an impact on me, but some people can really do well with that, especially if you have autoimmune issues where it's damaging the tissue of your thyroid. The thyroid glandular can be very good. So obviously having a comprehensive plan, as well as somebody who's a good clinician to help you, sometimes can be very valuable. And of course, I know it can be frustrating. Believe me, I've been there. I'm still a little frustrated with some of these things, but lean on the Lord and learn what you need to learn. Learn what you need to learn, whether it's patience, whether it's discipline, whether it's courage, whatever else. Because health is about taking responsibility and taking action in a world that's evil and full of toxins and trouble. So we can't be passive. Now, with that, our final section of today is aging.
Healthy, Fennec Fox, leaning on the Lord and anchored to the rock. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Healthy, Fennec Fox, we're shining bright and thinking outside the box. Gotta stay lean, gotta stay quick. Those Templar cyborgs are pretty slick. Healthy, Fennec Fox. It's the end of the world, so do your part. Gotta stay strong, gotta stay smart. Healthy, Fennec Fox.
All right. Well, welcome to the final part, which is aging. This is our final stop today. And of course, aging is going to be different than the other chapters of this presentation, because aging has to be considered in light of the eschatological landscape that is around us. As Christians, we put our hope in the resurrection. We don't put our hope in, transhumanism or technology or, fancy aging mechanics or whatever else. We put our hope in the resurrection, because the resurrection is eternal life. That's the ultimate answer to aging. However, there is also some important things that we can take from the study of aging, because there are things that make you age faster and also affect everything else, like your gut, your thyroid, your adrenals, and everything else, which affects your general health and your experience of life. So it's important to understand the narrow road on this topic. There's an analogy that I like to use of a train that's running towards a cliff. And that train, you can either speed up or slow down, but it's running towards the cliff. The question is, how slow can you slow it down? Or, what are you doing that is speeding it up? And that's the question. If you are putting more coal in the fire, then you are aging faster. If you're putting a little water and slowing it down, then you're aging slower. And of course, understanding the components of aging is really important for your overall process of compiling a health plan, of making good decisions, and understanding where to put your attention. Now, the main components of aging are as follows. Aging is a mystery because life is a mystery, and so is death. We know, and I've identified a lot of different pathways and different things that are all extremely complicated. And I don't think we'll ever figure out eternal life outside of God, because there is no such thing. But if there is such a discovery, then God has allowed it to test the elect, because it's going to be part of this golden age that is coming. Nevertheless, we die a little bit every day, and there are countless mechanisms that all interplay in God's hands in this mystery of life. And regardless of all these things, everybody has an appointed day. Everybody has an appointed day, so you could address every single aspect and still it wouldn't matter, because God has appointed a day for everybody. Nevertheless, here are the main components. Telomere length, accumulation of senescent cells, mitochondrial function, gene SNPs, epigenetic changes, methylation, enzyme potential, NAD, oxidative stress, reduction in stem cells, toxins, and nutrient depletion. What are all these? Well, telomere length, your chromosomes have telomeres, and your cells basically reproduce every time, but every time your cells reproduce and copy themselves, they copy themselves a little less efficiently. And so the telomeres determine how many times your cells can copy. After they have reached the maximum times they can copy themselves, they start to die and be damaged, right? Because they can't be replaced. This leads to the second one, which is the accumulation of senescent cells. Senescent cells are zombie cells. And the accumulation of these cells over time, because they're basically empty warehouses that are just spewing toxins, overwhelms the body's defense mechanisms, and we age and die. Mitochondrial function. The mitochondria are your energy powerhouses, and they diminish over time, depending on a variety of factors, anywhere between 3% to 8% or something like that every 10 years. And so by the time you're 60 or 70, your mitochondrial potential compared to when you're 20 is very different. Now, there are some things that can help with that. There are things like PQQ, and I forget another one that helps to proliferate mitochondrial biogenesis, like urolithin A, I believe, is a compound that's been recently discovered to help mitochondrial health. In fact, actually, I think fatty 15, that fatty acid, also helps with mitochondrial health. So that's interesting. So there are some things we can do to help our energy. But nevertheless, these things deteriorate over time. Genetic SNPs, everybody has SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, that determine how you age and what problems you have. Epigenetic changes, methylation. Dr. David Sinclair is a big powerhouse in this particular topic. And he talks about the analogy of a drawer. Now imagine you had a drawer and you're pulling it out, and that drawer is like, a million miles long, and it's got all of this information. Every time you're pulling out that drawer and putting it back in and doing it back and forth, you're wearing and tearing on the drawer system. This is what happens with your genes and with the epigenetic changes and methylation. Methylation is a very complicated process. I'm not going to even attempt to explain it. But methylation is kind of like the switchboard of your body, of your gene code. And methylation determines when something is turned on and turned off. And this action of methylating and unmethylating your DNA and expressing genes, that gets worn out over time. And that contributes to aging. Enzyme potential. Well, enzymes are all over the body. They do all kinds of things, but enzyme potential decreases as we age. So your body has less enzymes to deal with protein repairs in creating the proteins it needs, in healing inflammation, so on and so forth. So that decreases. NAD decreases as we age. NAD is a compound you can take now with liposomal NAD. I sell it in the store to help as a cellular food. NAD is the basic molecule for energy that your cells use for various chemical reactions. It decreases as we age. And now with technology, we can take liposomal NAD and have that as a supplement as we age, especially after 40. Oxidative stress from a variety of toxins and issues, reductions in stem cells as we age, toxins, nutrient depletion, all of these things. You have a war on a million fronts. So they're happening simultaneously, and it's impossible to hack the process. It really is. There are many things that we can do to extend health span, but you're not going to find a cure to aging unless you go to Jesus Christ. And that's what I have come to realize, because I was very much stuck in the new age and personal growth and putting my trust in all these things and, so on and so forth as I've described. But nevertheless, it's not possible. The more you study about all these mechanisms, how complicated they are. God, they're so complicated. They're so complicated. I've read so many studies. I've interviewed so many experts, and at the end of the day, you just look at it and you go, wow, look at all those things move in a tiny little cell. What is moving them? What is making them do that? These little proteins and their folds and corridors and interactions, and it's super highly specific receptors and all. It's just like so mind-bogglingly complicated. And it's all happening under your nose. It's so profound. So what matters in life is health, which is your overall health, and your health span. That's what we can take from aging and the study of aging. Because the question is, how long can you live healthy and have healthy days and healthy life? And how long is your total life going to be healthy? Because you could live to be 90, right? But if you have a disease and the last 40 years of that is really horrible, then that's not a good health span. Your health span was only 50. Do you get it? So we don't want lifespan We want health span. We want healthy days. And that comes back to all the things that we're doing to maximize your daily health through, nutrition, through lifestyle changes, through everything else. Now, I have some articles on aging that cover the basics and the things that you can do every day. You don't need to do fancy stuff. It comes down to the same old stuff. Reduce your inflammation, eat nutrient-dense, not calorie-dense foods, stabilize your sleep, optimize your gut, optimize your oral health, optimize your thyroid and adrenal health, sex hormones, and stay active. If you can do those things, you'll be in good shape. You really will. You don't need to do any fancy stuff. Of course, there's some, other things you can do on top of that, but the reality is if you're doing these things consistently, which most people do not, you're going to be in good shape. You really will. And if you want to push it to the max, then there are other things you can do. But nevertheless, even the top 2 studies on longevity, or the top studies on longevity, have found the top 2 reasons are not diet and exercise. Diet was number 3. The top 2 are having fulfilling relationships and acting on your purpose and having some sense of purpose and connection to that purpose. And of course, God has given us each a purpose. And if we are ignoring that purpose, you're going to live in resistance. So have good relationships, contribute to others, have a life of value and contribution and purpose, and you will feel the effects on your aging train, guaranteed. You'll feel happy, you'll feel fulfilled. That's what it's all about. It's amazing how these things can impact epigenetic changes, and then suddenly your proteins are expressing differently and your digestion is better and whatever else, all from having something you're motivated to do. It's truly profound. So aging is a very complicated thing. And what that also means, though, these studies, is that having toxic relationships, a toxic place that you work, a toxic relationship or whatever other thing, and not fulfilling your purpose, that being in that situation will cause the opposite. Do you get it? It will cause death. And certainly that's true because these situations are chronic sources of stress, and chronic stress is the killer. Chronic stress is by far the killer. Acute stress is not at all a problem. Chronic unresolved stress is the killer. Being out of alignment constantly, that's the problem. So you got to implement the strategies in this presentation and in my book to help you age well. Again, life is a dance. Life is a dance, and through dancing, I realized that we have to learn to be adaptable. That's why I named that book Dance Your Way Through Life. Often in my own career, I was never able to control the music, my position on the floor, who was dancing next to me, my energy levels that day, my partner. I have no control over those things. But I still had to perform, and I had to make it seem like it was the best performance ever. I still had to do the choreography. So this taught me how to be resourceful, persistent, and adaptable. That's what dancing your way through life means to me. That's why I named that book what it means. Because it's about being resourceful with what you have, whether it's a small budget or what you already have already and using it and taking action, persistent, don't give up, and being adaptable, being able to change and learn new information and adapt and so on. We may not be able to control everything. Certainly we don't. We don't control the music, but we can control how we dance to it. And through a relationship with God, I believe also, which is very key to all of this, we can have a new life and new knowledge and wisdom. I studied all these things before I came to Jesus, but God was guiding me all the way along. And now, after Christ has come into my life, I see them from a more narrow perspective, and I can speak about them now at the end of my library, which is interesting how everything came about. I can speak about them from a narrow perspective. Because aging, again, we don't put our hope in living to 200. We put our hope in the resurrection, and especially in this day and age, we put our hope in the return of Christ. However, it's important to increase your health span, the days that you have that are healthy and good, and I think that is good. And there are things from studying how we age that help you understand, okay, maybe this isn't the best thing to help me with my stress, with my HPA balance, with my thyroid, with whatever else. So it all comes back to the same basics. Now, I want to go over this ultimate recovery stack. It's a page that I created with all of the main supplements that are in the store and the supplements that I use for various purposes. And I want to go over it. It's a free page. You can look at it, you can read about it and pick and choose what you feel is good from this page for your own routine. There's a lot of great things on here. So this is on the health page. You can click on the Ultimate Recovery Stack. And there's a lot of other resources and articles there. But in the morning, this is upon waking, I take liposomal NAD and liposomal glutathione without any water because for maximum absorption. Now, the liposomes are pretty durable, but I'm just super paranoid and anal, so I just take them just as it is in a teaspoon and take them. NAD is your energy molecule. Glutathione is your detoxifier, which is very important. And there's comments under each of these. You can read about my logic and reasoning for these, how to take them, and so on. 30 minutes later, I take 10 grams of amino acids. This is to click in your body that you're getting a protein dump, and of course with water, lots of water. And I also take the pills that I take on an empty stomach at that point in time. But anyway, all of this sends a signal to your body that, hey, I'm starting the day with protein, hydration. It gets the circadian rhythm going, and it also gives you protein, clean, pure protein for the rest of the day. 10 grams of perfect amino is the equivalent of eating like a 30-gram steak. So it's much more bioavailable. Now, after 30 minutes of that, I wait for these things because they need to be settled into the body and absorbed. You don't want to take them with food. 30 minutes later, I eat breakfast. And breakfast, I usually have 2 eggs, pasture raised, with some Ezekiel bread, maybe some olive or something. And then I'll take an avocado and put it on toast. And then the rest of the avocado half, I'll put in a shake with the following powders: cocoa powder, cinnamon powder, pomegranate powder, cranberry powder, acai berry powder, maqui berry powder, beet juice powder, psyllium husk powder, ginger powder, nutritional yeast powder. Now, there's an explanation, very detailed explanation of how to put all those powders into a mixer and mix them into a Superman powder that you can have for a lot of anti-inflammatory benefits, polyphenol benefits for your gut microbiome, and nutritional yeast is a very natural and good source for B vitamins. Very interesting. It's also got protein and fiber and everything else in it too. Very good shake. Plus also, if you want to put some hemp seeds can also add a lot of protein in there as well, and a lot of other things too, like minerals and things like that. So that's my morning breakfast. Now, after that, after I get some food in, I take the omega-3, 2 pills, and I take the relief product for the curcumin, boswellia, and ginger product for inflammation and for helping the gut and everything else. Now, after breakfast, but before lunch, at some point in time when my food is digested, about 2 to 3 hours after, I take Mega IgG, which is that binding product that helps to regulate inflammation in the gut. This is great, by the way, for people with colitis and inflammatory bowel disease. This is a phenomenal product. There's a lot of research on it. But this is taken, I take it with some other things too, like the pure HMO with water and nicotinic acid, and also acerola cherry. I put it all, put a powder, put some, like a glass of water, mix it up with a mixer, and just chug it down. The Mega IgG is there for the binding and for healing the gut inflammation, especially in my case, because I took a test and I had some gut inflammation that was not good. Now, if I work out that day, I don't work out, I don't go to the gym every day, but if I do go to the gym that day, I'll take another 10 grams of amino acids and citrulline 2 grams to 2 to 3 grams, arginine 1 gram, and creatine 5 to 10 grams, all in, again, some water. Just chug that down before working out. That's for blood pressure, to increase nitric oxide, to get circulation going. Protein that's easily absorbed, goes into the bloodstream, goes into the muscles. And creatine, obviously creatine is a great supplement, very studied, phenomenal supplement for all kinds of things. I definitely recommend taking creatine, at least 5 grams, but I take 10 grams a day. Now, after lunch, I have a couple more anti-inflammatory things. I have the relief product with the curcumin. I have the boron. I have some lauricidin. I have the quercetin phytosome and some ginger powder. I have a little thing with ginger that I have organic ginger in there. I just take it with my meals to help move the gut and move the digestion. And that fatty 15 also, the fatty 15 fatty acid that's good for energy, good for inflammation, good for all kinds of things. So it's very good for a lot of different things. I have a whole article on the research for fatty 15. In fact, I cited, I think here, the powerhouse fats, omega-3 and fatty 15. Check it out. A lot of phenomenal research. I think there's like 150 research studies that I've cited in there. Now for dinner, I have dinner. Usually I have some kind of little sandwich or something because I need some carbs to be able to sleep. But I have sunbutyrate, which is the butyrate product. of a teaspoon of that stuff. And then you can take the pure HMO for dinner. I should probably change this because I usually take it during the earlier parts of the day. Not that it's like stimulating or anything, but anyway. I take the Pendulum Daily Metabolic Pro, which is a specialized patented strain of these Akkermansia bacteria and other ones that are very resilient, and they've been very helpful with basically helping people regulate their metabolism. Whether it's GLP-1, blood sugar, insulin resistance, HPA balance, all this stuff, there's a lot of relationships between these various critters and hormone balance. So it's very interesting, very good product, very well researched. Pendulum is a very high quality brand. That's why I decided to stick with them. And of course, a little bit of ginger powder for that. Now, before bed, what are you doing? This thing is not, there it is. Okay. Wasn't scrolling for some reason. Before bed, that's right before bed. So I wait for digestion to happen because I don't want the digestive juices and enzymes and acid to really break down these probiotics. I want them to just basically have the highest chance possible. Now, the Pendulum products, they say that their capsule is acid resistant, so they tell you to take it with food. So there's that. But anyway, before bed, I take seed probiotic. I take 2 pills of that. I take 2 pills of the Megaspore probiotic, which is the spore biotic, which is the acid resistant one, the transient ones. I also take a product called Florophage, which is a fascinating product, which basically they use the bacteriophages to attack the bad microbes. It's a selective antimicrobial, which again is great. Like if you take garlic or oregano oil, these things are very like bazookas. Okay, they take out everything, which is not good. Florophage is a selective antibiotic in the sense that these bacteriophages attack the bad bugs specifically, and they destroy them, and then all their nutrients spill out, and then the other bugs eat them. So that alone just entertains me. So I do that once every night with 1 or 2 pills. Glutamine also is very good. Glycine is very good. Slippery elm, marshmallow root, taurine, and taurine or taurine powder. I usually do the powders because they're way cheaper than the pills. And you just mix all that into a mixture. Again, I'll give you the recipe here. And that's great for inflammation, great for sleep, great for helping the gut heal, especially the glutamine, the slippery elm, and the marshmallow root. Taurine is great for sleep, and so is glycine, and they're both adaptogenic amino acids. They help with a lot of different things. Taurine and glycine are very, very fascinating amino acids with practically no side effects, and you can take them in therapeutic doses. So that's pretty much the thing. Now, you can do as much of that as you want. Certainly, all of these strategies are based on research. They're very low risk. They're very high reward. Everything here is geared towards helping you minimize inflammation, maximize recovery, and optimize your gut health. And all these are very powerful and potent products. They're very good. Depending on your budget, your time, your goals, you may do all or part of this in every which way. I certainly provide you with all the research there and the evidence and the recipes and everything else that you may need. You do not have to do all of these things to have a healthier life. You don't. I give you the maximum because I'm a perfectionist and I do everything to the max that I possibly can. You can incorporate just a simple mineral and vitamin plan with a couple of these products, especially depending on what your given issues are. If you have gut health issues, then you have plenty of options to support yourself and just have healthy eating habits, healthy exercise routine, consistent circadian rhythm, circadian routine, everything else, and do very well. The key is about having consistency and doing it every day. So, final thoughts with all this stuff. It's funny now, 5 years later or 6 years later after the fact of this season of mine, that these things are finally finding their fruition. I wrote that book, 5-6 years ago. At the time of this recording, I started writing it. I worked very hard. I worked very hard on my health platform, on the health book, but nothing ever really came of it. And nothing ever came of it because I think God had in mind for this material to edify the Christians who would need to know these things and be edified by them in the end of times. And that's just what it is. I've grown this platform on YouTube. Of course, God has grown it, but it's grown over time through all the eschatological work, through the news, videos and everything else that people like to do. And now this information can get out there to some ears and really help some people make some better choices in their life. So I'm very grateful. And everything has a timing in God's plan. It's very interesting how it all happens. And I'm very grateful that I'm able to put these forward. I didn't want all of this to go to waste. Spending 20 years of my life studying and experimenting in different things and putting together information. I didn't want that to go to waste. So I'm glad that I can put it forward to you, and I hope that it truly does help you and your family as well. Again, we don't put our hope in a dying body. God has given us a gift, and we should treat it well. In the satanic world that we live in, that runs on death, you cannot be passive. You can't be passive in this world, my friends. You can't. It's a practice, and also obviously the budget matters, but you can't be passive. And it's a fine dance, obviously, right? Like, we can't be too anxious either, because again, our rest is Christ. Our hope is in the resurrection, but you also cannot be passive, especially as you get older. Investing in your health is the best investment that you can make. You have to have a healthy body. You have to have a healthy mind. I think that's very important. The aging train only speeds up over time. It gets faster and faster towards that cliff. Again, we don't know what God has appointed for us, but nevertheless, from our perspective, our goal is to slow that down as much as possible and increase our health span. And because Jesus may return in the next 10 years, it means that there's going to be a lot of stress and craziness in the world. Physical health is not the foundation of Christianity. But in our day and age, I think probably it's more important than other times in history. Why do I say that? Well, if you lived in the 2nd century, you were worried about Romans crucifying you. That was your main problem. You weren't worried about microplastics or heavy metals. If you lived in the 12th century, you were worried about the Inquisition. You weren't worried about, EMFs. But, if you lived any other time, you were worried about famine. You were worried about war, pestilence, persecution throughout time. In our day and age, we live in the Laodicean church. We live in the wealthy church, where there is abundance and ease and comfort. And along with that also comes greed and its effects. And human greed is at its maximum, my friends. And human greed has created all sorts of problems that you are probably already aware of, and hopefully you've become even more aware of now through this presentation. We don't have to worry about an inquisition yet, but we do have to worry about heavy metals, microplastics, 5G, mRNA, all kinds of nonsense. And this is the problem. It's a very different war, and it's important to stay healthy during this war so you don't become a casualty. So I hope that this information has helped you. I hope it's edified you. I hope it's given you new things to think about. And certainly there's plenty of tools and free resources on the website, in the book, in these various supplements. Obviously, these aren't free, but, these are things you can learn about and then make an informed decision as to what is going to work for you. And again, I'm happy to give you advice on, how to use these things or how would you incorporate them in your own life. You can feel free to message me or email me at tudor@danceoflife.com. I'm happy to help you and answer questions to the best of my ability. But nevertheless, health is a journey. It's a real journey, and it's one that ends when Jesus returns. Until then, it's a journey of discipline and also of faith and trust in God. Because again, there's some things that you're just going to struggle with regardless. So until then, it's a dance, my friends. It's a dance, and hopefully I can help you dance your way through life. God is sustaining us and also withdrawing some sustenance every now and then so that we can experience necessary trials. God sustained my life, and he sustained my health very much. I'm grateful to God that I don't have diabetes, high blood pressure, stroke, any kind of crazy thing. But God has withdrawn some sustenance from my life, withdrawn some sleep, so that I struggle with that and really lean on him and really trust in his plan for my life. And it's an ongoing practice. It really is. I'm not going to tell you that when I miss sleep and I'm planning for a big day and I'm excited and I wake up and I'm exhausted because of some stupid thing that happened with my HP axis, I'm not going to tell you that I'm taking that like a pro. I'm not. It's a frustrating situation. And of course, that's always an opportunity to go deeper in faith. But this is the situation. It's a dance. And hopefully you can dance it well, learn to dance it well. Because God is always there as your partner to sustain you and uphold you. I've had many frustrating nights and constant, unexpected situations. But I've also always had good food. I've had supplements, a safe place to live, and many other things to balance out the necessary frustrations that were necessary as part of my plan with God, or I should say God's plan for me, the plan that I'm walking on. God gave me many things to offset the things that he had to give me that would challenge me. And that's the case for everybody. You just have to develop the habit of looking in your life and seeing where are those gifts and being resourceful with those gifts and leaning into them. So don't forget that God is always going to provide for you. There are some health problems that are there. They're going to test you and that you will continue to struggle with, despite maybe even doing this entire plan for your life and having all the money in the world and having all the supplements in the world. Despite all that, you may still struggle with certain things. And that's just part of life, and that's not fun. Other problems are there to challenge you to do better, to be more disciplined, to take action. And others are there to remind you that God saves and he provides and he's merciful. Lastly, there are other problems that are there to really test your faith and patience. And I've had all of these flavors in my own journey, especially in the last 6 years. So hang in there. Use the book, use the articles, use the free page and resources that you have. Make a comprehensive nutrition plan, make a comprehensive exercise plan, and get healthier. Healthy like a fox. You know the jingle by now. But anyway, hopefully you can revamp everything in your own life, your diet, your exercise habits, optimize your gut, your thyroid, your adrenals, and everything else will fall into line. Don't forget also to act on your purpose and create meaningful relationships in your life, because these two things impact your aging and your sense of health and excitement and passion for life more than diet and exercise ever will. You have to act on your purpose. So lean into that purpose, into contributing to others, develop positive relationships with others, have meaningful exchanges, and walk the road that God has put before you. The end is very near, my friends, and that is great news. That's great news. It really is. So we look forward to that day and trust in God for sustaining us until that time. So hopefully, until that time, you're not just walking, but you're dancing. Take care. We'll see you next time. God bless.
Healthy